was noteworthy that even though it was a unanimous opinion, some of the justices suggested that perhaps they disagreed with the idea that solely Congress could step in and prevent an insurrectionist, as you say, from running again. Do you have any faith, though, that Congress will ever step forward with legislation that could safeguard this piece of our elections?
I think that's one of the big concerns from this decision. The majority of the Supreme Court decided Congress could act. But this Congress is almost non-functional, so the likelihood of that is very low. That means that if there is an oath-breaking insurrectionist running for any federal office, they basically have, just freedom to run without any consequence. The purpose of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, at least in my view, is to safeguard the country from insurrectionists taking office and destroying democracy from within. So I think it's really concerning given that this Congress is so unlikely to take any type of real action on the matter.
Oath-breaking insurrectionists. But I want to just stop. Just stare, people. Just stare. Stare into the soul. The eyes are the window to the soul, and every now and again, the eyes are the window to Dante's Inferno. Oath-breaking insurrectionist, people. Say the line, Bart, over and over again. Oath-breaking insurrectionist. Oath-breaking insurrectionist. No one was charged with insurrection, let alone convicted of insurrection. In fact, Trump was acquitted. And they go with the stupid say the line, repeat the lie, and eventually some idiots are going to believe it. And I'm going to listen to Jenna Griswold's interpretation of the 14th Amendment, subsection 3, when she just had her ass handed to her by the Supreme Court 9-0. Oh, God. It's so early. It's too early for this. I look a little tired, I think. It's the harsh lighting. I'm trying to bounce the lighting off the ceiling. It's early. Sorry, I'm screaming. It's early. But like Patty H says, 546, I guess you're in California. Can't miss this, couldn't miss this. I tried to explain to my wife and kids why I was so excited this morning when I woke up. It's like, can't go for a jog this morning. I've got a live stream a hearing. And like, what's it about? Well, it's the most amazing thing you've ever heard. This is like a daytime soap opera turned into a judicial saga that we get to focus on, nitpick, and pay close attention to. Watching the people consumed by Trump derangement syndrome crash and burn, metaphorically, politically speaking. Good morning, everybody. For those of you who have no idea what's going on, first of all, let me just make sure that we are live across all the platforms of the interwebs. Good, we're live on Rumble. Let me let the ad play through here. We got Kishore WWW 7-star says, hello. We're running an ad for a jaw guard, for whitening teeth. I think I could probably use that, but who cares? All right, so we're live on Rumble. We are live on, well, the YouTubes, obviously. We are live on vivabarneslaw.locals.com. We're live across platform, people. Okay, let's just back it up. Good morning, everybody. How's it going? Started with something unrelated to the subject matter of the day, which is Ashleigh Merchant being subpoenaed to testify in a state-led investigation into Fani Willis. Before we get there, yesterday was Super Tuesday. I have not yet fully digested the results. I heard that Biden lost to, who did Biden lose to? In Samoa. He lost to a guy named Jason Palmer out of Samoa. And I don't make a big deal of it, but I've reached out to Jason Palmer in case Jason Palmer wants to come on the channel and talk about his presidential election bid. It would be amazing. I have to say, full disclosure, I loathe Justin Trudeau. I loathe Joe Biden. But it would not be an interview for shaming or whatever. It would be, a fun discussion. So Jason Palmer, congratulations on the W. Excuse me, choking on my own tongue here. The other news of the evening, or I guess it came out this morning. Hold on. I've been calling a lot of things these days, people. Some of them are more obvious than others. Okay, I called it. That's two of them. Where's the other one? Oh, come on. Where is it? Where's the other one that I had? What's her face? Nikki Haley apparently at 10 o'clock today is announcing that she's suspending her campaign And the rumors of the day is that she's suspending her campaign, but won't be endorsing Trump. Apparently, the message of her speech, they got a lecture even in defeat. Like, here, I just got my ass handed to me, but let me teach you a few lessons that I've learned that I think you should know after having so devastatingly destroyed me. Here we go. She's going to offer Trump that she won't endorse Trump, that he's got to earn the vote of her 12 Democrat supporters and the so-called independents. Oh, come on. Now I brought it up. Now it's getting annoying here. Here. No. Oh, what's going on, people? I see it right there. Why can I not find this? And now, that's the news. Looks like Fani Willis. Oh, my goodness. It's not even that necessary to see, but I just want to start the morning with this. Okay, we got it here. It's a post off by a week. You know why I'm not seeing it? Because it's not refreshing in the backdrop. Yeah, I just lost. But here's a lesson that I have to teach you. Haley to suspend campaign, won't endorse Trump yet. She won D.C., people. She won in the most swampy, Democrat-infested hellhole that these United States of America have to offer. And it's not even a state, it's a district, a corrupt Democrat district. She won that. Good for her. All right, as I tuck my tail and run in humiliation and defeat, I'm going to teach you a lesson, Donald Trump. You don't get my endorsement. You got to earn my votes. Here we go. The prediction was made on January 27. My prediction, Nikki Haley's going to suspend within a month. We're March 6th. I think that counts as having nailed it. But getting to a more meaningful having nailed it. And no, this is not related to Fani Willis. Boom. Having called it. All right, people. Now we're going to get into the show of the day. For those who don't know, Ashleigh Merchant was subpoenaed to testify in a state investigation into Fani Willis. It started in January. I'll pull up an article here. I talked about it in my brief summary of the events. I think it was the day before yesterday. I'm trying not to cite CNN. So we're going with Atlanta News First. That's the stream that we were using as the stream for the hearing. Defense attorney subpoenaed to appear before state committee investigating Fulton District Attorney Fani Willis. Here we go. Defense attorney Ashleigh Merchant has been subpoenaed to appear before a Georgia State Senate committee hearing on Wednesday. That's today, this morning, as it investigates the actions of Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. This is not going to be a hostile crowd to Ashleigh Merchant. This is not going to be looking to excoriate, eviscerate, humiliate Ashleigh Merchant. Ashleigh Merchant ain't ducking subpoenas. She's showing up, presumably this morning, 9 o'clock. Merchant confirmed to CNN that she had been subpoenaed for the hearing, which will be live streamed. Why would they live stream it if the goal of this is not to humiliate Fani Willis, Nathan Wade, and that corrupt DA's office? Why would they be live streaming it? I don't care. I don't ask questions. Sunlight is the greatest disinfectant. Live stream it all. It's getting more suspicious when they don't live stream the trials, when they don't let press in there to live tweet to capture it like they did up in Pennsylvania, like they did in the federal cases. I know the rules are the rules, but those rules are rules to protect the institution, not to expose it. Georgia Legislative Committee formed in January to investigate the DA said they plan to issue subpoenas for, as they investigate Willis, the Democrat state prosecutor who brought the racketeering case against Trump and his allies for their actions in the 20s. It looks like the only people racketeering here are Fani Willis, Nathan Wade, maybe Terrence Bradley, and some other people. We don't know who yet. Merchant, the defense attorney for Trump, first person to be issued a subpoena by the committee. Okay, this is all. She initially launched the allegations of improper relationships with Fani Willis. We know all this stuff. At the committee's first meeting in February, State Senator Bill Cowsert, he laid out plans for subpoenas and depositions as part of the investigation. Cowsert said he already planned. He heard from whistleblowers, some of whom we have been hearing from in a drip format. It's a funny thing. We've seen like some new subpoenas come out this week. Not subpoenas, sorry. Some new motions, requests to disclose, proffers, additional evidence. They're coming from people who I guess might have been the whistleblowers, who know that their identities are going to be disclosed sooner than later. So they may as well come on the record right now and say what they know. Okay, so that's the article right there. He said the committee intends to dig into any credible allegations. They're all credible. They're no longer allegations. They're basically objective determinations of fact that, just need to be brought to light, no matter how long the investigation takes. So that is the broader context of what's going to happen today. The hearing is going to be streamed at 9 o'clock, it looks like. I've got it up in the back. Hold on. This is it right here. It says 450 cap. That I was nervous for a second that meant that there's a cap of 450 viewers on this stream. I don't think so. I think it's 450 Capitol building. Or that's the room. I don't know. We'll see. So that's the context of what's going on today. The broader context of what's going on today, and I'm getting a lot of information from Phil Holloway, who has now become my internet bestie when it comes to Fani Willis. Oh, Phil, people, he is a man to follow. What's his Twitter handle? We'll get it in a second, because he's been posting the good goods as they come out, as they come out. So he has been posting additional information, I don't know if they're called motions under Georgia law. One of which was another, oh, you know what? I'll have to get it in so I can get the thread properly. Another witness prepared to come forward to testify about what Terrence Bradley knew or told them that he knew, or what he heard Terrence Bradley saying over the phone to Fani Willis when she called him up in September and said, they're coming for us, don't talk. I'm super quiet. Have I not asked for the audio? Hold on. I'm going straight to locals. How is my audio? See, if I'm quiet, that to me means that you should maybe turn up your volume. I'm not meaning this to be sarcastic. Because what would I be quiet in respect of? Maybe in comparison to the intro video. But let me see. I'm going to locals to see how is the audio. We got audio's good, says Ann Lynn. We got BJ Forever. It's good, says Astral Doge Plays. BJ Forever says, let her roll. She is a brilliant legal scholar. Is Viva an ish today? I don't know what any of these things mean. Okay, so the audio's good. We'll get the comparative audio. My volume is way low. But then Cindy Banks, turn up your volume. Like, turn up the audio on your computer. No? Okay, whatever. We'll see how it comes in comparison to the audio for the hearing. So Ashleigh Merchant has been subpoenaed and is complying with the subpoena in an investigation. So this is not part of the motion to disqualify. This is an investigation into Fani Willis and the DA's office, because what has been disclosed, what has been revealed in that hearing, in the 2 days of hearing, the third day of Terrence Bradley testifying, the fourth day of closing arguments, is massive, rampant, clear, egregious corruption. A laughingstock is what that office has been turned into. And earlier this week, let me see if I can just pull up one of these. Earlier this week, additional evidence came out, or additional witnesses came out, not to oversell it. Additional witnesses came out and said they have more information that Terrence Bradley lied on the stand. Forget it. You know what? I don't even need to get this. I'll just summarize it for you. One of the witnesses is a waiter. We actually got this breaking news the Friday of the closing arguments. A waiter leaves a voicemail with Ashleigh Merchant saying, I was watching this trial, as was everyone. Why? Because it was broadcast to the public. So now people can see in real time lies, corruption, and concealment. The dude says, I was watching in real time, and I heard Terrence Bradley testify to the effect that he hadn't seen Nathan Wade in upwards of 2 years since he left the firm. Oh, really? Says the waiter. I just served them when they had a lunch. I forget the third person's name. There was Bradley, Nathan Wade, and Chodel? Someone that has a CHOA in their name. And he says, I just served them at a restaurant 5 weeks ago. Amazing. I served them 5 weeks ago. Well, get this out of here. Let me see this. I served them 5 weeks ago when Terrence Bradley testified that I haven't seen Nathan Wade in 2 years. And I said, well, A, that's a lie. And B, we all know damn well what was discussed at that lunch meeting. So 5 weeks ago, give or take, is January to February. So late January. That's after it's been disclosed that Terrence Bradley is the one feeding the information to Ashleigh Merchant. They sat down. And I have no doubt that Nathan Wade said to Terrence Bradley, you better shut your mouth. you better forget everything you thought you knew, or we're going to come after you with criminal prosecution for the alleged sexual assault with, what was her name, Rodriguez? The employee. I just remember it was, was it Rodriguez? Give me the name. I mean, I might be mixing up the name, but whatever. So there's that. And I predicted that he was threatened with criminal prosecution or something criminal as relates to that civil settlement where he paid some money out of escrow to satisfy allegations of sexual assault with a former employee of Nathan Wade. So they lied there. There's arguably, because we don't know what was discussed or how vigorously it was discussed, arguably witness intimidation. But wait, there's more. So we had that. I'm going to just take this out of the backdrop so I can hear when it comes live. So we had that. And I'm going to be proven to be right on that. Remember back in the day when we were talking about Nathan Wade being, Terrence Bradley being Nathan Wade's lawyer in the context of the divorce. And I was like, that dude was probably not involved whatsoever. These three guys worked together. Nathan Wade was probably just using Terrence Bradley's letterhead so it looked like he was being represented and drafting his own proceedings and just asking Terrence Bradley sign off on these so it looks like I'm represented by counsel, so that they take me more seriously, so that they think this is going to cost them an arm and a leg to continue, the divorce proceedings with Jocelyn Wade. Nathan Wade was drafting all of this crap. Terrence Bradley had no idea what was going on in the allegations, signing off on it, bada bing. That was my prediction. Oh, well, it seems that according to one of the new whistleblowers, who was it, this one? Mrs. Yeager, who's an assistant or DA or an attorney in Cobb County. She came out earlier this week with an affidavit, or what will be the substance of her testimony, saying that I was there when Terrence Bradley was on the phone with what's her name now? Fani Willis. And she overheard Fani Willis saying, they're coming for us, don't talk to anybody, or you don't have to talk to them. Arguably also, depending on the tone, depending on the implications, the insinuations, arguably witness tampering, witness intimidation. We'll get there. I'm sure we might get there today. But Yeager testified, Mr. Bradley stated that Mr. Wade personally prepared his own divorce complaint against his spouse, Mrs. Jocelyn Wade, and told Mr. Bradley to sign the divorce proceedings and to file them on Mr. Wade's behalf. People, I will tout my predictions when they're good and when I get them right, and I'll ignore them and forget that I ever made them when I'm wrong. I'm joking. I make them publicly so that when I'm wrong, I can't erase it. That was a damn good one, people. It was obvious that Bradley had no idea what the hell was going on in those pleadings, didn't care to, and whether or not Nathan Wade said, look, do it or I'll fire you, do it or you're out of here, do it or we don't split these contracts a third anymore. It was quite clear what had probably happened there, and it looks like, based on some of the witness testimony, or at least what is being proffered as what will be their testimony, VIVA was right, and that was a good one, because that one was out of the blue. Anyhow, all that to say now, it's also been alleged, Yeager, who's an attorney at Cobb County, assistant director or something, whatever, at the Cobb County, that she is now also testifying, or prepared to testify, that Fani Willis in September had called Terrence Bradley and put pressure on him. No, guys, there's nothing to go yet. It's not. I'm going to refresh it. Hold on a second. Let me bring it up here. Is it on? It's not on yet. It starts at 9 o'clock, but let's refresh. Watch now. Live event. Event is starting.
We also subpoenaed her to testify before the committee this morning, as is permitted by our rules.
Okay, now tell me how the audios are leveled. Now I'm going to go to locals.
Ms. Merchant responded to the subpoena, and as required by Monday at noon. And the Secretary of the Senate, Mr. David Cook, has all of the documents produced, and he will keep those in his safe room, I guess we'll call it, David, his repository.
How is my audio compared to their audio? I'm going to go listen to myself.
Banker's boxes full of records. These are available for any committee member to review at your pleasure. Just get with Mr. Cook. We are keeping them under lock and key, so to speak, so they will not be made available to the public until we determine whether any of them involve confidential information or not.
I love the Southern accent.
So we'll have those available. The Minority Whip took some time last night, and
Minority
I think
Whip.
he may have been the first person to really review all of the records and spend a
Whip.
few hours there in the Secretary of the Senate's office to review this information. I'm going to make a determination after we have heard this testimony and heard from Ms. Merchant as to whether or not
This is gonna be so good.
some or all of those documents will remain confidential. I remind the committee members in our rules, you are bound to confidentiality unless things are publicly disclosed. So for now, we will be reviewing some of the documents during this testimony. But I will ask you, Ms. Merchant, to let us know if anything, in your opinion, is confidential that you would not like for us to publicly disclose for whatever reason, and then I will review the records as well. There are some personal financial records in there that I'm not comfortable at this time disclosing those publicly, but just to sort of set the ground rules here.
Let's do it. What are the rules?
I will conduct the interview with you. You will be sworn under oath. Ms. Brenda Elwell is our court reporter. She will be making a transcript of all the proceedings, and that will be publicly disclosed for the press if you want to go back and double check and see exactly what was said. That will take a couple of weeks to prepare that transcript, but this meeting is also being live streamed, so it should be easily
live-streamed.
accessible to the public.
It is easily
anybody
accessible to the
interested
public.
in this.
Yes.
I'll begin. Ms. Merchant, you are here under a subpoena. Testify. I'd like to go ahead and swear you in. If you will please raise your right hand.
Testify.
Do you swear that the testimony that you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, I do.
All right.
Okay, get closer to the mic,
So, well,
Ashleigh.
if you will just continue with the transcript as we go. If you get hung up at any time and I fail to hit the right microphone and you can't hear who's saying anything, let me know. The way our procedures work is that I will be asking the questions, and
you will be
minority
answering.
party will have an opportunity upon request to ask questions as well. I've discussed this with the minority whip, Senator Jones, and he may or may not ask questions towards the conclusion.
I don't know how long
Maybe
this is gonna
even at a
last, by the
break.
way.
If you want to, just let me know. Ms. Merchant, would you please just identify yourself and let the committee know? You see all our name tags to see who's on here. You know who we are, but let us know who you are and what your profession is, background, et cetera.
Courageous attorney.
Ashleigh Merchant, Ashleigh, last name Merchant, M-E-R.
You're going to need to pull that
Yeah, pull the
mic a
mic
little
back there.
closer to you.
Thank you.
It's,
And is it okay? I have a notepad just in case
You're
I get
absolutely
two
free.
questions at the same time. I like to make a note to make sure that I remember.
The committee knows the rules. We passed them unanimously at our last meeting, and you
Unanimously.
actually have the right to counsel if you want to. It's not
She
like
won't
a
need it.
court proceeding where we're going to be having objections, et cetera. But since you are an attorney, apparently you're very comfortable responding. Okay,
Yes.
didn't mean to cut you off. Let's
That's
just
okay.
make sure everybody can hear you there.
Thank you. Yes, I'm a criminal defense attorney. I was sworn in as a member of the bar in 2004, so I've been a criminal defense attorney for 20 years. I started
20
out when I
years?
first graduated from law school. I came to Atlanta and I did an externship with the Southern Center for Human Rights. And then once I was sworn in as a member of the bar, I became a public defender in Fulton County. I was there for 4.5 years until I started my private practice, the Merchant Law Firm. We had an office in Fulton County at first. Now we're in Cobb County. I'm in practice with my husband, John Merchant, and we do criminal defense primarily.
And do you have any other roles or affiliations? I've seen just press articles about you.
Yes, so I do. I've been very blessed to have a lot of active roles in the community. I was the former president of the Cobb County Bar Association Criminal Defense Section. I was sworn in January as the president of the Georgia Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. I've been a member of that for 20 years, member of the Cobb County Bar Association, very active in both of those roles. I've been honored with several different awards, one from the Cobb County Bar Association, Defender of Justice,
Yep.
Champion of Justice, I'm sorry.
I think we could
a
agree
couple
with that.
years ago, and then, I've been honored with Rising Star Awards, Super Lawyers, and the Daily Report has different awards back when I was younger, 40 under 40. Wouldn't qualify, unfortunately, for that anymore. But,
I was
and then
just looking up
recently
how
I
old she
was
is.
awarded at our annual meeting for the Georgia Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. I was very honored to receive award about my work defending the Constitution.
She's 46 years old.
So you are the current president of the Criminal Defense Lawyers Group?
Yes, yes, and it's the Georgia Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. We go
So
by
she was being
GACDL.
sincere
We
when she
have
offered that to
about
Terrence.
1,500 members right now. We're aiming to get around 2,000, but we're one of the largest defense bars in the country.
Okay, that means she was sincere when she
Tell us a
offered
little
that
bit about
to
your
Terrence
trial
Bradley.
experience over these last 20 years.
So I started doing post-conviction work, which is, after a person is convicted, doing appeals and habeas work. Then I went into misdemeanor trial work at first when I was a public defender. I moved into the complex felony division, which is where the majority of my practice has lied. I do about half of my practice is appeals, appellate work in the Georgia Supreme Court and the Georgia Court of Appeals. The other half is trial work. I specialize in complex felonies, so anything that's mostly in Superior Court. Every once in a while, I'll have a client who has a state court case, and so I will end up helping them on that, but primarily complex felonies.
And during the course of your practice here in the Atlanta area, tell us a little bit about your involvement. And I'm just going to refer to these as the election interference cases. I think there's 16 or 17
They're letting her
defendants.
show off right now,
You are
and
involved in
rightly
those
so.
cases, I know from seeing the news.
Yes.
Who do you represent?
I represent a gentleman named Michael Roman. I was hired late August, early September, around, I think it was late August, to represent him. He lives out of state, does not live in Georgia. But so I've been his defense attorney since the time of indictment.
All right, so late August or September of 2023.
Right when
Yes, I
Fani
began
Willis
working
was
on his
calling
case
Bradley.
in late August of 23. I think I looked this morning, I filed my official entry on September 1st of 23, and then I negotiated bond for him, walked through the turn-in process, and began negotiations with the prosecutor.
What exactly is he charged with? What's the offense he's been charged with?
He's charged with conspiring to violate the Racketeering Act, so RICO. He's also charged with some of the more specific allegations for him are attempted and conspiracy to file false documents. So essentially, I've classified the indictment. The easiest way for me to classify the indictment is there's the folks that are federal
I'll
officers.
just say this now,
There's
if
the
you
folks
came
that are
to hear
charged in
only
the
this, go
alternate,
watch it somewhere else. I'm
elector
going to be commenting.
process, and then there's Coffee County. He's in that middle section.
So that's the alternate elector process?
Yes.
And those are the documents that are deemed to be false. They're
Yes. Yes.
return
That's
of, okay.
Remember
That's what
they
he's
called
charged with.
it
He's charged with false,
fraudulent
filing false documents, false swearing, things like that.
for the
Forgery.
alternate slate of electors.
And to be clear, you do not represent any of these alternate electors,
No, I
Yeah,
only
they-
represent Michael Roman.
They haven't
and you
been
don't represent
charged, I don't
Donald
think.
Trump.
No, I do not represent Donald Trump.
Your involvement in the case is just for Michael Roman.
Yes, exclusively Michael Roman, and that's my duty.
They went after one person too
You
many.
have produced quite a few documents to us.
Yes.
Do you have any concerns as to whether any of those documents are protected by attorney-client privilege?
I don't have any concerns about that. I do have some privacy concerns because you mentioned earlier that there was some financial documents that are not redacted, and so those would need to be redacted. That would be the only thing, but they're not. Phone numbers, I believe I redacted all the phone numbers,
Well,
but there
emails
are
weren't
some financial
redacted, but-
documents that are probably sensitive.
Okay. As far as Mr. Roman is concerned, is he giving you permission to speak freely about his
Oh, yes,
case
he
and
has.
about the evidence or documents you've accumulated in the course of his defense?
Yes, we went over the subpoena that I received and the classification of documents that I was asked to give. All of those were things that I obtained through discovery, not discovery from the state, but through my own. So we have a protective order in the case. So anything that I've obtained through the state could potentially be subject to that protective order. But these were all documents that I obtained through my investigation.
Okay. Most of the members of this committee are attorneys, but not
Okay.
all.
Okay.
And I recognize that the general public will be hearing some of this, or either now or later. Tell me a little bit about when you're talking about states discovery. What do you mean by that? I
In the
know
context
that
of
everybody
the
else may
of the
not.
lawsuits.
Yeah, definitely. So we have a statute in Georgia that allows us to do what called opt-in. So if we opt into the discovery statute, that means we're engaging in reciprocal discovery, which means that the state has to give us a copy of all of the material that they plan on using at trial. They also have to give us copies of anything that would be arguably exculpatory. And so in this case, there's been a lot of discovery exchanged because obviously there's a lot of defendants. And if they wanted to classify something as sensitive, they would do so. And then if we wanted to be able to disseminate it to any third party outside of our practice, we would have to have court permission to do that.
Yeah.
But when we are investigating a case, not everything comes through discovery. So in general, I would investigate a case on my own, and those items are things that I did not receive from the state.
That
So we've
she's
got
free to
different
disclose.
classes of documents. The documents that I actually received from the state through discovery, through formal discovery, and then documents that I developed on my own.
Okay. And out of these documents that you've obtained from the state through formal discovery, that they're obligated to provide defense attorneys to fairly defend your client, some of those have been deemed to be sensitive and that are not freely disseminated?
Yes, yes. The state, how the protective order works, and the protective order is public. It was publicly filed. If the state deems something sensitive, they let us know that. And if we dispute that or we have some reason that we want it to be able to be
you go to the
disseminated,
judge.
we would have to go to the court and basically argue over that.
Fair to say any of the documents you have provided to our committee were things that you obtained outside of that formal discovery process and are not subject to any protective order?
Yes, I did not. Nothing that was subject to the subpoena or that I provided was something that I got from the state. And nothing was subject to that protective order. I went through and was very clear on that.
Okay. And I'm wanting to make sure of this because this committee has made it clear from the beginning.
You'll be wrong.
It is not our intent in any way to interfere with the criminal prosecutions. And so I would not want to be circumventing a court order that was for the protection of the privacy of the parties to that case. It is not our job to interfere in that case at all or in your motion to disqualify Ms. Willis.
I appreciate that. And I was very cautious
What would
because I
be
certainly don't want to
privileged?
go against a court order
Sure.
Solicitor clients?
protecting, so I did not disclose any of those documents.
So
Compare
tell me
her
a little
to-
bit
compare her to
about
Fani Willis.
the special grand jury process. It sounds like that occurred before you were ever even hired in this case.
It did. It occurred, and my client, Mr. Roman, was not involved in that at all. So he was never someone that was issued a target letter or a subpoena or contacted. So he was never involved in that either. So he didn't have counsel, obviously, since he was never involved in the special purpose grand jury. But in my role defending him now, I've obviously reviewed all of the things that happened with the special purpose grand jury that I have access to. So it's my understanding Ms. Willis obtained an order from, at the time, it was Chief Judge, I believe it was Judge Brasher, who was the Chief Judge at the time, obtained an order to impanel a special purpose grand jury, and I followed that in the news before I was involved in the case because it's very unique. It's not something that happens very often. Normally when we see a special purpose grand jury, it's some type of investigation into a jail or something like that. So it was kind of unique to see that. But from reading everything, my understanding is a lot of the witnesses weren't willing to necessarily talk without a grand jury, and so that's one of the reasons that they had to impanel a special purpose grand jury. But it was very unique.
Yeah, I've been practicing here a long, long time, and I haven't seen a special purpose grand jury to basically advise the DA, apparently, or a subsequent grand jury as to whether there's evidence to prosecute. Is that essentially what it did?
That is exactly what it did, yes. So, and now through the discovery process, I've been able to review a lot of the transcripts and also talk with a lot of the lawyers who were involved and witnesses that were involved in the special purpose grand jury. But that's what they did. They used that process to subpoena, particularly out-of-state witnesses. So in Georgia, it's always difficult when we have a witness who's out of state because we have the interstate compact. We have to get a certification to get a witness subpoenaed from out of state. It is not easy. It is one of the more difficult aspects of our job. So they used the grand jury process, the special purpose grand jury process, to bring in testimony and bring in witnesses from out of state. They issued a lot of target letters to people back and forth. That there was a lot of people that were targets and then weren't targets who testified, maybe negotiated some type of immunity, things like that throughout that special purpose grand jury.
Okay. And is that made public to other defense attorneys if immunity has been granted to any witnesses?
I don't know if it was made public originally. I know that some of it has been provided to us through discovery. We had a motions hearing where the judge ordered that the state give us copies of transcripts because they had everything recorded. So there's a transcript from the special purpose grand jury. It's my understanding there's a transcript from just about everything, but it does appear like sometimes that was cut off. So there are some sections that were recorded and then maybe a section wasn't recorded and then they went back on the record. But it was recorded, which we rarely get in a regular grand jury. We rarely, if ever, get that type of testimony. So that was very unique to have.
Is the state required to let you know if they've granted immunity to any witnesses that may have been utilized in the special grand jury process or in seeking the indictment?
Yes, they are. And, some of that has been given to us through discovery. Some of it has been given to us from other attorneys, the attorneys who maybe represented those parties. There was a lot of back and forth. There were a lot of, and this, I believe this was all public, that some of our state representatives, I think the governor in particular, were subpoenaed, and there was back and forth over who could grant immunity, who had the power in that office to grant immunity. And that's something that I reviewed in my work on this motion with the DA's office, because Mr. Wade was the one that took over that power. And so the emails that were attached to a lot of the pleadings, it was interesting. It first started out that there was someone else in the DA's office who's actually an employee of the DA's office who was negotiating all of that. And then it evolved to another member of the DA's staff, and then ultimately it was Mr. Wade, and there's emails where he said, I'm the only one that can grant immunity. I'm the only one that has the power to do this.
A man who's never prosecuted a felony
I'm in charge.
in his life.
Was he engaged or involved in the special grand jury process?
Oh, very much so. He was by far the lead of it.
And do you have the timeline of when that special grand jury was authorized and when it began to meet?
Yes, I don't know the dates off the top of my head, but there is an order, and I can review it. I brought some of the pleadings with me, but it was authorized sometime. So he was appointed, the timeline, he was appointed in November 2021 to work on this case. It was sometime after that Ms. Willis sought the special purpose grand jury and got authority to do that.
Because they were looking into it for a long time.
And then that went through, several months, and then they issued a report to her.
So he was hired by the Fulton County DA's office before the special grand jury was authorized or impaneled?
Necessarily, yeah.
And so he was involved from the very beginning of that process?
Yes, and he was actually hired, I believe, before it was even, I know it was before it was impaneled. I believe it was before the order was even issued, though.
And do you know what his role was as what's the official term? A special assistant district attorney?
It's a good question. I'm not sure. He
Love a
usually
boy.
goes by special counsel or special prosecutor. I don't believe he goes by special assistant district attorney. I don't think he's permitted to do that. I've studied these statutes a lot, and there's no real term for it. I've heard him go by independent counsel, things like that, but I don't really think independent counsel would be an appropriate term because he's not independent.
External.
So I've studied, I did not know this before, but I've studied, the structure of the independent counsel in the federal system. They're actually a separate office. They have their own appropriations to have a separate office, and they are kept separate from the U.S. Attorney's Office. So that would be where you get the independent counsel term from, or independent prosecutor. He goes by special usually, so special prosecutor
special.
or special
He's a
special counsel.
superstar.
And I think that's because he's not independent.
Why would he have been needed is going to be the next question.
Is this commonly used in the state of Georgia? I don't know the scope of your practice. I'm not familiar with
why was he
DAs
needed?
doing this often.
No, and so I do practice throughout the state, and I've practiced in almost every county in the state at some point in my career, and it is very rare. I've had instances where there is special counsel, but those are very limited, and I can tell you about those, and then I can also tell you what I did to investigate that, because I had the same question. So first,
Just so you'll know why we're asking, the scope of this committee is we've heard a lot of the allegations, and you, as a matter of fact, made most of them, or made some of these public.
Revealed them.
There's, of course, a public, outrage or uproar or concerns about some of the alleged improprieties that you brought forth, both, within the in the system kind of what's appropriate conduct,
Right.
And also financial improprieties.
Public outrage
And we're
can sway
tasked
politicians.
with investigating and finding the true
There you go.
facts, and not just taking the press at face value. And that's why we're asking you for documents, et cetera, so we can independently verify the various allegations that have been made. But we're also specifically tasked with, if necessary, amending existing statutes or creating new statutes to build guardrails or whatever to essentially
Justifying
restore public faith
the legislative basis
in our
for this
criminal
committee.
justice system, in its impartiality and its fairness. And I have looked at some of the existing statutes, but it's very sketchy, what is the real authority, and we wonder if we need statutory authority or statutory limitations. And so I want to explore with you a little bit what the authority is for a special grand jury to be
Impaneled.
conducting a criminal investigation, and also the use of a special assistant district attorney is what I'm referring it to. But and so that's the context. You have done that research, so help walk us through this just a little bit. Is there a statutory process that gives authority to utilize a special grand jury to advise a DA or to essentially accumulate evidence for a DA to determine whether or not to indict?
Right. So the first question was about whether this happens throughout the state or not. I did do open records to every single district attorney in the entire state of Georgia to find out, because I wanted to know, I knew based on my practice that it was a very rare process, but I wanted to know, I wanted the data. I wanted to actually see it. So we did an open records for every single district attorney. We have received responses from almost all of them. There's only a couple that we haven't, but I don't know that those would be big factors. The few that were remaining, I think it was Augusta that I haven't received one from. But I talked with two of the prosecutors in those districts. There's only two that actually use something that would be akin to this. And one of them said they haven't done it in years, but they have done it. And they pay between $40 and $40 an hour, which tends to be about the going rate for appointed counsel. It's between $40 and $60 an hour, I know, for appointed counsel in most counties. And then the other county that did use them, they use a part-time solicitor. And that DA said every time that they would have maybe some overflow work, an appeal or something that they had extra work to do, they would hire this part-time solicitor. So it was someone who was already a government employee, and they would pay $45 an hour for this person to do work. So those are the only people. This is a very unique to Fulton County, which I assumed, but I didn't know until I did the research. Nobody does this but Fulton County.
The question is,
And
why would they
the
impanel
AG's office
a
does it,
special
and so we got
purpose
a lot
grand
of
jury
arguments from the state
to prepare
about what the
evidence
Attorney General's office
so the
does
district
it.
attorney
That's a
could
whole
decide to
different statute.
charge?
It's
That's
not
the
even
question.
the same section. So the Attorney General is authorized, because they represent all of the state agencies, they are authorized to hire outside counsel, and they have to, because there's a lot of conflict issues, and so it makes sense. So you've got different needs for hiring outside counsel. You've got conflicts, if there's a conflict. And if there's a conflict, you'd have to hire someone who's outside of the office. You couldn't hire someone like, in this case, like Mr. Wade, to be special counsel because they're in the office. So you can't, when you have a legal conflict, you have to have, the offices have to be separate. So with the AG, that's usually what happens. Sometimes it's specialized knowledge. I mean, you've got people who are representing commissioners. You've got people who are representing, people in certain agencies in the state, in certain types of power. And so it might be a specialized practice area. So the Attorney General is authorized, and they actually publish it on their website, all of the rates. It's very transparent. So I went through and looked at everybody's rate. I mean, it's very transparent. How much they pay, it's based on experience. They get approval for that. They get approval for the appropriations for it. And it's just extremely transparent, which is in direct contradiction to how it works in Fulton County.
And do you know how many judicial districts we have in Georgia? I don't.
I do not. I could look at my open records request. So the judicial districts, there would be a district attorney for each of those. And so those are who I sent all
49
of this.
judicial
It's
districts.
over 50. I
Oh,
want to say 59.
it's over 50. I think it's 59, but I'm not positive.
That's what I think.
I think it's
Google says
59.
49.
So out of those 59, you reached out to all of them to see if their district attorney's offices for each judicial circuit ever utilized a special assistant, outside
Yes.
counsel.
Yes.
Okay. And out of those, only 3 of them have ever done it?
Only
or
2.
Only 2.
Only 2 had ever done
Fulton
it.
County is one of them.
Only 2. Well, oh yes, I'm sorry. It's 3 counting Fulton County.
Okay.
I did not send an open records to Fulton County on that because I already knew that they did it. So
Is
yeah,
there a statute that authorizes that?
there is a statute, and I cite it, if I may, I cite it in my
Yeah, you
brief.
feel free.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to misquote it. Let's see.
What power did they have to impanel a special purpose grand
So
jury to
it's
do research
15-80-20.
to then recommend to the DA?
And how I came to learn that is I actually contacted the prosecuting attorney's counsel early on in this case, and because I was trying to figure out the legality of this. I did open records and I found out how much money the special counsels in this case were being paid. And there's about 20 different people in Fulton County that are paid under this type of arrangement. It's the largest personnel budget item in the DA's office.
Why wouldn't you just hire more assistant DAs and have them in-house?
That's what I didn't understand, and
That's the policy
what,
question.
I mean, in my opinion, obviously, I think that's what should happen. But the reason that it wouldn't happen is because if you're hired as an assistant DA, you can't take private work. So the statutes, and they're all in section 1518, 15-18. The one that gives the authority for this is 20. But all of those, if you read all of them, it makes it very clear that if you're going to hire more assistant DAs, they have to be paid the statutory rate. So you can't just pay an assistant DA anything you want. You could not pay them $300,000.
But
What
the
is
important thing
that
is-
statutory
It's,
rate?
I don't know it off the top of my head, but it is in the statute. I know that, like, District Attorney Willis, for example, I think it's around $200,000, and that's one of the top paid people. So most of the people are paid, somewhere between $100,000 and $150,000, something like that, depending on their role, depending on county supplements. So what the statute says is it gives a state salary, and then you can get a county supplement. But all of that is
While-
around that range.
while
I'd say
maintaining a
around
private practice.
$150,000.
So-
But there's limitations. So to answer your question, why you wouldn't just hire an assistant district attorney, first, they couldn't make as much money as independent counsels, or
Because they
I'm sorry,
couldn't
not
maintain-
independent,
they couldn't
special
maintain a
counsels.
private practice.
Couldn't make that much money, but they also would be limited in their law practice. They wouldn't be able to have private practice, and that's by
makes sense.
statute. So if you are hired as an assistant DA, you cannot have a private law practice also.
Do you know how many there are in Fulton County DA's office?
How many special
many-
prosecutors?
No, how many assistant district attorneys?
No, I actually open records that, and it was declined. So we actually have a pending open records lawsuit, which I did bring. I asked for that. I asked for how many were hired, when they were hired, when they were fired, and they declined to give me that under the Open Records Act. So we ended up filing a lawsuit, and that's still pending.
Don't have an
Because
answer
that
off
just
Google.
occurs to me. I think there's certainly dozens of them.
Oh, yes.
Maybe 100.
I think 100 would be a fair example, or a fair number based on, just my knowledge of it. But there's quite a few. And, if you had a certain amount of money that, they spend several $1 million on these special prosecutors, that could be spent on a lot more assistant district attorneys.
Understand what he's getting
You
at here
know
is
the process in Fulton County on how
to hire an
you
additional
approve
assistant
the
DA.
budget for the DA's office? Is that something controlled by the county, or does the DA have total discretion?
It's controlled by the county, and I do know I actually went back and watched a lot of budget meetings. They have their budget meetings online. I read a lot of the transcripts, and so it's very interesting. It's kind of a long answer, though. Depending on who you are, in Fulton County depends on how your budget is approved. So, for example, the county attorney, if they want to hire special counsel, okay, and pay them hourly, like in this case,
They've gotta
they
disclose
go
it.
and they get
Get it
approved
approved.
at the county level. They actually appear in front of the county Board of Commissioners and say, we need to hire this person at this rate, and they approve the rate. They monitor
Which
the bills.
Fani
they
never
do all
did
of
in
that
this
stuff.
case.
So that's what happens at the county attorney's office.
When it's
Okay,
done
the county
properly.
attorney represents the county, is not prosecuting criminals like the DA does.
Correct. It's civil. So the county attorney does all civil things. In this case, they actually did end up representing the DA in some of the open records issues, which is a whole nother issue. So the county attorney, the civil body, they actually go and get county approval from the Board of Commissioners. And there's actually a resolution. So I think I attached as an example in one of my briefs, a copy of a resolution just to give as an example. I'm pretty sure I did. And it's very transparent. They get it approved. Yeah, here it is.
They get it approved because it's an additional
expense. It's called
expense.
a resolution, and it's a resolution authorizing funding for additional personnel. And basically, they go and they say, we need this for this project. We need this.
Tell us why. Tell us who it is.
Budgetary item, and it's approved.
Transparency.
It comes out of their budget, though. So they're not going and asking for more money for the county attorney's budget. They're just asking to use the county money that they've already been allotted for this special counsel. The district attorney has taken a different position, and I was surprised. So I watched hundreds of hours of Board of County Commissioners meetings just to make sure that I wasn't missing anything, that she never went and asked for approval for any of these special prosecutors.
Her budget is granted through the Fulton County?
It is.
It's in part of its budget?
It is. These special prosecutors have been paid a couple different ways. They were paid with state seizure money. So the first, around $100,000 of Mr. Wade's funding came from state seizure money. It appeared from looking at the budgets for the state seizure that fund ran out. So then it started coming from the general fund. But it was money so Ms. Willis had a budget right around the time that she hired Mr. Wade and these other special prosecutors. She went and asked for more money for a backlog, and so she was given extra money, and that money's been renewed since. It was given to her to hire 55 additional personnel, and it's actually in the resolution. She went in front of the Board of County Commissioners and asked for it.
When was that? Do you know?
I do, actually, because I attached it to my brief, so I know the dates of things. September 15th, 2021 is when she presented her PowerPoint.
Oh, she's in so much trouble, it's beyond words.
The Fulton County Board of County Commissioners. And she gave a lot of statistics about all the unindicted homicides. It was mainly about homicides. It is, there was some about sexual offenses, but it was almost all about homicides. She said that, why am I here? The great trifecta: crime is on the rise, historic mismanagement, and then the COVID backlog. And so she asked for quite a bit of money to hire additional personnel. It was, I can tell you.
Yeah, the state seizure money sounds like it comes from asset forfeiture.
$780,000.
And that's in the fall of 2021, just before this special grand jury was impaneled?
Yes. So that happened. She was awarded that money September 15th, 2021. And she actually did get the resolution and the process that you would normally expect.
Now, how many people did she hire?
How much was that addition or increase to her budget?
$780,000.
Not to exceed $5 million.
What?
Wow. So she was awarded for the end of 2021, which this is September 15th. She was awarded for September until December 31st, $780,000.
Shut the front door.
It said, and then the next year, not to exceed up to $5 million.
So hang on for 1 minute.
And how many people did she employ with
My
that?
vice chairman here, Chairman Dolezal,
His jaw just hit the
is
ground.
way more high-tech oriented than I am. And
Okay.
he has downloaded some of your documents that you produced to us that I had asked him to have available so we could see them.
This is
here.
worse than what we thought.
And I think you have produced to us this PowerPoint presentation that Ms. Willis made to the County Commission in September of 21 to allegedly fund backlog of murder cases, et cetera.
Yes,
right?
that would be Exhibit A to that motion. Yes,
Okay.
that's it.
And is that what we have on the screen here? Let's see if we can flip this one right.
The question is, how many DAs or assistant DAs did Fani Willis
It is.
hire with that money?
Okay, so this is part of her PowerPoint presentation for additional funding over and above her previously appropriated budget from the county?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay, all right, so what were the county procedures for approval of funding for,
Good question.
additional outside counsel, or in this case, it sounded like she was going to hire 55 people in-house to help with the backlog. Does the county have guidelines or rules or regulations as to how you get funding approved for either additional staff to work on her backlog of
Or
homicides,
oversight.
or for special counsel to assist you?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
What are those proper procedures?
You have to get approval by the Board of County Commissioners. And the statute, so the statute that I cited originally, 1820, that statute actually is the one that it says that you can hire additional personnel like this, but it has to have county approval. So, I mean, the statute says it already. You know, when you were asking about changing statutes, I mean, it's clear in the statute that it has to be approved by either local law or the governing authority, which would be the county in this place, and in this instance. And it's very specific that it can't be paid with state funds.
Anything in that September 15th of 2021 proposal or request for funding that addressed or
Mentioned.
contemplated
Nathan Wade.
special counsel to pursue indictments against folks for election fraud?
No, not at all. And I watched the video. It's online. Her speech, where she used the PowerPoint in the speech. There's nothing about that at all. And in fact, what was submitted was pretty specific. It was to hire 55 new employees, not contractors, employees, in November 2021 and December 2021. And I did open records based on this, asking who was hired and the dates of hire, because I wanted to be able to track that, and that
And-
was denied.
And who made that denial, the DA's office or the county?
The DA's office. And I
Fanny.
did bring the open records lawsuit.
Hey, how many
just in
people do
case
you
had any
employ with
questions
that
about that.
$750,000?
So it was the county, and I can tell
None of
you
your
when
business.
I filed it. Let me see.
Oh my goodness, I want to hear Fanny's
And
explanation
we went back
for
and
this.
forth, and, you know, I requested it several times, but it was Dexter Bond at the DA's office who sent a letter back and said, we don't have that. We don't have to give it to you.
He's like the chief assistant for Fani Willis.
He is, and he's also the one who who went to the Board of County Commissioners whenever they needed funding. So, you know, if they had some large printing, and they had a big rebranding campaign where they had a lot of
This is
money that was
fascinating.
spent on this rebranding, like posters and things like that around the office, and he had to go and testify in front of the Board of County Commissioners to get that paid, because they were not paying it. So he's sort of the go-between with the Board of County Commissioners. His official title is something like Chief Legal Officer or something like that. But he's an attorney.
So you've gone back and reviewed all of the Fulton County Commission's minutes and records to see what requests were made and if there was a resolution granting
And
the additional
none, and there
funding.
wasn't.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Was there ever a request for additional funding for a special prosecutor to
No,
pursue these election
never.
cases?
No, there wasn't, and I knew that before we got the district attorney's response, but subsequently we got a response from the district attorney's office that said, we didn't do it, we don't have to do
Yeah,
it,
she
I'm a
said-
constitutional officer.
She said it in
So their
church.
argument was, we don't have to comply with those statutes or those rules, because she's saying she's a constitutional officer, so she doesn't have to get county approval.
The hell does that
She can
mean?
spend her budget however she wants.
Explain that.
Then why would she have gotten county approval for the other 55 attorneys?
So what I've surmised is that was because those were staff members,
Mm-hmm.
and so she went and asked for additional budgetary money. She needed a higher budget. So for those 55 people, she went and asked for more money.
And then
'cause she didn't
from the
have enough
budget,
money.
she can spend it the way she
And
wants.
once she was awarded that, it's her position now that she can spend that money however she wants.
Doesn't have to use it for 55 new staff. She can use it for special attorney
Gray
general.
goose.
Yes.
Not attorney general,
Special
DA.
counsel, right,
Okay,
yes,
counsel.
essentially. That is their argument in their reply briefs that they filed in court, that they have inherent authority, they don't have to comply with
How
the
many
county
people did she
ordinances, don't have to
employ
comply with
to
the
hire?
statute.
So they don't have to comply with our state statute.
That they have, once they're awarded the budget,
They
they
can
can
do
use that
whatever they
budget
want.
however. I mean, how their motion, and
shit.
I'm happy to send the motion, it's public record, but how their motion argued it was, if they get $5 million, they can pay that to one person if they want.
Yeah, no,
as long
even
as-
though it was predicated on hiring
because the voters
55.
authorized her to do that. So the county, their position is the county authorizes a budget, and she can
This is
pretty
bad.
much has inherent authority to do it however.
Even though she specifically asked for the money to prosecute backlogged
Well, it was
homicide cases
allocated to
and that
hire
Yes.
employees.
Okay.
Yeah, interesting, okay.
What's your opinion on that? You think the statute or
I'm not
county
here to provide my opinion.
procedures permit that?
No, I do not. And I cited several different county county ordinances. So when I read the statute, when I read 15-1820, and it makes sense, it makes sense intuitively. As lawyers, when we bill, someone is reviewing our bills. I mean, that's just, that's the process. If you're in private practice, your client authorizes your bills. If you're doing public defense, which I've done public defense, I've done appointed work, the governing agency approves my bills, and they will cut them. They will regularly cut them if they're too high. And so there's always some type of budgetary authority that's reviewing everything. So I thought it was very strange that in this case there isn't one, and that there's really no oversight, because it is public money. So I know that it's an elected official, but it's still public money.
Yeah,
and
it was
don't live in Fulton
allocated.
County, so it would probably aggravate me more if I did.
It was allocated on certain conditions.
So we have the code section up that you're referencing for
This is
prosecuting
amazing.
attorneys getting additional personnel. That's what Mr. Wade would qualify as, correct?
Yes. So under B, that's the section that authorizes the appointment of special counsel. And it says the manner and amount of compensation to be paid is fixed by either local act or by the district attorney with the approval of the county. And so that's where that's our argument that this was not appropriate expenditure because it did not have county approval.
So our state law requires if a DA is going to go seek outside counsel, I'm going to call them, that must be approved by the county commission.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Because
without a doubt.
you're siphoning money out of the
And there are
budget
only 3
for
circuits
external
that have
people?
even utilized this procedure.
Yes.
Do you have any idea what rates of pay were approved in those other
It'll be roughly the same.
judicial
That won't be the big
districts?
difference.
Or, whether they went through some type of approval?
So one was $40 and one was $45.
And Nathan was getting
their
$60?
The annual amount that they spent did not exceed $2,000.
Okay, the annual
And
is
what
where
did
they're going to.
Mr. Wade receive?
He's received about
$650.
$700,000 so far.
And what's he paid per hour?
$250 an hour.
Has Fulton County been given any opportunity to approve or reject those bills, or the fact
Holy
that he's even
shit.
hired?
No, and that's an interesting point. So one of the things that the district attorney argued in their motions was that they don't have to have the actual bills approved. So she is the one that approves the bills. So essentially what happens was he would submit an invoice and she would sign off on it and send it to purchasing, and then purchasing would pay for it. So their argument in their motion was that the oversight is by purchasing saying a pay, that she would be the one that reviewed the time. So Ms. Willis reviews the time, and then it gets submitted to purchasing, and purchasing then pays it. And so that's the oversight, in her opinion. In the state's opinion, the oversight is from purchasing, but purchasing just gets a bill and pays it. They don't actually look at it and see if the work's done.
Does Ms. Willis do that? Is she required to approve these bills submitted by the special counsel?
So the contracts indicate that the bills are submitted to her. She doesn't sign off on all of them. A lot of them were signed off on by other people in her office, purchasing people and things like that. So there's no evidence that I was able to find that she actually scrutinized these bills or reviewed them or anything like that, but she may have.
Okay. And you mentioned that attorneys that are working for state agencies or whatever, including the special assistant attorney generals, submit bills on a, itemized statement on what services they've rendered?
Yes, and the Attorney General has very specific guidelines on that. What you can bill for, how you have to bill, and is told to remind. There's a reminder that this is public service. So essentially be judicious in your billing.
Right. You go voluntarily get underpaid to be able to
Right.
help the public.
And a lot of people view it as public service, I think.
Are those bills submitted in tenths of, I do some billing, in my job, and it's usually tenth of an hour.
Yes.
Are there rules or guidelines or sort of standards of practice and how you bill?
Yes. So most law firms, I know because my husband used to work at a law firm, is 6-minute increments, and that's how most lawyers bill in the private sector. Public, it appears that most of them are in 10-minute increments. I know that that's what all of the indigent defense
We've never
groups,
seen
they all are
Nathan bill
10-minute
10
increments,
minutes.
but I've never seen anything above that.
Okay. And on the open records request you made to the other judicial circuits, how did those outside counsel bill?
I honestly, I would have to go back and look. They were very small bills, though. They were making less than $2,000 a year,
is
so they were
wild.
small bills, and they were project based, which I think is also different. They would be hired to do a certain project.
If Ms. Willis had hired a
An assistant
employee,
DA.
one of these 55 employees, and task them with the job of going through a special grand jury process and helping seek indictments, investigate these allegations. What's the most they could have made?
Well, first, that she
Annual
couldn't have hired
salary.
Mr. Wade because it violates county policy. So she would not have been able to hire Mr. Wade as an employee.
Important.
How does that violate
Why?
county policy?
They have a lot of policies on nepotism, relationships, personal. There's a lot of guidelines in the county policies. So she would not have been able to hire him. It would not have been approved. And that would be something that actually did have to get approved by the county. And because of their relationship, that wouldn't happen.
So she wouldn't have been allowed to hire him because of violations of other county policies?
Yes.
He couldn't have been a direct employee of the district attorney's office?
Exactly.
And if he had, he would have had to give up his
Process
practice.
circumvented those rules and ethical obligations?
Yes, it did.
Let's say it wasn't Mr. Wade.
So if it wasn't Mr. Wade and
Salary's
someone else,
$80,000.
I believe most of the other prosecutors on this case make around $175,000.
That's a lot, actually.
Annually.
It's not bad.
I interrupted you, I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, that was
Back-
the
Yeah.
answer. So, if she had hired Mr. Wade or somebody else as a salaried employee, they would make around $175,000, most
good.
likely.
So using this technique that didn't obtain approval and didn't have to follow the ethical guidelines
Got
of
her
her own
boyfriend
office,
involved.
she was able to pay him $700,000 over 2 or 3 years.
Yes,
three
and
Way more than he would have made as an employee.
way more, and also he's able to have a private practice,
Yep,
which
there
is
you go.
significant because
Doubles
you're
his
not able
revenue.
to have a private practice if you're an employee. So that's a big issue.
Have you reviewed his billings?
Yes.
Senator Dolezal, will you give us an example of one? I think we have one we're just going to pull up.
Oh, yeah, pull up the,
randomly,
8
kinda.
24 hours.
Is that an example of the type of invoices he would submit?
No,
Yes,
no
it is,
10-minute
and so-
billing.
That's an
here.
actual one, isn't it?
That is an actual one, and so there's a couple things on this. You asked earlier about the authorization, that stamp that says okay to pay. I believe that's Dexter Bond's signature. So that was one where, Ms. Willis didn't approve it or didn't review it, at least as far as we know from the signatures.
But her chief legal officer did.
Right, so they would do that stamp, okay to pay, sign it, and then send it to purchasing. But yes, this is one of the bills, and so he had monthly caps, which went up. There
Yeah.
were a couple different contracts that were renewed, so we had one
Renewed when
contract
they
that
were-
expired, another contract, and the monthly cap was $35,000 a month. So that's where you see the total. But this billing is not something that you would normally see.
Yeah, it's not detailed. I said it at the
I'm
time.
noticing it lists the day and just a number of hours. There's no real itemization of exactly how much time you spend doing whatever type of task.
Right, there's none at all. And I also open records because in Fulton County you have a badge to access everywhere. So I didn't open records for his badge access. I was told he didn't have a badge. I was told by other witnesses that he did. So, I don't know. But that you would, if you were doing these things in the office, you would. I used to be a Fulton County employee. You have to scan, and they keep track of all of that. So you have to scan your badge to get in to certain places. So if he's doing this, even as a contractor, contractors at the jail have badges. The medical providers have badges. They all have the badges that they scan. I open records to the sheriff and the DA's office,
And what
both of
happens?
them told me that he did not have a card, an access card. But in order to do this, I would assume he would have to have one to get into the DA's office, and I have been told that he had one, and those you would be able to see when he went in and out. But I was denied that.
Anything unusual or irregular about, this is just an example, Bill, about the way he billed the county?
Completely. I mean, you would never see this. This is what I would call block billing. So one of them, for example, it's 28 hours over the course of 2 or 3 days. Team investigation meeting.
No, he explained
Drafting.
that, though. Just putting down bulk
I
time.
went back and looked to try and see, a lot of these were like drafting. And at the time, I'm not sure what would have been drafted because most of this was during the special purpose grand jury. So there's not really a whole lot of drafting. And we've obviously never seen anything that he specifically has drafted. But I also calculated these team investigation meetings. So the majority of the billing are things like meeting with team. So if you see here, it's got team investigation meeting. Then it's got team meeting.
how many
argument
hours?
prep,
8
and then
hours?
meeting with team.
How many hours? I can't
Most
see it.
of his billing is meeting with team. team meeting, team investigation, team brain drain.
8
all the
hours.
different things like
8
that.
hours. $250
But
an
I
hour.
went through, and I mean, that's the majority of the bill.
And this wouldn't be.
Microphone.
This wouldn't be standard from what you see at block
Hell
billing, 8-hour
no.
increments instead of, you said, 6-minute increments or
No.
more specifically, and does not really give a lot of identification of what's being done.
It gives
Money laundering.
pretty much zero, in my opinion, identification. I mean, this is not something that we would be able to submit to a client ever. I can't imagine. I mean, they would
Ever.
If I billed them $2,000 for 8 hours of meeting with a team on one day, and just research without what I'm researching. I mean, you have to be detailed in your bills because that's accountability. I mean, that's the only way as lawyers we can be accountable. You know, our clients aren't sitting in our office while we're researching, so I have to say what I'm doing.
And somebody has to approve it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's ultimately Fani Willis that was approving these either personally or through her
Rubber
designated
stamping. Rubber stamp boy.
assistants.
Yes, yes.
And there was a written contract with Mr. Wade and the Fulton County DA's office?
There was, yes.
All right, let's see if we can pull that up, Senator Dolezal.
This is wild, by the way. Appreciate that.
Am I right that there were, I think I've reviewed your documents, that there were more than one contract?
Yes, there were.
Is this the first one?
They all got to keep their private practices.
Yes,
Wade
that's
said
the
he
first
made
one.
as much from his
That
private
says
practice
it shall
as he did from this.
commence November 1st of 2021 and go through October 31st of 22.
Yes.
Okay, so that contract began before there was even authorization to have a special grand jury and later in November of 21?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Does it specify that that's what his role was going to be, or is there any way that's disclosed to the public what he was doing?
No, up at the top, I believe it says, let's see, it just says attorney consultant. This one, so if you look under whereas, the first whereas, it says to provide legal services regarding anti-corruption matters. The head of the anti-corruption unit is a lady named Sonia Allen, and she was the one that was originally in the emails that I talked about earlier, negotiating immunity and things like that. So she's the head of that unit.
So the DA's office has their own special anti-corruption unit already in-house?
They do, and they have a director of that. Sonia Allen is the director, or chief assistant. She heads that unit, and she was the one that was originally on the emails negotiating immunity and things like that. And then it switched over to, there was some issue, I believe it was with Governor Kemp, on him testifying when, all of that stuff, and Mr. Wade took over and said, I'm the only one with authority. And so Ms. Allen sort of stopped working on the case, and she hasn't really worked on the case since.
From your experience and your knowledge of Mr. Wade and Sonia Allen, does he have any special unique experience or expertise that would make him better at this anti-corruption work than the head of the anti-corruption department in the Fulton DA's office?
No, but I mean, no, he would not. But Sonia Allen also hired Mr. Wade in Cobb County before this contract at, I think it was like $550 an hour or something, to investigate deaths in the Cobb County jail. So Sonia Allen was the chief. So when Neil Warren was the sheriff in Cobb County, Sonia Allen was the chief deputy. And so she basically ran the sheriff's office. They had a couple different deaths, and there were some lawsuits over access to that. A lot of the local lawyers wanted access to what was going on with the jail deaths. And Ms. Allen hired Nathan Wade to do that work, to do an investigation. And so a lot of this came out because they were ultimately sued. So I reviewed, part of what I did in this case was I reviewed all of those documents as well. Mr. Wade had to testify because one of the news organizations sued them and said that essentially Ms. Allen hired Mr. Wade to try to get around open records, to say that it was an open investigation so that they didn't have to give the jail recordings to the families about how these inmates died. Mr. Wade was a witness and had to testify, and he had billed a lot of money, which I don't have the figure, but I've got the invoices, but he had billed quite a bit of money to Cobb County, but hadn't produced any documents. And so he had to testify, and his testimony was that everything was in his brain, that he didn't have any written documents.
Oh yeah, we saw how well his brain works.
So that's where.
That was some years before.
That was some years, I think it was in 2020 maybe.
So
it was right before this.
When did Ms. Allen get hired by the Fulton DA's office?
When Ms. Willis took office. So when Ms. Willis took office was the same time that Mr. Warren, who was Ms. Allen's boss, was no longer the sheriff in Cobb County. So a new sheriff was elected, Craig Owens, and so he was elected in Cobb County. He took over that office. Miss Allen no longer had a job, and she was hired by Miss Willis to head the anti-corruption unit.
Okay.
Did Allen and Wade have a relationship?
So, from your documents you've produced and your news stories that I've read, apparently there were other special counsel that were hired by Ms. Willis?
Yes.
And to work on these specific RICO cases or election fraud cases?
Yes, so there's several, and so that's kind of a longer answer because there's a couple different classifications.
Oh, she's prepared.
Mr. Wade was, at the time that he got this contract, he was law partners with a gentleman named Terrence Bradley
fine, so
and
we're getting
another
into-
gentleman named Chris Campbell. So it was a three lawyer firm.
They all
Both
got
Mr. Wade
contracts.
and Mr. Campbell had contracts also. They actually had contracts before Mr. Wade. So they both got contracts the month that Ms. Willis took office. They got contracts to do what's called taint work, which is essentially if, for anti-corruption, because it's a lot of police brutality cases, if there's things that could be considered privilege. So let's say the police union had a lawyer doing an investigation, they subpoenaed those records, those are privileged. Somebody has to review those to see what the DA's office can actually see. So it's that wall, that privilege wall sort of. So both of Mr. Wade's law partners had contracts to do that
Before Wade.
privilege review, that taint review, conflict review.
So you're seeing if there's tainted evidence, something that should not be revealed
To the
might
prosecutor.
damage
That should be
another
Fani.
case, or it might be privileged and not subject to disclosure?
Right, exactly. And when one of the best examples I could give is, in the Tex MacGyver case, he was a lawyer.
MacGyver.
They seized a lot of his documents. A lot of them were attorney-client privilege related to other people. The DA's office was not able to just go through all of those, so they had to have a taint team, is what they call it. And
should
so
really change that name.
that taint team, and I don't know which cases, but the taint team involved Mr. Bradley and Mr. Campbell, who were Mr. Wade's law partners.
Basically, they're reviewing documents to see whether they should be produced or privileged by attorney-client privilege.
To see
or
whether or not to
something else.
produce to
Exactly.
Fanny, who's
Not
dating
exactly
Nathan Wade.
prosecuting criminal cases then.
No, they weren't prosecuting criminal cases. But Mr. Wade testified that they were law partners at the time, so that he would have shared a third of whatever contracts they got. So those
That's
contracts he
unbelievable.
was getting paid essentially
While
from the
they're
law
while
firm
they're
as well.
involved in a relationship.
So on this case,
Mm-hmm.
these RICO cases that you're involved in one of them, there are other special counsel in addition to Mr. Wade?
Yes, so there's two other, on this case particularly, there's a lady named Anna Cross and a gentleman named John Floyd.
Oh, we saw Anna
And
Cross.
John Floyd has worked with the DA's office for many years. I actually was involved in another RICO case year before this one, which luckily my client resolved his case, so I'm no longer involved in. But that case, John Floyd had also helped craft the indictment. And, he's sort of known as a go-to person for racketeering cases, so the district attorney would regularly call on him to help in drafting indictment. Anytime we would file what's called a demur, which is a motion to quash an indictment, he would usually be the one that came and argued it. And then Anna Cross was also hired, and she really focused on the work in federal court. And both of those sort of make sense to me because Fulton County prosecutors they're not necessarily barred in federal court. It's not something that would be required for your job. When I was a public defender in Fulton County, I wasn't barred in federal court. I had no need to. I wouldn't have paid the dues, wouldn't have done that. So it's not something that would be required for their job, but Ms. Cross is experienced in that. So she was hired sort of as a subject matter expert to litigate some of the federal removal issues in this case.
Did those two individuals have contracts with the DA's office as well?
They have had contracts historically. They do not currently have contracts. It's very odd.
Did you review their billings?
I did. I reviewed their billings. Stark contrast. So Mr. Floyd, for example, he was only paid at a rate of $150 an hour. And
Same case,
Same case. And he
more
is,
experience and expertise in RICO cases.
The guy asking the
everybody would
question
agree. I think
knows
that
where
John
he's
Floyd
going
is
with this.
one of the preeminent experts on RICO. I believe he testified in front of the Georgia legislature when RICO was passed.
Did he have to submit itemized invoices?
He did, and his were very different. His were significantly reduced, and the big difference was he billed for the time that he was working on the case, not necessarily like 8 hours for team meetings and
Did he
things
have
like that.
itemized billings?
Very much so,
And
yes.
what increments did he bill in?
I might have some of his contracts with me, but it was either 10 or 15 minute increments, and So did Anna Cross. Now, Anna Cross was paid $250 an hour. Anna Cross is very well-known, very experienced appellate, federal lawyer.
Might be why she's out of the
does
case
a lot
now.
of complex litigation. She
Haven't
was a
seen
DA
Anna
for many
Cross.
years, handled a lot of high-profile cases for the district attorney's office. I mean, I know her back from when, we did death penalty work in Cobb County together 15 years ago. And then she went to DeKalb County and prosecuted a number of high-profile cases there, but just very well-known. And her bills were also submitted, but they were
Detailed?
the same rate. They were $250 an hour, but they were much lower bills, not anywhere near
And
the bills
itemized.
that Mr. Wade did.
Do you know how much Anna Cross has received during the course of this criminal prosecutions
Let's
or
say,
I'm not sure.
investigations?
I might. Let's see.
Okay.
come on, 180
You
to
said Mr. Wade had
180
about
to 250.
700,000 so far?
Yeah. Oh, Miss Cross was under 100,000, I believe.
Wow.
So if she's under 100,000, what about Mr. Floyd?
Mr. Floyd, Mr. Floyd, much lower, even lower than Anna Cross. He has not billed in a while, so I've subpoenaed, or not subpoenaed, I did subpoena, but I also did open records for all of his bills. We've not been provided anything recently from him, so I'm not sure if he actually did bill, because his contract said you have to submit the bill within a certain amount of time. So I'm not really sure. They stopped responding to my open records requests, but when they did respond, they were very, very limited, very small bills.
This is the modern day Aaron
And your open
Brockovich.
records request was to whom? The Fulton County government, the commission, or the DA's office?
The DA's
I
office.
did them to all of them, and once especially that they stopped responding to them. So they have a portal, and if you go to the DA's office and you click open records, it takes you to the Fulton County portal. So if you try to submit it to the DA's office, it necessarily goes to a portal for the entire county. So you have to submit it through those. So that's where I would submit it. You can designate, I think this is the DA, I think this is budget, things like that. So I would be over-inclusive just to make sure that I wasn't missing somebody. But every single time they would route it to the DA's office. So I would get a response that said it's been routed to the DA's office and
We're looking
waiting
into
on a
it.
response.
We'll get back to it.
There were one or two that I got from the county that didn't appear to be routed to the DA's office.
And so who's refusing to produce these records to you?
The letter came from Dexter Bonds at the DA's office.
And
Dexter
that's
Bond.
why you filed a lawsuit against the DA's office to force them to comply with open records?
Yes.
Okay, that's still pending?
It is still pending.
Fulton County Superior Court?
It's Fulton County Superior
Who's the
Court.
judge?
It's assigned to Judge Krause, I believe, and the county attorney contacted us and says they're going to be responding.
Well,
So the county attorney's actually defending.
Something tells me they're going to be responding
And so
sooner than
they're
later
telling you
now.
They're going to respond to the case or respond to the request
To the
now?
request.
You're waiting
I
to
believe the
see.
case. I haven't received any documents, so.
Fairly recent filing you filed there, or that lawsuit?
Yeah, so we filed it in January, and then they had a little shutdown in Fulton County where nothing was able to be file stamped. Our process server couldn't serve it until it was file stamped, and the Odyssey, the e-file system in Fulton County was hacked, and so it was shut down for a while. So it took us a little bit of time to get a file stamped copy back, but it's now been served. But it was filed on January 30th.
Of 2024.
2024. And I have a copy, which,
I don't have that.
I-
If you would provide us with
Happy
that,
to.
then we'll give it to the Secretary of the Senate as a supplemental response to the subpoena.
I'm happy to. This is a clean copy.
Okay?
Yes, so you all can.
So what's the relevance
this.
to you? Why did you seek these billing records of these attorneys?
Okay, good question.
I wanted to compare the different billing, the different styles of billing. Also, there had been an allegation that I was singling out Mr. Wade, and so I thought it was relevant to see the
a damn
rates that
good
the
answer.
other attorneys were paid, their billing, what type of billing, if they billed for everything. Just for example, when we're in court,
They called you a
one of the
liar and
prosecutors
basically
may
said
be
you're a
arguing,
racist.
Mr. Floyd and Ms. Cross aren't there billing. But Mr. Wade is always there. So that was one thing that I noticed. And I understand now that their response is that he's sort of like a case manager almost.
yeah.
So I guess that would be why he's always there. But I wanted to compare them and see.
Okay.
They called her a racist for singling
I think,
out Nathan Wade.
I want to show a couple of things. Senator Dolezal, let's. I
I'm
wanna
even
show,
trying to just steel
some
man
of the other
Fani Wade's
billing
position.
records, particularly ones that showed the trips to D.C.
They're screwed. Oh, the trips to D.C. where he billed to meet with the White House.
We hadn't had but a couple of days to review all your documents, and I was I skimmed these records because I wanted to know exactly what was going on. You'll see highlighted down here at the bottom on November 18th of 22,
24
interview
hours.
with D.C.
Oh, that's-
White House.
That's the 8-hour meeting.
8 hours. Do you know what that references?
Hell no.
Based on another motion that was filed in our case and the arguments that were made by the DA's office, I believe that was when they met with the Department of Justice. They met with the January 6th committee.
Rico.
So, one of the co-defendants filed a motion to try and get some documents, and the state
White
had to
House is
respond. It was a
colluding in
motion
the
to
Georgia
compel.
prosecution.
I was there for it. I was not. I joined it, but I didn't litigate it. And the state said that they had to meet off campus, so because they didn't have a record of it, I guess you have to have a record if you go into the White House, and so they met with the January 6th committee off campus, and they said they had a really hard time getting that meeting, and they had to have someone who had some source or something to get them to agree to the meeting. But that's what. So the motion to compel was based on this entry, and this entry in response, they said they were meeting with the DOJ and someone with January 6th.
Can you believe this? Oh, no, this
There's
isn't
also
election
an
interference. They're accusing Trump
May
of election
23rd,
interference.
22, travel to Athens conference with, what is that, White House?
Yes, and we've tried to figure out what and who that was, because there was something happening at UGA Law School, and so we just assumed that it was someone that was there, and that's why they met there. But I don't know.
Do you have reason to suspect, or can you confirm whether or not Ms. Willis or Mr. Wade were coordinating with the Biden White House in the course of this investigation and prosecution?
They
In
said
the discovery, they've got a lot of our discovery involves the January 6th. I mean, a lot of what we have in discovery is the same stuff that other places have. So they had to have gotten it from somewhere. And they also, they read a lot of the testimony. They played testimony in the special purpose grand jury. So, I don't know how they got all of that, but they got it somehow. And then, there's one of the other things I did was I did a open records for
Jesus, she's
the
doing
White
all
House
this.
access, and we had records that Ms. Willis and the mayor of Atlanta were at meeting with the vice president.
Okay, and so this is the access history. How does that work? The White House keeps records of anybody that comes in and has any kind of official meeting for sure?
Yes,
I missed
and my understanding is it's highly regulated who can access the White House, and so you have to apply in person or apply ahead of time, and then they give you a time when you make the appointment, and they give you a time when you're allowed to be in and when you have to be out by, and they track you. And I mean, that makes sense. They don't want anybody lingering in the
They don't want
White
anybody
House.
leaving cocaine in the White
but,
House.
But they keep that, and so they're called WAVE records, I believe is what they're called, and I'm not sure what that's an acronym for, but they're publicly available. They're open records.
And this record that's shown on the screen shows Fani Willis was a visitor with V. POTUS. I presume that's Vice President of the United States.
Yes, it was.
And what was the date of that back in, was that February sometime of 23?
February 28, 2023.
Is that before the indictment?
Yes.
Okay. Any further explanation of why Ms. Willis was meeting with the Vice President of the United States?
No. I know Dexter Bonds, and I believe that's the same one that Mr. I think it's Dickinson or Dixon, the mayor of Atlanta, was also there.
Okay. We're going to take a short break. We've been going at this for a while. Let's take a somewhere between 5 and 10 minute recess, and we'll
See
be
if it's
back.
if it's a
Thank you.
real
We're
if it's a
in
real 5 or
recess.
10 minutes. Everybody, may I be the first one to say, holy shiat? This has been more revelatory than I thought it was going to be. I'm taking notes to myself for the afternoon summary video. This will be the perfect time where we can catch up on some Rumble rants and super chats. Super chats. This is wild. Ashleigh Merchant is flipping prepared, has right answers to the questions. And I just tweeted out that we're going to... Merrick Garland does indeed have some splaining to do in terms of the White House colluding, coordinating with Nathan Wade in an unlawful appointment persecution for RICO case that taxpayers are paying for. Wow. This is amazing. Okay, so what we'll do before then, anyhow, I want to get to some of the. We'll do the Rumble rants, or the super chats, and then the Rumble rants. Ashleigh is a freaking pit bull, says Fried Pie. It's amazing what happens when you're telling the truth and you're well prepared. 8 hours. Well, I'll get to the billing increments in a bit. Why were the indictments released 1 hour before the grand jury issued the indictments? Why were the indictments released 1 hour before the grand jury? Oh, I remember they accidentally updated the docket. And then they had to pull the entry until after it was... I don't have an answer to that, but something fishy was going on. Fani is packing for a long trip to Brazil. Hardy har. Who is drafting the indictments? I don't know if you mean like the ones against Fani Willis now or the ones that they were looking at. If you listen closely, you can hear Willis packing her bags with clothing and cash. Taint team, everyone's going to have a good laugh at that. That's the spot between the butthole and the genitalia. Women need to realize that this is a boss chick, not Meg the Stallion. I don't know who Meg the Stallion is. I think Ashleigh was ready for all of this, but after Fani called her a liar and suggested she was a racist, in court, she probably dedicated every minute she's had to this. This is a step in greatness for whatever Ashleigh Merchant has by way of professional political aspirations going forward. She is in real time taking down a corrupt DA's office. This is the stuff movies are made about. Movies are made of. I am loving the exact hour on the billing. 8 hours, 250, not 8 hours, 10 minutes. Dude, look, in reality, I was a lawyer, and very few clients will put up with, just general, unless it's 8 hours at court when they're with you and they know what happened. You put in 2.5 hours, 2.2 hours. And if you put in 2.5 hours and your client thinks you only work 2.2, they'll review your bill. And they'll say 2.5, 0.5, I thought we were only on the phone for 20 minutes. That should be a 0.3, not a 0.5. And you put in the billing and you'll say 2.5 hours, research, question of law. What is the statute of limitations on shoplifting, for example? And you'll detail it. And you'll detail it so that somebody's going to say, dude, you had to look up what the statute of limitation was on shoplifting. It took you 2.5 hours. This is standard billing practice, standard ethics for a lawyer. Unless you're boning your boss and she doesn't give a sweet bugger all what you're billing because she's paying you from a slush fund that she just tapped into and had no lawful purpose for doing it, or is using notwithstanding the purpose for which she tapped into it. Superstar. Thanks for staying on this case. Dude, wouldn't go anywhere. Love your insights. Sadly, this is great entertainment. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's more fun than some other stuff. Can Fani hire me? I need some money, but I don't want the entanglement trap. Is the guy behind her passed out? No, we've established he's alive. Late to the party. I apologize for asking something that may have already been asked. I was curious, who is this lady? What is she? Well, now you know. This is Ashleigh Merchant, the lawyer for Michael Roman, one of the defendants in the RICO case, who has been blowing it up. Viva, did I miss mic check? Oh, you did, and we had our issues, and I had my trolls. Is Judge McAfee watching? He can't not be watching. He can't not be watching, and this would be something that he could take judicial notice of. I think. She's wearing the same as... Oh, these I got to. Okay, and then I wanted to read Britt Cormier. Thank you very much. Either the relationship started before she hired him, which means there's a problem, or the relationship started after she was his boss and he could not consent, which makes her the grapiest by their own definition. Pick your poison. Well, no, it either started before the contract started, or it started after, but before the renewal, where he was given more time to bill, a higher limit to bill at 8 hours a day with no oversight, no nothing. All right, now let's go over to Rumble, people. Like you guys, we got 15,000 watching live on YouTube. We've got, let me see what we're up to on Rumble. On the Rumbles, is this, let me see here. Hold on 1 second. Which one is it? Which window is it? No, that's not the right one. We are, oh yeah, there we go. We go up to the top. Viva Barnes, Taint Team Research. Okay, hold on. Let me bring this up. These are the Rumble rants, which we shall be tackling until such time as they come back. And don't worry, I'm going to come back when they come back. On Rumble, we got Potato Soup 75 says Viva Barnes, shirt idea. Taint Research Team. Burn Fanny Burn says Kitty 724. The last one was from Potato Soup. We got Florida_Bob. Viva. One of the attorneys asked Wade and Willis if they met anyone at the White House. Their answer under oath was no. Those billing records prove that they lied. Florida man, Florida Bob, if you can get that to me, I don't remember them saying no because I don't think they could have said no. The question was whether or not they met together at the White House. I think that was the question. Because I don't think they could have ever denied that. Or Wade could never have denied that. We had that invoice at the time. So I'd be surprised if that's where he chose to lie. I think the question was, did they meet together in D.C.? Did they meet together at the White House? And they said, no, we might have overlapped, but it would have been an accident. So to double check that, we've got a new supporter. Welcome to our above average community. It is Whole Snipe LPD is now a monthly supporter. Kay Wheatley, is Fani allowed to watch this testimony? Absolutely. This is public, man. And she's not a witness that's under any sort of what is it called when you put a witness under, not quarantine, but you know what I mean. But yeah, she's allowed to, and I guarantee you she is, and I guarantee you she's shitting in her pants. Like there's no other way to. She's planning her lies out right now. Smear Leader says Fani makes Saul Goodman look like a choir boy. Jay Pissy, how much should Nathan Wade charge to flee the country? How much cash is he going to need to flee the country? Metal Minister says Fani needs to learn how to say welcome to Walmart. Angry Marsupial says it's cooking the numbers watching on both platforms. I'm cooking the numbers watching on both platforms. Thank you. Then we got Pack Cat. Sorry for the rants. Don't apologize, ever. Rumble rants don't pop up on the live screen. No, and Rumble Studio is making an integration which will allow me to... they're incorporating some of the changes that I desperately need to be made in order to be able to use it specifically with a guest, but we'll get there eventually. But Rumble platform integrates all three of them, but it's an issue. There's a limitation in terms of bringing up a guest and bringing up a video while we have a guest, so they're fixing that. Minnington A for me. Mini Tonka for me. Just wanted to send my first Rumble rant now that that's on a Rumble app. Been watching you since the trucker protest. Thank you for being here. Adriano Valentino, Australia says, why are they subpoenaing Ashleigh Merchant? What a waste of taxpayer money, unless they are assisting in exposing crooked Fani Willis. Oh yeah, no, there's no question. This is a very cordial meeting. By the way, I have it in the backdrop, so if it comes back up, I will hear it and bring it back up. It's a very cordial meeting with Ashleigh. This is not adversarial. I don't think Fani Willis would subpoena Fani Willis. I don't know if they have. I suspect they have and or will. She ain't going to comply with it. Dude sounds like Fred Thompson or Hollywood lawyers fame. I don't know what that means. Denise Ann, too. Haley also won Communist Vermont. Well, Haley withdrew from what I understand or suspended her campaign. Denise Ann, too. Excuse me. David, I had to get a new debit card, and the new one didn't come in before my vivabarneslaw.com payment account. Now Locals is trying to charge me the new fee. Don't worry, I'll fix that, Denise Ann. Let me screen grab that. Oh, don't worry, we'll fix that. I'm going to be miffed if you don't fail to not read this. Occupant 42, be miffed, whichever way that double negative goes. TN, Tennessee_mom. I am finally able to catch you, love. Love you, Viva. Thank you very much, Tennessee mom. Bogan World says Big Teeth Nikki and Ass Willis are both pathetic swamp creatures. I read all chats unless there's a good reason not to. Adriana Valentina Australia says sore loser Nikki, don't let the door hit your ass on the way out. Bye. And then we got Adriana Valentina. Hi David, Trump 2024. Let's go Brandon. Let's go all the way back up to the top now because we got more chats. Jerry from New York says Bradley made tens of thousands of dollars working on taint team hired by Fani, which is all about determining privilege when he needed to be schooled about privilege by Judge McAfee. Not just that, Bradley. Jerry. How the hell can Nathan Wade, who's involved in a relationship with Fani Willis, be on a taint team to determine what's privilege? Oh, he wasn't on it. He wasn't reviewing the documents. He was just getting a third of that contract. He's boning the woman who's the one to be determined whether or not she has access to what is otherwise deemed to be privileged confidential information based on their taint review. This is a conflict of interest left, right, and center. Great coverage. Shame the MSM will never broadcast this raw testimony directly, BBC, Sky News, etc. Keep going. Chuck, I'd like to see how they can explain this away. The WEF, the WNO, says V6 Neon. Folding laundry and listening to this coverage. Thanks, Viva Potato Soup. Enjoy it. This will make folding laundry a little more entertaining. Grizzle Tang. Newt Gingrich said something about the grand jury. It was something bad came out about Biden, so they had to rush the Fulton County jury. That's why it was so messy and came out so late at night. Interesting. Edgework says Merchant shorter. Wade rounded billing to the closest workday. The other two prosecutors rounded to 10 minutes, and I think that's weirdly suspicious. Here's a copy of their receipts. Oh my goodness. Yeah, okay, so now we're good there. Stop screen. Come back to don't need Fanny's bank records no more. I am Fulton County resident and I am pissed. And the more people that are pissed, the more political support Scott McAfee is going to have to disqualify these incompetent, corrupt nincompoops and this committee to go This is an entire DA's office. This is one case where their corruption is being exposed. Everyone who's been convicted by these people are going to have, I don't know. I mean, actually, I shouldn't say this because I don't know what the law would be. They might have legitimate causes for query, for questioning. No one, I do not recall, she obviously doesn't know how to be a lawyer. What is this? Pantene magic. Ashleigh is a freaking people. Okay, so we got that now. Now let me bring up the backdrop. They should be coming back anytime soon. I'm going to run to the little boys' room when they come back. Okay, so that's good, and I'll bring it in the back. This is going to be wild. So I'm taking notes just for my summary later, and thus far what I've got, my note one is holy crap. Then we get into Fani asked for funding to hire 55 staff. We have not yet gotten an answer from Ashleigh under oath as to whether or not Fani ever hired the 54 staff. I know the chat is saying she didn't hire anybody, but I would need that to be confirmed before I can state that as a matter of fact. But I don't think she hired 55 employees, but I don't know. 55 assistant DAs. She was given $780,000 in 2021, but that was only for September to December. And the contract with Nathan Wade was signed in November 2021. Let me just take that note. I didn't actually take that. Holy crap. Contract with Wade signed November 2021, except apparently they don't have a written contract. Don't have written contract. She didn't hire any staff apparently. Then it was a maximum, not more than $5 million in 2022. Needed permission to hire external counsel under the legislation because of that sub provision there. I have to find what that was again. Didn't get it. External counsel can maintain a private practice. That's the amazing thing. Nathan Wade gets to gets to bilk his sugar mama in 8-hour increment billings, no oversight, no supervision, no approval, and then gets to maintain his private practice. And recall what he said. I'm going to take this as a note in his testimony that his private practice. This was taken up 99% of his time. His private practice was taken up 1% of his time. And yet it was 50. This amounted to only 50% of his invoicing. Remember? He says, oh, look, I spent the vast majority of my time in this file, way more than my private practice. And this only accounted for 50% of my income. That means that he was deriving 50% of income from cases in which he was applying 1% of his time. And we now see the what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word? Freeness, the lackadaisicalness with which he was invoicing in this file. We have now exceeded the number viewing on YouTube on Rumble. 14,400 and counting on Rumble. Let me give everybody the link so we can go vote with our eyes and vote with our dollars and vote with our butts. Link to Rumble. Yeah, he was only, he was getting 50% of his revenue, which we now know is in the order of $700,000 per 2 years, from matters in which he was applying 1% of his time. Sucking at the government teat and sucking at Fani. Is that too soon? Is that too crude? Sucking at the government teat. I'll say it that way because Fani was a district attorney, a member of the government. So, and then what else do I have in my notes for now? Fani wouldn't have been able to have hired Nathan because of county policy. That she said that, Merchant, but she didn't explain why. Because if they denied having a relationship at that time, she could. I don't know why she couldn't have. The funny thing is now, merging all of this testimony with Fani Willis's prior interview. If anybody can find that, please send me the link where she says, "I wouldn't. We are not allowed dating underlings, or we're not allowed dating employees." And then later on, she said, "Well, he wasn't an employee; he was external counsel in front of court." If the idea is that she knew that she couldn't hire him as a staffer because she was boning him at that time, that would explain why she then went and hired him as outside counsel. So she might have known that she couldn't have hired him, that she could not have hired him under the law. So that's interesting to reconcile that. So she couldn't have hired him otherwise. And then the other prosecutors were made $175,000. Oh, no, that would have been the other assistant DAs. Would have made upwards of $175,000 a year, and then Cross and Floyd, the more experienced, billed much less. I think she said under $100K. Wow, defied ethics. Made more as external counsel, 10-minute billing. Okay, we're good. We're up to speed now on that. Yeah, that's crazy. Ooh, look at this. Now we're going to hit 15,000 on Rumble, and we've dipped below 14,000 on YouTube. That is a shifting of the balance that I love to see. Rumble good, YouTube commie. But in fairness, look, we can do this and broadcast it to the world. Let me go to locals and see what's going on there. Hold on, where is our locals chat here? I'm going to give everybody the link to locals. You can actually, come straight over to locals if you want. Locals, where everyone is above average. We've got some tipped questions here. R. Hack says, Viva and Barnes are my favorite podcasters. That was a $10 tip. Thank you very much. And then we got $1 from, there's a bunch here. Freddie York says, Wade finessed his way into his job by promising to leave his wife. At least he keeps his promises. Freddie York with a $5. Wow, it's amazing. Did these clowns truly believe they'd be able to railroad Trump and not face any backlash or exposure? Says Bill Brown. It's a wild thing. Barnes, hit the nail on the head. It's like, you can't prosecute this many people with this many networks of brains and intelligence and, aggregate knowledge of the interwebs, independent attorneys representing them. You can't prosecute. How many people are being prosecuted in Georgia under the RICO? I want to say, let's say 20? How many are there? Oh, hold on, guys. I just had to find something to double check. On Sunday, we were talking about Gorilla Grip. And I thought someone thought Barnes mistakenly referred to Fani as Gorilla Grip, but I found this.
44, which is 928-444-3555.
That's a cell number.
What's the owner name of this phone?
The name that would appear on, say, a Bluetooth device is found on line 32.
Yeah, what is it? Gorilla Grip?
Which is Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal.
Now, see, that's just ugly. That's ugly.
I don't know who this guy is.
Save that woman number in your phone. No Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal. What is the DA, the district attorney? You don't do that. There's the attorney of districts. That's an important, but madam, you don't say that about her. That is ugly talk. Don't say that. Don't say that about her.
I hadn't heard this part of it. How do I get out of here now?
Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal. Goddamn, Fani. Shit, that sounds like if you get in there, Fani will adjust them PSI for you just right. Feel like your dick caught in that catacomb. You don't want that. That ain't what you want. You had to call the fire department and get you out.
Oh my. Okay, well, so now we've answered several questions. I'm going to stop the screen there. I apologize, people, for anyone with sensitivities. Oh, this is fantastic. So I don't know how long this is going to go on for. There is a United flight to Rio at 4 o'clock. Fani should be on it. It's so bad, and it's such wild exposure of corruption. It's tip of the iceberg says, yikes, Philo T. Farnsworth. Viva, are you going to try to get her on the show? Ashleigh, for sure, 1,000%. Fani is welcome anytime. I'd say we could do an in-person live interview, but maybe not. No, Ashleigh Merchant, 1,000%. I mean, and I'll drive up to Georgia to do it in person. That's the next state up. Don't need Fani bank records anymore? Okay, good, we got that. And let's see what we got here. Here we go. Hold on 1 second. Getting some emails coming in here. Coming in hot. Oh, I hear it. Hold on. They said they got 1 minute. A couple of committee members on their way back. Oh, so that's not in there. Well, hold on. We got 1 minute. Let's be efficient with our time. High stress environment right now. Boom. It looks like, okay, this is from Avalash. Says, this looks like just the yeet cannon needed to yeet old Fani. Only hopes orange looks good on her. Splatter RGB says, so what does the state investigation accomplish? Criminal disqualification, disbarment, you're fired? They were clear that there had to be some legislative purpose to this, I think, if it's anything like congressional investigations. But I presume, and I don't know, so I'll just say this, I presume there can be criminal recommendations. Or at the very least, political consequences, because Big Fani Willis is actually up for re-election now. Okay, we're on. We were reviewing the billing practices of the contracts of the various outside counsel had.
Up here,
And I pulled up here.
one section of Mr. Wade's bill for the
I'm going to go pee in a
really
second.
early on in his involvement in the case. As I recall, it began on November 1st.
He's billing to learn.
So this would be out of his
He's
first.
billing to learn.
I see on November 5th, prepare case for pretrial, 24 hours on one day. What do you make of that?
I heard his
I
explanation.
mean, I thought it was astonishing that, you didn't sleep for 24 hours. I've been to trial. I'm sorry. I've been to trial and had to work long hours, but 24 straight. But we did question him about that at the hearing, and he said that that's when it was concluded. So how he explained it was November 5th is when the work was concluded. And so he had done that work up until then, and that he only billed when it was concluded. So he said that the 24 hours, who knows when it spanned, but that how he billed was
Would have had to be
concluded.
between November 3rd and November 5th, though, right? So it had to be on the 4th and the 5th, 12 hours a day?
It had to
At
be.
least.
And, the other thing that I noticed with this is prepared cases for pretrial. At this point, it says anti-corruption unit. His two law partners are the conflict lawyers for the anti-corruption unit. So you've got it's like my husband couldn't represent someone who's adverse to me. Like my husband is my law partner. He can't be doing privilege review on a case I'm prosecuting. So he's consulting on anti-corruption cases for the DA's office where his two law partners are doing the privilege review at the same time. That plus the 24 hours are the two things that really struck out to me.
So, but the only role he had was this prosecution of this election fraud?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the only role.
Okay, so when it says anti-corruption, that's the corruption. We're looking at election interference.
Yes, he's never worked on any other case.
All right. Let's see that other bill there, Senator Dolezal. All right, so here's another one, if you can see that okay. This is the one we put up earlier. It looks to be much more specific date-wise anyway than just, those 24-hour chunks like that. Okay.
Right. It's more specific, but it doesn't say what, like, just for example, team meeting and argument prep. Argument prep for what? Normally when we do bills, we would say, argue motion to dismiss or argue whatever the motion is.
But his point is that it's
Research.
day
What are
by
you
day,
researching?
not over long
Researching
periods of time.
Statutory privilege, whatever it is.
Now, this
something-
one, he shows date ranges when it's over multiple days.
That's what he's
like
getting
down
at.
at the bottom, 426 to 427, 18 hours.
Right.
If I'm reading that right, or 16 hours.
But he specified a
But
date
on that
range where he
previous
didn't
one,
before.
He just has one date, 24 hours.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
And
And
how
you
he-
say these are approved by Fani Willis. By contract, she has to approve these billings.
Yes, she does. And those are approved by her.
Did she ask him
So
any questions
If there
on
were
this?
any questions, and as a lawyer, when we submit bills to clients, they regularly question, and I know when I've done appointed work, they regularly question that as well. You have
Mm-hmm.
to list exactly what you're in court for, exactly what you're drafting. You can't just say prepared cases. You've got to say, what did you prepare? What did you draft?
Mm-hmm.
So, the county, in Cobb County, for example, they make you actually attach motions. If you do like an appeal or something and you're billing for that, you have to actually attach it to prove that you did the work. I did go back at the break, though, and I have an answer to one of your questions earlier. I just wanted to clear up. You had asked me when the special purpose grand jury had convened. I looked, the state filed a response. So this is DA Willis's response that was filed on February 2nd. They wrote on
This
page-
response to your motion to disqualify?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Response to my motion. On page 13, they wrote, shortly after his appointment in January 2022, District Attorney Willis petitioned the Chief Judge of the Superior Court to convene the Superior Court judges to consider her request for the special purpose grand jury, to conduct an investigation into the facts and circumstances relating directly or indirectly to the possible attempts to disrupt the lawful administration of the 2020 elections of the state of Georgia. And they attached that exhibit. So you had asked me earlier when she petitioned. So it was, in their own words, shortly after his appointment.
Okay. So this whole, the cases are about attempts to disrupt, because obviously Georgia certified Biden as the winner, and he got inaugurated, that following January, and this is years later we're having this whole investigation.
Yes, attempts. And my client specifically is charged with attempt and conspiracy. So he's not charged with actually doing a specific act. He's charged with conspiring and or attempt, depending on which section you're talking about.
Everybody should go back to my tweets
Some of
at the
these
time,
itemized
August,
statements show
about this
drafting.
indictment.
Yes.
Did Mr. Wade draft any documents to your knowledge or
No.
prepare any legal documents?
Well, he didn't sign
at
any
all?
of them.
No, not that I'm aware of. And that
Did
would
he
be
sign any pleadings as if he was the drafting attorney?
no, and he's not the one that usually files them. Will Wooten is the one that usually does the filing. There's two other prosecutors that also do it. Alex, and I don't want to butcher his last name, starts with a B, but he does it, and then Grant Rude. Anna Cross has also filed pleadings.
Haven't
but
seen her in a
not
while.
Mr. Wade.
In your review of all of his billings, did you ever see where any of his time or bills were cut or reduced by whoever
Good
was
question.
reviewing them and approving them, either Ms. Willis or her deputy?
It's a very,
No, I
it's a
never
very
saw any
leading
questions.
question.
And her response, or their office's response,
Superstar,
doesn't
every time.
indicate that was ever done either.
And your experience when you were
Have you ever
doing,
billed consistently
like
without
your
having a
public
bill
defender
reduced?
work, that you were reviewed and they cut your time?
Oh my gosh, yes. Yeah, when I first left the public defender, I had a couple clients that were in the appeal process, because at that point I was in the appeals division when I left, and I didn't want their cases to linger, and I didn't want a new lawyer to have to kind of just pick up right when they were going to the appellate courts. So I kept some of them. Some of them the judges appointed me, and so I would be paid, I think it was $50 an hour, $45 an hour, something like
That's
that. And then some I
amazing.
just took pro bono, but I had to get those bills approved. I mean, and they were regularly cut.
On Mr. Wade's contract, he was allowed to bill, he was capped, he could not bill more than $35,000 in any given month.
Yes. And that was not, so the
$35,000
original
a month.
contract before the special purpose
Didn't
grand
have
jury
that cap.
was started was a lower cap. This was the cap for the majority of his work during the special purpose grand jury and then now. So he had a contract November 1st, 2021 up until October 31st, 2021. And the cap was lower for that. Then there was a period of, I think it's 15 or 16 days where he did
she
not have a contract.
really knows what she's talking
Which also happened to be one of the times they were out of town. But so they re-upped the contract November 15th.
After
and then it
2
had
weeks
a
of
cap,
sex.
But the cap was significantly higher. I mean, I don't remember the first cap. But it was not 35,000.
Oh, the second or
Here's
third
a
cap
document
was
you produced.
negotiated
I think you
after
prepared
they
this
admitted to
summary
being
that
sexy
shows
time.
all the payments that he received.
Either I did this or this might have come from Fulton County purchasing.
All right.
Okay.
So that was produced to you from Fulton County as
Yes.
all the payments he received?
Yes, this was produced from Fulton County, yes.
And what's the total? Is
Month,
that just-
month, 35,000.
My eyes aren't so good. What,
My eyes aren't
it
so
looks
good.
like 22 all the way through 23.
Your eyes are fine,
Yes,
sir.
22 through 23. So, and so his first bill would have been paid in January of 2022. So he billed for time in November, December, and then you see those two bills. And so those were $15,000. I believe that was the cap. So in January, he was paid for $15,000 for work in November, and then in December, he had work totaling $15,000, and he was paid for both of those in January.
That's why there's those top two invoices for 15,000.
Yes, that's why there's those top two invoices. And they produced some other documents to me as well that showed which funds they came out of. So I was able to track which ones came from state seizure money and then which ones came from county general fund.
Fannie is in big
And that was all
trouble.
before this grand jury was even approved.
The grand jury was not approved until June of
2023, no?
2022.
Okay, it was
2022.
requested in January.
It was, and I just looked that up at the break. So it was requested in January. It was approved in June. The order, actually. But what happened was they started picking, so it looks like they started picking the grand jurors on May 2nd of 2022.
They went for
and
a
they
full
actually started
year.
hearing evidence June 1st of 2022.
How long did that
Lots
grand
of
jury
this
last?
time was way before he would have been having to question any witnesses or attend grand jury hearings or anything.
Yes, he could not have attended a grand jury hearing until at the earliest May.
Holy shit,
May
he's
2nd.
capping out at 35,000 and there's
You were
no work
talking
to be
about
done.
the experience and expertise of the three outside, I'm gonna call them outside counsel, because they were not direct employees of the DA's office.
Correct.
Wow.
Had Mr. Wade ever tried a felony case?
Never, that she
Prosecuted a
knows of.
felony case before this, to your knowledge?
No, that he has never prosecuted a felony case. And I asked his law partner that, who had been his law partner for some time, that he had never prosecuted that. I also did some independent research in the metro areas where I knew that he had worked in Cobb County, so I looked to see if he had ever been filed as a prosecutor in Cobb County for felonies, and he was actually just a solicitor, and solicitors is, because you said not everybody may understand the difference between solicitors and district
We've got
attorneys.
an ex-solicitor on this panel, so don't say anything negative about him.
So he can tell you all about it.
They
But
prosecute misdemeanors
they pro-
only, right?
Yes, and in
Okay.
Cobb County specifically, they prosecute misdemeanors, yes.
Okay. It looks like he's pretty much hitting the maximum that he was allowed to under his contract?
Yes, most months he did.
Okay. And this is through that block billing that was not specifically itemized exactly what he was doing or how much time on each task?
Always block billed. He never itemized bills, never was specific.
What were the caps for the other two special counsel? Were they also limited? I assume you've received their contracts, or did they have a written contract?
They did, so they had written contracts, and I do have those, and they did have caps. They were significantly lower than Mr. Wade's. They do not currently have contracts, and I just found that out at a hearing because we had asked for that. We had asked for it in open records, and then I had subpoenaed it as well. Pretty much every subpoena I filed for the hearing, the state filed a motion to quash, including this one, and Ms. Cross was at the hearing, and she said, I can just tell you right now I don't have a contract. So I had thought, I was under the impression that they just weren't giving me that contract. I had no idea that they just didn't have one. So apparently right now, Mr. Floyd and Ms. Cross don't have contracts.
Do you think that was intentional so that they don't have to disclose how much they're earning?
I think it was sloppy.
Okay. Does Mr. Wade have a current contract?
Yes, he does. I also think that, I think it may have been, I don't know if it's disclosure, but I can tell you that they've changed, since I started looking at this, they've changed what they put on the public documents. I used to be able to go to Open Checkbook and see every time he would get a check, and since I filed this, none of them have come up. So I don't know if he's not being paid anymore, or if he hasn't filed any invoices, but the invoices are due, I believe, 30 days after. So, you know, they regularly came up, but now all of a sudden they don't.
Okay.
This is wilder than I actually even thought. He's
So
billing his
eventually
monthly
you
cap before he was actually doing any work.
Sought to disqualify Ms. Willis from serving as counsel and prosecuting Mr. Roman's case.
I did.
Okay. Can you pull up that motion? That motion was filed here in January, I think it was January 8th of 2024.
Yes.
Ashleigh is
What
taking
was your
down an
motion to
institution.
disqualify based on?
It was based on a number of things, but it was based on
Research?
mostly the
Nathan
fact
Badley?
that Miss Willis and Mr. Wade had a romantic relationship, and they had been traveling, and he had been paying for a lot of that travel. So there were a couple different things. She had not followed the statute. So the statute I referenced earlier, 15-18-20, said that you had to have county approval. She didn't have that. So that was one thing. There were also
You had figured that out through your financial records?
Yes, I had figured that out through my financial records, through open records, through reviewing all the Board of County Commissioners. And I actually, to that motion, I attached, just on this issue, I actually attached a document showing how independent special counsel would normally be appointed, or I'm sorry, special counsel, because I found one where, and I think it's exhibit, let's see.
Okay, so that statute
It's
was
Exhibit J.
15-18-20.
I found one where Fulton County had actually been asked to approve a line item for an independent contractor agreement. And so this, I used it as an example of what normally would happen.
Was that for an attorney?
It was for an attorney.
So she's saying in pleadings now that she's not required to get county approval, but in the past, for people other than Wade, she had gotten approval?
This is actually the county attorney. So
Okay.
this document is the county attorney. I do not believe she's ever gotten approval for anybody. And her filing said she's doesn't. I mean, her filing, I at the break I was looking at it. I mean, she said that that I incorrectly contend that the appointment exercised by, and in parentheses, a state constitutional officer must be followed by an approval of the local government's Board of Commissioners. And she says over and over again that I'm just wrong, that she doesn't have to because she's a state constitutional officer. So that was their position, that she doesn't have to.
So is that one of the grounds for your motion to disqualify these, let's just call them financial irregularities, that she had not complied with the state law or county policy of getting prior approval?
Yes, that was one of the primary bases. But then I also reviewed case law and saw, the conflict of interest. And, our motion, the theory, basically just to sum up the motion, is that essentially he's getting paid all of this money and they're not going through the proper procedures. And I go through it in the motion. I talk about
and
how
she's
he didn't
benefiting
file an
from it.
oath, which is rare. I'm one of those.
Didn't follow what?
He didn't file an oath of office, and I'm one of those people that I always, when I first start a case, I always make sure that everything is all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. So I always pull that. Anytime I've only ever had special counsel twice, and it's been people who were not paid, who were district attorneys in other jurisdictions who took the case on, which is the normal process in the state. But I've always pulled that just to see that they're sworn. That's something that's important to me. And I couldn't find it, so I did open records to the probate court, to the Superior Court, and there was no oath of office filed.
Sworn for the special assistant district attorney?
Yes, if you're going to be inside of a grand juries are highly regulated. I can't just go in a grand jury. None of us can just go into a grand jury. So you have to be a sworn officer of the state to actually be in there, particularly to present evidence. And so I wanted to see if he had taken an oath. And that's something that, you would file. It should be publicly available, not something that's really, highly contentious or secret, and there wasn't one. So, once I learned that, I was like, why are they not filing an oath? This is odd. There's no public approval of these contracts. There's no oath of office filed. This is different, what's going on. We later found out that he had taken an oath, but nobody had filed it, and the law requires, there's a statute that requires you actually file it.
I have looked at that. So the statute for a district attorney, their oath, when they are sworn in that position, says, I do swear that I will faithfully and impartially and without fear, favor, or affection discharge my duties as district attorney.
Oh, they were discharging
and
duties.
will only take my lawful compensation.
Yes.
So help me God. Did Ms. Willis sign her oath that swore she would not take any unlawful compensation?
Yes, she did that, and then she also filed some disclosure forms that are required. There's financial disclosure forms that Fulton County requires that you file every year, and you have to disclose if you've received any gift over $100.
$100, and
so
she knew
for
it.
anybody doing business
She
with the
knew
county.
it.
And Fulton County is I used to be a Fulton County employee. They are very strict on those types of things.
Because I repaid him cash.
So anytime there's anything that could be construed as a gift over $100, and I've gone to lunch with prosecutors before who wouldn't let me pay for lunch because they're like, what if it's over $100? So people do take that pretty seriously.
So that would apply to Ms. Willis would not be allowed to receive gifts from whom?
From anybody who was, and I actually believe I attached it as an exhibit.
Remember, Fani Willis said,
it's
I don't
basically
consider
anybody
it a
who
gift because I
is
repaid him
doing
cash.
business or seeking to do business with Fulton County. So, and it's one of
That
those.
would include Mr. Wade, obviously, then?
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
And that's
What kind of
that
business?
makes sense because that's one of those provisions that's supposed to be guarding against honest services.
Like anti-kickback statute.
It's exactly what
Hire
it's based on.
somebody as a vendor and they give you gifts in exchange.
Yes, yes, and so they require that you disclose that every year. It's signed under oath. You have to file it with Fulton County.
So how'd you learn about this relationship between Mr. Wade? I think this has been acknowledged now by both parties,
Yeah.
correct?
Oh, they
It has,
acknowledged
yes.
It's a dispute
As
to
of
when it
2022.
began, but it's acknowledged that they had or
Sexy time.
I don't know if they still do, but at least
They
had a
don't.
romantic relationship.
Yes, that's
How'd
not.
you figure that out? How'd you find out?
So at first, I knew Mr. Wade and I knew Miss Willis, and a lot of people in the community were a little surprised to see Nathan, Mr. Wade handling this case. It was just, a lot of people said that.
An
And so a
open
lot of people were
secret.
talking about that, and it was kind of surprising, because it's not really, he does a lot of law practice, but this isn't what you would imagine him doing.
Did you ever see him have other billings? I mean, how do you have time to represent anybody else?
That's
who's
okay.
billing,
Good question.
24 hours.
She's
a
not gonna
day
be able to answer it, but-
Fulton County.
He had other people working for him. Like, he had a law student working for him for a while, and then he had a first-year associate. So I'm assuming that they would probably do whatever other work he had.
Did you ever look at his calendar? Did you have access to that to see if
No.
it matched up?
No, I didn't have access to his calendar, and I didn't have access to their text messages. I mean, I was able to get their
Gorilla
get his
grip.
geolocation data through Subpoena, but
sorry.
the one thing that
It's not funny.
really struck me is if I was accused of something and I was saying I didn't do it, I would download my phone. They have a system. It's called Celebrate, and Fulton County pays for it. City of Atlanta pays for it. It's literally a system that you can hook your phone into. I have an investigator that has it, and I have my clients do it all the time. You hook your phone up, and it can find deleted text. It can find everything, and you can limit it. You can say, I only want texts with this person. So if I was being accused of having an affair with someone, and I said it didn't start until April, and someone else said it started in October, the easiest thing to do is download that phone. And for privacy concerns, you can file it under seal, but you could easily narrow it down and say, I want this timeline. I want all of our texts from, November 2021, and it would easily
I think they're
tell
going to get
whether or not
those.
they were romantic in nature.
Before I leave the billing issues, did you ever compare Floyd and Cross's bills to Wade's to see if they were meeting together, like there was that meeting with teams or what? Were they billing for the same meetings as well?
So I looked at that. One thing is we don't have most of Floyd's. So Floyd has not
Why
billed
not,
in quite some
actually?
time. So I didn't have his to compare, but I did look at Anna Cross's. The one day that I remember looking at was when they were in federal court to see, because so Ms. Cross was the one actually litigating in federal court. But Mr. Wade was sitting there with them at counsel table, and they both billed for that. I wanted to see if he billed for time that he was sitting in court waiting, because I know in Cobb County, for example, with appointed work, if we're sitting in court waiting, we can't bill unless we're actually doing something. Like they won't pay for two people to sit there, and so I wanted to look at that. But they
Taking
were both
notes.
there in court.
He was thinking about the
What
case.
about the teams meeting where he billed for? Were either of them involved in that team, since they're also outside special counsel?
No, they were not. So all of those people were people who would not have itemized that.
Okay.
Employees.
All right, back to your uncovering the relationship.
Yes,
How did
yeah.
you figure it out?
So Terrence Bradley was Nathan Wade's law partner originally, and he was also his lawyer in the divorce. I did not at the time know that they had filed for divorce. I knew Nathan's wife. I knew both of them historically from Cobb County. I mean, they're, people knew them in Cobb County. Mr. Bradley actually called me after an article. We were looking into the financial irregularities. We're looking into how much money had been paid, because everybody
does
in
the
the
we
case was kinda
include
like,
Bradley?
why do you have special
this
counsel
case?
on this case? Yeah, like
Was
why
Bradley still a partner with Wade at that time?
He was not.
This is
There was
interesting.
testimony that their partnership ended in summer of 2023, so it had just ended, is my understanding. And it's it's kind of unclear like what month. The testimony is very unclear as to when they actually. I have when they dissolved. I think it was September, but it's very unclear as to their partnership. And I will say their partnership was a loose partnership. They had a partnership with the bar, but they all had separate legal entities. So each of them were filed as the law office of Terrence Bradley, law office of Nathan Wade. They had some joint bank accounts, but then they had some separate bank accounts. So I don't really know the exact structure. It was a very loose type of
by
organization.
design?
But they were working together. And so Terrence actually called me. He had seen an article where I had done open records with another lawyer, Manny Aurora, and we had uncovered how much money everybody had made. The
So you
news
think
had gotten
Wade-
wind of that, and I later learned that the news had open records to get all of my open records. So every time I would get something, the news would get it, because I wondered how that happened. But so
That's
somebody
wild,
published
too.
that, and I had done some more open records. And Ms. Willis actually called Mr. Bradley when I did these open records and said, they're looking into us. And he called me because he was worried about it. And so we had a conversation, and he actually asked me, do I need a lawyer? What's going on? What are you investigating? What's the
Interesting.
parameters of this?
Okay.
And we had
All
a
right.
conversation, and I said, well, my interests are different than yours. I represent Mr. Roman, so I can't advise you. That would be a conflict. He asked if John, my husband, could, and I said, no, that's a conflict too. If you feel like you need somebody, you need to talk to someone else. At the time, that was early in September.
Yeah,
I had court in
2023.
Cobb County, and I ran into Mr. Bradley. I was in Judge Harris's courtroom. I think it was either September 11th or 13th. I checked my calendar a week or so ago, but it was one of those dates. And I was taking a plea in front of Judge Harris, and Mr. Bradley was also there. Another lawyer who ultimately represented Mr. Bradley at our hearing, B.C. Chopra, he was there in court also.
B.C. Chopra,
And
that's
then
the other
a friend
guy's
of
name.
all of ours, who's a district attorney.
He had
named
lunch
Burt
with
Cohen.
Wade
He
and
was
Terrence.
taking the plea with me. And Burt and I have known each other for a long time. Terrence, BC, everybody's known each other for a long time. We were all sitting in a conference room attached to that courtroom, waiting for the pleas, chit-chatting, took the plea, went back in, and Mr. Bradley essentially went through the whole thing and said, well, this is what's really happening. I had a notepad and I took notes on
Why
all
did
the
he
things
tell her
asked
that?
for open records.
So what did he say was really happening when he said this is what's happening?
He said that they met at a judicial conference before, he was very specific that it was before she became DA, because that was one of the things that he
Why is
couldn't
he
remember
telling her
when the
this, though?
judicial conference was, but he knew that it was before she became DA.
When
And
did she become DA?
she became DA
2021. 2020.
It would have been January 2021.
Okay.
So she became DA January 1st, 2021, but she had a transition team leading up to that.
Yeah, Nate was on that.
And Mr. Wade
Nate.
was in charge of her transition team. So Mr. Bradley told me all of that. We met for about an hour. Said that they had been together. They met at this conference. Nathan was still married.
Why is he telling this to her, though?
And Mr. Bradley was upset because of what happened in the divorce. He was upset because they were still married. You know, the Wades were still married.
And he got him to
and
sign false
he
documents.
essentially just left her after
Oh.
meeting Miss Willis and dropping the kids off at college. So
And Bradley was Wade's attorney in that divorce action you're talking
Not
about?
really.
Okay.
In
yes,
name
I didn't
only.
know that at the time.
But they were law partners.
They had been,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
And I actually don't know if he was still his attorney when he talked to me. I don't know if he was or not.
All right.
I'm going to
Because
flag
at
this.
some
We're going to get
point,
back to it
Mr. Wade
later.
represented himself, and then he hired a different lawyer. So I didn't know anything about the divorce at
She
that
burnt
time.
Bradley by preparing false
Bradley
documents.
did not like the way Wade had treated his wife.
He did not.
Or
not.
himself in
He
the,
did
in
not
the,
like
in
the
the
way he had treated
documents.
his wife. He didn't like what was happening in the divorce proceeding, yes.
Okay.
And I mean, I remember specifically him saying, you know, I handle my business, things like that. Like, you know, that I don't leave my wife without
you think
alimony. Because
Bradley
and we
had
talked
the
about it.
affair
I mean,
with
Ms.
Wade's
Wade
wife in
had been a
2015?
stay-at-home mom for, you know, they'd been married almost 30 years. And literally it was right after they dropped their youngest off at college that he said, move out, you know. And so we went through, you know, I was obviously interested in, wait, what's happening? Walk me through this. And so he was telling me about the access cards, you know, that Mr. Wade had access cards, telling me about the contracts, told me about their contract, that they had that Nathan had brought them the contract for the first appearance hearings. They had a contract for that. We didn't talk about that yet. That they had the contract for the taint work, and then ultimately that Nathan was hired as the attorney on this case. That they had been dating before, and he told me, you know, they met at hotels. He would go to her place. And I remember him saying, you need to find her bestie who they had a falling out. That's the person whose condo it was that they would meet at. And
Did you later determine who that bestie was?
yes, it was Robin Yeardy. It was not until sometime later that I determined that. It was very difficult to determine who that was because he did not remember her name.
But he knew her by sight?
He did.
Did he later confirm to you or identify who she was?
Yes. So I had sent him a couple pictures, or showed him a couple pictures of some other folks or
This
names.
was in January of 24, right
Yes.
before your motion?
It was. It may have even been after I filed the motion. It was around the time. It was either before or around the time, but it was in January. I had gotten some open records requests from the DA's office. They had a contract. Yep.
We just put on the screen
There it is,
some of the
perfect.
text messages that you produced to us.
Yeah,
Yes.
this
This
we've
is
already
from
covered.
your phone.
It is. And
This
so
this we've all seen already.
Terrence
This won't come
Bradley,
as
I see over there on
anything
the
new.
left.
yes. And so when you see on the 14th, that one that's right in the middle that says file attachment with MIME type, that
Yes.
is a picture of her. So it doesn't show up on this, but it's actually, there's a picture of
So
Miss
while
Yeardy.
you're texting, you're shooting him a picture to see if he can identify Robin Yeardy.
Yes, yes.
Did he identify her?
He did, yes. He said, yes, that's her, that's the East Point. And he thought the apartment was in East Point. I later found out it was in Hapeville, but those are very
Right.
close in close
So
areas.
he knew they would meet at that apartment?
He did, yes. He knew all
Okay.
about it. And it was hard to find Miss Yeardy. What happened, and she was Robin Bryant, and then she got married and was Yeardy. I did an open records request for a contract that the DA's office got. It's called Critical Mention. She has I guess he's an attorney, but he's sort of in charge of communications. His name is Jeff DeSantis. He right after Ms. Willis had opened the investigation in this case, that same week, he contracted a company called Critical Mention, which is a media monitoring company. They put a dollar figure
This is so
basically
wild.
on your media presence, and they give you these analytical reports. And they say, you know, hey, you did great on MSNBC. That's $1 million worth of, you know, stuff for your brand. The Fani Willis brand is doing well, or you know, this phrase is
Not
doing
anymore.
well, things like that.
She had an employee in her office that was responsible for promoting her image, her publicity.
She had a publicly funded contract for this. So Jeff DeSantis. Jeff
Hey, this is your tax dollars hard at work,
called
Georgia.
this company, and it's in the emails. I
Wow.
think I provided those as well, but contacted Critical Mention and said, we need to hire you to do media monitoring. And it was the same week that she had sent the letter to Raffensperger and Kemp about this case. Said, we need to have a contract to do media monitoring. Got $10,000 approved, paid $10,000 for a year contract for an annual contract.
Who approved that?
Jeff DeSantis' email said the county approved it, and his emails indicated that it was hard to get approved, that he had to really push, I think is what he said. There's some language to that, but the county paid for it.
Do other DAs do that?
I'd never even heard of media monitoring. I didn't even know it
Yeah.
existed. No. It was very shocking. But so I got some of the emails about this media monitoring. So I did open records, and again, once I got them, they shut me down and wouldn't give me anything else. But so these
you
emails
imagine
have
this is
attachments,
her-
they're PDFs, and you can see in the emails the hyperlink to them where you can actually see the analytical reports. That's what I wanted to get, and obviously nobody would give those to me. But these emails showed a trail where two people in her office, so Ms. Willis, Mr. DeSantis, and then Robin Yeardy, were the ones that had access to this Critical Mention profile. It's like it's a platform that you can log into and see, you know, how am I doing in the media.
Amazing.
What was Robin Yeardy's role in the DA's office?
She was a
Former-
liaison between the news organizations. So she said that like when CNN, MSNBC wanted her on, they would call Robin and she would coordinate it. She would do her hair and makeup, and then she would coordinate her interviews. But so how I found Robin was I'm going through these emails, and all of a sudden I see an email from Mr. DeSantis saying, take Robin off of this account. She's no longer with the office. And I was like, oh, I wonder if that's her. And so I found a picture of her, and I asked Terrence, is that her? Because I found out she had been fired or had been let go or had quit.
I still don't understand the DeSantis
And so
guy.
that's how I was able to figure out who Robin Yeardy was. Then we were able to run her information, get an address, and that's how we were able to narrow down where this hateful condo was.
Okay, so that's where basically Miss Willis and Mr. Wade would meet
Yes.
for their
Business.
relationship.
Yes. But Mr. Bradley told me at that first meeting that they would meet at hotels. He told me about a lot of travel. I mean, he detailed, he detailed a lot of stuff. He said that they traveled to Texas, they traveled to Florida.
Then
A lot
he
of different
forgot.
travel. He said
Magically
Belize.
forgot.
He specifically said Belize, a cruise, the Bahamas, things like that.
And you were later able to verify that through other subpoenas or open records request or whatever?
Yes, I was. I was able to, I subpoenaed bank records, I subpoenaed credit card records, and then I actually subpoenaed the travel agencies that Mr. Wade used for some of those trips. He used, two of the cruises that they took, he used a travel agency. So there was a cruise to the Bahamas, I got through a travel agency. There was a trip to Aruba that I got through the travel agency. And then there was another cruise, I think that one's to the Bahamas also, that I got through a different
They
travel
had one with his
agency.
sisters.
And then his credit cards are the ones that showed all the Belize trips.
And they showed that he was buying the tickets for both himself and Miss Willis?
Oh, yes, the credit card statements. So because I guess he used a travel agency, his credit card statements actually had her name and seat number and all that on
Yeah,
it.
you got to provide that info
So, I mean,
for
there
the
was no
tickets.
disputing.
It's clear it was paid for by him on his credit cards?
Yes.
She paid him
Oh,
back,
yes.
though.
Is
Don't
this
worry.
the document
In
you gave us
cash.
from the Capital One there?
It is, yes. And there you can see, so Clara Bowman is Mr. Wade's mom. So
Oh.
this was the cruise that happened October 31st, around that date. Mr. Wade paid for Miss Willis, Mr. Wade, and then his mother's plane tickets.
No,
and
we
then also
know what's
their
in his
cruise,
wallet.
Their cruise receipt. I think that one was Royal Caribbean.
Okay. So your summary here showing the trips, we know that in late October, they took a cruise to the Bahamas, and this is from his financial records. He paid for this for both tickets?
Yes, this is from his financial records, and I tried to be, there were a lot of Ubers and things like that. I did not include things like that
Okay.
I wasn't positive. I wanted to be under-inclusive, not over-inclusive.
And then you show the trip to Aruba, another one to Bahamas, one to Belize, one to Napa Valley, California.
Yes.
These are all from October 22 up till May of 23.
Yes.
Okay. This is a document you produced us?
Yes.
This summary, is this something
12.
we prepared?
No, it's a summary.
16,000, 17,000.
And so you discovered that and verified its accuracy through these credit card receipts, et cetera?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay. Do either of them deny these trips occurred?
No, they've admitted
No,
it.
not at all.
And so is this the
Under oath.
the impropriety, the financial impropriety of getting financial benefit from the job?
Part of
that
it.
He's paying for her way on these trips with money
Yes.
that she's paying him and approving?
This is the what I would call undisputed. You know, the some of the other stuff on his credit cards, it looks like there's trips to Charlotte and Florida and other things like that. But this is what we could undisputed say was with Miss Willis.
So back to you're a good investigative reporter here. So
That's what
you
I
have
said
heard
this
these
before.
rumors, and now Mr. Bradley, just by almost happenstance, you're with him in court.
Yes.
And he spills the beans on it and verifies it. Then you go get the documents to prove it's accurate.
Yes.
And you identify Yearty, get him to say, yeah, that's the woman whose condominium they would go to?
Yes.
Okay.
And you know, I developed it. You joke about my investigative skills. I've done public defense most of my career. You know, at some point or another, at pro bono, it's hard to get money for investigators. So I've learned how to do a lot of it on my own. And you know, I dig a lot on things. So, and I do like to use the Open Records Act. So I was able to do that and get a lot of information.
Tabamush.
But what I did was I compiled all of the information Mr. Bradley gave me, and then I did various open records requests based on it. And then, you know, once I would get something, I would reach out to him to verify, because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't tracking anything that was wrong.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't want to make any allegations that didn't have support. So I would regularly verify with him. And I'd see him in court. We talked on the phone several times. I wasn't the only person that he told about this. There was another attorney on the case, Manny Aurora, who his client ultimately pled out. So he didn't continue this investigation, but he was involved in the investigation early on. And Mr. Bradley told him some of the same things that he told me. So, you know, I was able to independently verify a lot of things, which to me, investigating is important. You know, that the East Point location, that it was in Hateville. You know, Robin Yearty actually did quit.
This
you
has
know,
all
Mr.
been
Bradley had told
confirmed.
me
Was she
about
forced to quit, or how'd that come
No,
about? you know?
I don't believe she was forced to quit.
she was-
That was a point of contention in our hearing. She said she left, that she was sent to another division. It's my understanding she had some,
Falling
she was
outs.
outspoken about, she didn't like some of the things that was happening in that office. And when she voiced that, she was sent to a different department.
firing
to
a
work,
whistleblower.
And it
Add it
wasn't
to the
something
list.
that she wanted to do, because she did the communications.
Reprisals
And
for
she
calling out
quit
improper
after that,
conduct.
is my understanding.
Okay.
Based
Quit
on her testimony.
or was
and, you know,
told
the
she'd be
allegations
fired.
and all the pleadings.
All right, so after, I might be skipping parts of your investigation because it's pretty darn thorough, and you had gotten this Trackhawk, Cell Hawk, what's it called, where you were tracking the
Yes.
location? You were mentioning to
Oh,
me
my
earlier when I kind of got you off that employees can have it on their own phone if they want to, and they can, she could have gone back and proven that they had not been communicating before he was hired.
Yes.
Okay.
So let me explain that, because there's two different systems, and you know, I'm always learning new things about this, but cell phone data is one of the new things in criminal defense. We see it in a lot of cases. The CellHawk data that you just showed, that is geolocation data. That is different from the Cellbrite. So there's two different programs. CellHawk is the program that does geolocation data. Essentially what you do is you get all of the pings. So every time your phone, you know, you see those cell phone towers everywhere. Every time you use your phone, it's trying to find the closest tower. So in a metro area like this, there's a lot of towers. That's why we get good signals. So when he's in Hateville, there's a lot of towers. So we can really, really narrow it down. So what we had our investigator do, and I'm only talking about the geolocation stuff, I'll talk about the text in a minute, but what we had our investigator do was narrow it down. We got all the raw data, and we had him narrow down, and we actually excluded a ton of things.
They didn't get to
were
present this in
not
front of Scott
right
yet.
on top of this location.
McAfee.
Like, we wanted to be very,
This is
very
interesting.
careful just to have what was literally right on top of this location.
On top of the locations,
So he was able to
right.
create a geolocation fence, which
The location you're talking about is Ms. Yearty's condo?
yes,
Okay.
it is
None-
Mr.
none of
Yearty's
this was
condo.
presented to Scott McAfee, the judge,
That
by the way.
area. So he was able to find essentially
he's-
just to
he's read
summarize
the
a
motion,
couple of the things.
presumably.
where he, Mr. Wade would call Miss Willis at midnight, something like that.
Booty
and
call.
then all of a sudden his phone would travel, and you can actually watch it. When you do the live Cellhawk, the app, it's pretty cool. You can actually watch the phone travel, and it's pinging because you're using it. If you have an app open, your phone's pinging. So my phone's pinging right now because I'm sure I have an app open. So it's pinging from his house all the way down to the condo.
And then he's pinging
at
all the
midnight,
way
1 a.m.
at the condo
and then,
until 4 in the
he
morning.
calls her when he gets there. And then it goes silent for 4 or 5 hours. And then, early in the
Well, it
morning
doesn't go
hours,
silent. It doesn't ping around.
he starts pinging again, driving back, and then he texts her when he gets home. So,
And this is before he gets hired in November of 21.
yes.
Correct.
Okay.
So, and there's a couple different
This guy
ones,
knows
and
exactly what's
I would
going on
defer
in
to
the
the
case.
experts on the Cellhawk data, but that's the summaries based on what we had him do. And again, we try to be very, very narrow. There were a lot of dates that it looked like it had happened also, but maybe he was bouncing off a different location, and so we wanted to be very narrow.
So is that why y'all asked him in the hearing, how many times had you been to this you already kind of have the data on him?
Well, so that's an interesting point. All we have as defense lawyers is the right to subpoena evidence. I have to have an evidentiary hearing to do that. I could not issue a subpoena for AT&T for this evidence until I had a hearing date. So, and it takes a while to get this stuff. We got it that morning. So, the morning of the hearing, and obviously I'm kind of busy doing the hearing, we got that data. My paralegal was literally trying to download it for the investigator at the time and get it over. We knew we had the data, but we didn't know what it showed. So at that time, we didn't know, what it showed really until he was able to do the analysis. We had some preliminary reports from him, but nothing. I mean, it took a lot of hours. It's a lot of data. So it takes a lot of time to pinpoint this information. But the other thing that I was talking about, so this is the Cellhawk report, and heat map is just like how many times it's pinging, heavy concentration is, you're talking a lot at this time.
We get to make pinging jokes, right?
The other thing I was talking about, just to make sure it's clear, so that's Cellhawk. Cellbrite is a different program.
Okay, what's Cellbrite?
Cellbrite, and it's CELLEBRITE. Cellbrite is a program similar to Cellhawk, but it downloads data in the phone. So like this one is you pinging off of towers.
And the other one's going to be the
geolocation.
text messages
Showing
and
where
phone
you
calls.
were
Exactly.
at a certain time.
And they overlay them.
Cellbrite actually can get your texts,
Okay.
your pictures, your app usage. I mean, all of that stuff. So it's one of those things that if you want, if a defendant is threatening someone by text and they delete it, they'll take their phone and hook it up to Cellbrite. Cellbrite it makes what's called a forensic copy of the phone, but you can also limit the data. So it's very expensive program. So not a lot of people have it. So when I have my clients use it, it costs a lot of money for them to have it done. But the DA's office has it. They have the software. They pay for it. You can find that in their open checkbook. The city of Atlanta police have it as well. But what you can do is you can copy cell phone. So what I had mentioned earlier is
You have to have the cell phone to do that?
you do. You have to have the cell
So
phone.
what
to
did
do it.
Mr. Bradley give y'all his cell phone? Or
No.
how'd you get Mr. Wade's cell phone?
So we did not get that data from Mr. Wade. So we only got the
Go on.
geolocation data from Mr. Wade. We cannot.
Hold on.
I do not have the power to get the text messages.
How
I don't
did-
have that power.
how did
I would
you
have
get
to
it?
have a search warrant. The state's the only one that has the power to actually get someone's text messages out of their phone.
How-
But my whole point in saying that was if I had been accused of having an affair and it didn't start, and I said it started in April and someone else said it started in November, they have the ability. I don't have the ability. They have the ability to plug that phone into the Cellbrite and print out a report
Right.
that shows all of the texts.
So Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis, had they wanted to disprove your allegations, could have just used that Cellbrite program, and it would have shown no communications between them.
Yes, and it would have also showed the contents of the text. If the texts are romantic, if they're not romantic, if they're friendly, and they would control the data. So if there's something that was privileged, they could redact it. If there was something that, if they wanted to only limit it to we want to prove that we weren't talking romantically in November, they could
So
limit
they
it to
could have
that.
actually pulled up the text itself to say, hey, I need you to help me work on this case, or else,
Oh, they need
hey,
to
I
work
need
on
you
a
to meet
case,
me at the
all right.
Love Nest.
Yes, 100%. Yes, I don't have that ability. So I don't have the ability to.
But
get
then
search
how do they
warrant
get
and
the
that
text
data.
message?
All I have the ability to do is get that geofencing.
But then
Who found out about these 12,000
yeah,
texts?
that's okay. Good. That's the
and
question.
calls and all that
Good
kind
question.
of stuff.
That is what I was able to get by subpoena. So I was able to get the geolocation data by subpoena. What I can't get is what's
is the
inside
content.
the phone. I can't get
Okay.
the texts inside the phone.
The words in the text.
Exactly.
And the
But
pictures.
you were able to find out that they were texting each other
Oh, yeah.
prior
dear.
to November 1st of 21.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
How
And-
did you find that data? Is that anything you've produced to us?
Yeah.
That is,
you have
so
that.
the Cellhawk data actually analyzes that. So you can see, and we just summarized 2021. So approximately 12,000 interactions, that's voice and texts for the year of 2021.
That
and
they
again,
got through
remember,
subpoena.
2021, he didn't get the contract until November of that year.
Right.
So most of 2021, he's not under contract.
He's under
Over
Fani.
2,000 voice calls, almost 10,000 text messages.
How did they explain that?
They didn't.
Did you?
No, so this has not been-
We're
this is
not
not-
privy to what all
This
came out
hasn't
in
been
evidence
presented
at
to the judge yet.
The hearings that you've had, did you get either one of them to say, that's not true?
Nope,
we
this
didn't
has
really
not
call
been admitted yet.
12,000 times, or,
No, what they did was they filed an affidavit saying that geolocation data is not always reliable.
okay. Does that
No.
apply to Cellbrite data, though?
No, it doesn't. And it was ironic because I have a number of cases. I mean, almost every murder case I've had in the last decade has had geolocation data.
Used by the prosecution against the defendant, right?
Unbelievable.
They use Cellhawk data. I
This
mean,
is why-
literally, they're using this right now. So our investigator actually analyzed the same. There's a trial going on. It's called the YSL trial. There's this same data being used in that trial, and our investigator actually analyzed it for them in that case. So I mean,
For them, you mean for the Fulton County DA's office?
no, for the defense looking at that data.
This is why people are saying that
the point
everyone's
is,
gonna be looking to
they're
dismiss
currently using the
convictions.
same data in another courtroom to prosecute someone, but their defense in our case was that it's not reliable.
It's unreliable.
Okay, got it. And did your Cellbrite data come in? The existence of the cell phone calls?
No, so the Cellbrite data, that would have to be voluntary on part of the DA to actually
So they
voluntarily.
could show you that to disprove your allegations?
100%.
Okay, didn't do it?
No.
Neither Wade nor Willis?
No.
Okay.
God, if
All
anybody
right,
could
so
get those cell
you've
phones,
done your
they'd have the
investigation,
juice.
you've determined you think there was a relationship that had begun
There
before
was.
he was hired.
For sure.
Yes.
And after having met with Mr. Bradley,
Mm-hmm.
you began to prepare a motion to
Mm-hmm.
disqualify and to dismiss the case altogether, right?
Yes, I actually started the motion
Let me
in
get back on
September.
your cell phone.
and then added to
text
it.
messages.
Can you imagine she was
All right,
preparing that
so
motion for
then
September,
you
October,
somehow
November, December,
preserved-
January,
You
4
had
months.
text communications with Mr. Bradley to confirm this?
Yes,
And was that because you didn't want to file a pleading that was inaccurate?
Correct.
100%.
You wanted him to verify the accuracy of what you were
1,000%.
claiming had happened?
I did not want to say one word that had not been verified.
Because he was the source.
Yes.
He's the guy that was
And
his
not just
law
verified,
partner
but
and
not
his
just good
divorce
faith.
attorney.
Verified.
Who probably knew as well as anybody in the state.
They had been best
Well,
friends also.
Okay. All right. And so let's pull these up, Senator Dolezal. When did you start? You kept these text messages somehow?
I did. So
Do it on her phone.
I actually, Mr. Bradley uses a Android, I believe, and so it was not easy to just download them. And I'm not the most tech savvy person. I also there's a lot of texts that just went into things that I didn't think I thought would just embarrass people and weren't relevant. So what I did was I screenshotted the texts that I thought were relevant. I tried to use those in court, but the prosecutor kept objecting and saying I was hiding things because
Rule
I
of
wasn't showing
completeness.
all of my text. So they just kept on for days saying I was hiding things,
And
I
accused her
explained to them,
of
I let them look through my
impropriety.
phone, they scrolled through all my texts.
Who's they?
The other counsel.
Adam Abate was the prosecutor.
Abate, who
Okay.
So he just kept saying, that I was, where's the beginning of that text?
Who
Where's the
suborned
thing after
perjury
that? Where's
in a
the other
case.
part of that text? These aren't complete, rule of completeness, kept objecting. And I had just screenshotted the texts that I thought were highly relevant, but weren't slanderous, I guess. I don't even know the word. But, there were some that Miss Willis's daughter had failed out. Like things like that. They were just ugly. They didn't need to be admitted.
This is a good
yeah,
one.
I read that. We
I
don't
had
need to
just
go there.
so I had tried really hard to just screenshot the relevant ones, but they kept saying that I was hiding stuff and I wasn't showing the whole thing. So when they objected to my text coming in the screenshots, they said they wanted the whole text chain, and the judge ordered me to, if I was going to admit the text, to go figure out a way to download all of them. So I bought a program for $20-$30 and took 3 hours, and I was very proud of myself for finally figuring out how to do it.
Dude, just
But I was
screen
able to
record
make
and scroll.
a copy of it and then redact our phone numbers. So this actually showed
that's
when
right,
they're
okay.
read, when
So
they're
what
viewed.
were you, all right, so up there on January 5th at 9:50 a.m. You're asking, what do you, read the question.
So I'm asking him, do you think it
Asking about the
started
dates.
before she hired
You're
him?
talking about
Absolutely.
the affair.
Yes, the affair.
And what's his response?
His response was
Abso-freaking-lutely.
absolutely. It started when she left the DA's office and was judge in South Fulton. And so, these are things that he had told me, but I was getting ready to file. My filing deadline was the 8th. And as we're doing this, I'm fact checking line by line, basically.
So did you send him a copy of your proposed motion?
I did, and I actually admitted. So at the hearing that we had, I was able to admit the email where I sent him that. So I sent him a copy of the motion that weekend when I was I wanted him to review it, and then he had a text. He didn't write me back by email, but I submitted my email so that the court could see exactly when I sent it and when he responded, and then he responded that everything looked good. Because I asked, I said, I'm sending you this motion, I need you to look at it, and then he responded that everything looked good in it.
Right.
He actually told me at first he wanted me to make some changes because I had not included the information about how much money he had received. I had only included the information about how much Wade had received, and I didn't know that it wasn't really highly relevant to my motion, but he was like, oh, that's going to tip them off that I'm talking to you, and he did not want anybody to know that he was talking. He was very concerned
No crap.
about what
I'm going to
would
let you just read through this chain.
Okay.
All right, we left
I
off
can do it.
up
I know him
there.
off by heart by now.
Absolutely, it began before it
But you
began.
can't
when
tell me
she
you got
was
it
a
from me.
judge in South Fulton. When was she a judge in South Fulton?
2019,
She became
2020.
a judge in August of 2019, and I did an open records. I first asked. I first did an open records, and they said no. So then I subpoenaed the records for the judicial conference, the municipal court conference.
So she was a municipal court judge.
They were both municipal court judges. So I got the.
Who's both? You mean Wade was the judge at the time also?
Wade was a judge. He was actually a speaker on the panel. It was October 2019. So I found online an old agenda where he was speaking, and Terrence Bradley had told me that they met at a conference where Wade was speaking and Willis had gone. So I knew that. So and it was in person. So I could narrow it down because of COVID. I figured out when COVID happened and when, all the conferences went virtual. Narrowed down my timeline, so I searched for this specific time period, which is when Bradley had told me the relationship started.
And when was that conference?
It was October
Yes,
2019.
Wade was a judge.
So I found the agenda for that.
Well, like a low-level
So then I reached
municipal
out to
court
the
type
municipal court judges CLE group and said, there's
Traffic
an open
tickets.
records request. I would like
No
a list
felonies.
of attendees because I wanted to verify Miss Willis went there. 'Cause I
Can
was
you
trying to
believe
fact
she
check.
did all this?
And they said no. So I subpoenaed them, and they gave it to me. I also subpoenaed.
Was she in attendance?
She was. I also.
Where was that conference?
It was at Lake Lanier.
Okay.
I also did an open records request to the city of South Fulton because I know that they have to sign off if your judge is going to go to a conference. So I did an open records request to them to make sure that they had actually sent her to that. So I verified from 2 different sources
So
that
she did-
attended
she did
that
in fact
conference,
attend it.
and that matched what Mr. Bradley had told me.
Wow, this woman's
So,
fantastic.
is that a part-time job, a municipal court job, a judge?
Yes,
Okay,
it is.
So Wade could continue practicing law and do that on the side?
Well,
he
so
only-
she
he
was
did
a
it-
full-time,
it was
but
like
Wade is
so
a
minimal.
part-time, and Wade only did maybe once or twice a month at most,
Okay.
because he was in the city of Marietta. I mean, he was he was a fill-in judge for that. That wasn't his.
Okay, so you
primary job.
narrowed it down to that's when the relationship began. Scroll through here for us, and I can't read that green writing. What's the
okay.
next, if you don't mind, just sort of
No,
read
of
us
course.
through.
Oh, he can read
says,
it, but I like
is this
this guy.
accurate? And this was again on
So
January.
you're saying, is this accurate?
Absolutely.
You're going over this brief and saying, I'm about to swear this in court. Will you verify it's accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
So at that time, I was going through the actual statement.
Poor
because I was
Nathan
trying to
Bradley
figure out how to say
was
it.
intimidated
and
into
so I
lying.
said, upon information and belief, Willis and Wade met while both were serving as magistrate judges and began a romantic relationship at that time.
No, not
and
magistrate,
He corrected me and said, no,
municipal.
it was municipal court.
You had said magistrate court, and he said no.
Right.
Okay.
And I slipped up. I should have said municipal court. I knew that.
So you say thank you. What was his response after that? No, we're.
You don't
this is
say who you got it
12
from.
PM on January 5th as you're getting your pleading ready.
Don't tell
He said
anybody
you
where you
can't
got
put
it.
where they met. Not many people know that. I might be one of only, not even Chris Campbell.
Chris Campbell was their other law partner.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
And I did not disclose Mr. Bradley in my initial filing. I didn't until the state forced me to.
Why was he afraid to be disclosed? Just
Oh,
because of his relationship with Wade, or
Because Fanny's a
afraid of
corrupt
these
nincompoop
people,
who will
or
go
just
after him.
Didn't want to. betray them or what?
Multiple reasons. I mean, it's the district attorney in Fulton County. I didn't really want to go, file something against her. It's not exactly a fun position to be in. Also, I mean, they have a lot of mutual friends. I'm sure it wasn't a fun position to be in, to be outing a friend of yours, but the attacks, I mean, it's a small legal community.
Were you able to get this into court? Because Bradley, I saw some of his testimony, all of a sudden can't remember anything about anything now. Were you able to use this to impeach him and show that he did know precisely what happened and when?
Yes, and he changed his testimony somewhat. At first,
He didn't
when
change
he
it, he
first
just
testified,
forgot.
he testified
He just forgot.
he had never discussed this with me. And
Then you showed his text messages where y'all discussed it.
well, at that point, I that caught me off guard. So, I didn't expect that. So then I pulled my text messages, and I'd had some screenshots of them just in case. And I told his lawyer, do you want to look at my text messages? And so then he later came back and testified that yes, he had.
Had told you that?
Yes.
Oh, that must have betrayed her.
And,
Jeez Louise.
Did Wade testify at any of these hearings?
Oh, yeah.
did.
Did he acknowledge the relationship or not?
He acknowledged the relationship, yes.
As of
Before
22.
he was hired?
No.
No, he did not. So before I filed the motion, nobody acknowledged any relationship. So I filed the motion on January 8th, and then on Martin Luther
Yeah,
King.
walk us through that. What were the grounds why is it you feel like Fani Willis should be disqualified from continuing this prosecution?
No, he lied under oath, but
So-
that's after the
and these
fact.
are things that I alleged in my initial motion that was filed on January 8th. I outlined this. My client in particular was not part of the special purpose grand jury. They did not recommend him to be indicted.
Oh,
He was
Roman.
not a subject. He wasn't part of
Interesting,
that.
okay.
So he was added on.
That's interesting, because I remember hearing that the special grand jury had recommended prosecuting like 40-something people.
See, I thought it was
They
60.
have.
He was not even in that list of 40?
He was not.
And they didn't
Wow.
or they, as in Fani Willis,
They add
did
him
not
because
take the advice
he's
of
a
her own
political,
special
he's a
grand
politically
jury
good
as to
target.
More than half the people they wanted prosecuted.
Subsequently, there's been a book that was published that called "Find Me the Votes," that authors had exclusive access to her, and so all of her theories in how to indict people and who to indict was explored in that book.
Wow.
So from that, I was able to learn.
They brag
that
about
she
their
cut a lot
corruption.
of people. And I mean, I have
Was that
my.
because they cut deals with them, immunity deals, or?
Some of them were that. Some of them I just don't think she wanted to bother with.
And then she added
then she
to
added
the list
Roman.
those
Why
people
Roman?
that were not even recommended, or
My
at least,
client.
at least your client.
My client, yes,
Okay.
she added him.
Why?
So he was one of the ones. So there were some people, and it's publicly available in that book,
Wow.
like Senator Graham, Loeffler, those Purdue, those people.
They recommended prosecuting them?
Right, she had considered prosecuting them and taking them off the list. So there were a lot of people that had been on the consideration and then had
Why
been
did they
removed.
add Michael Roman?
And my client had not been considered, and then he was added.
Why?
So to me,
Listen
I
to
was
my
trying to
thoughts.
figure out, why would you want to expand it? There's different ways you can go about prosecution.
Did you figure out why they add your client to the
Yes,
list?
this-
No, but the
Politically
my
valuable.
allegation in my motion is that the bigger the case is, the more money that's made, and that that made sense to me. So for me to file the motion to disqualify, obviously
That doesn't explain
we
it.
had
They
to
would have
have
put more
some type
people
of a
in.
basis. Besides all of the violations, and so expanding the litigation. Because of how large it is, the judge has said we're probably going to have 3 trials, and each of them is going to take several months. Where if you just imagine, just follow me down the path, if you only indicted one person and it was narrow, you could try it in a month. If you indict 19 people and, 3 different essentially alleged criminal schemes, like I divided it up earlier, that you now have 3 years of trial. You've now gone from a month of trial to 3 years of trial. That's
He was
a
a
lot more
senior
money.
staffer.
And so that, to me, was a financial motive, particularly since my client was not recommended by the special purpose
Yeah, but
grand
he
jury
was a
to be
politically
indicted.
valuable target. Senior
And
staffer.
you had the data to show that she was financially benefiting from the continued prosecution.
Sure,
Yes.
she gets all
And
the
so
vacations.
to answer your question, you were saying, walk me through it. So January 8th, I have a deadline to file this. So I'm verifying, and that's what you can see in the text. You can see heavy text with Mr. Bradley right around then to verify everything. I file it, and at that point, the world is shocked. I mean, shocked because nobody had any idea. This had been
Right.
hidden. This was even hidden from her father, who she had testified she talks to 10 times a day. So very few people knew about this relationship. And so they very much wanted to know who knew about it. Mr. Bradley, that next weekend, he gets some calls about, he gets a call, trying to fish to see if he's
Her client
if
is
he's the
Michael
leak,
Roman.
is what it was couched as. He gets a call from a gentleman named Gabe Banks, who ultimately represented Chris Campbell he filed a motion to quash against Chris Campbell, who's the law partner.
Gabe Banks' wife works for the DA's office?
Yes, he does. She does.
Works for Fani Willis?
Yes, and I've not gotten it. I've not opened records it, but I have been told that Mr. Banks also has one of these special counsel contracts. Again, I have not opened records that, not part of my case. But so he calls Mr. Bradley, and Mr. Bradley calls me and another friend of ours. Her name's Cindy Yeager. She's a district attorney in Cobb County.
She just signed an
and, he was
affidavit.
upset. I talked to him. It was, I believe, a Saturday night, and I could tell he was upset by his text. I left my kids and went and talked to him because I was worried about him. And he took it as what he described to me as the first shot against the bow. That they were trying to figure out if it was him, and they were trying to silence him.
Trying
Gabe
to
didn't
silence him?
And he said Gabe didn't say anything that threatened him. He just out of the blue called him, and he hadn't talked to him in quite some time. So it was out of the norm for him to call. So Mr. Banks called and told him that was asking if he was the leak, meaning if he was my source. And Mr. Banks said that it was because he had seen a news article, and Mr. Bradley knew that wasn't the case, so he said, send me the news article. So he sent him some article that did not say he was the leak, and that put an end to it. But then the next day, Mr. Wade called Mr. Bradley's best friend and said to call, he didn't call Mr. Bradley directly, but told his friend to call Mr. Bradley and remind him of his privilege.
It's an attorney-client privilege?
Yes.
Who's the best friend? Can you tell me?
I'm not, he told me his name, and I'm not positive. I think I know who it is, but I'm not positive.
All right. So Wade calls Bradley's best friend, says, you better call Bradley.
Remind him of his privilege.
He's got attorney-client privilege with me, and he better not spill the beans.
After having already
the
called
best
him.
friend works at a law firm called Beasley Allen. He told me that. He said his best friend's name, and then he said he works at Beasley Allen. And he was pretty upset about it, and it was the same day of Miss Yeager's birthday, so he didn't want to call Cindy, but he was upset, so he called me.
This is
and we
witness
talked about it,
intimidation,
and we were
as
both
far
pretty
as I'm
upset about it
concerned.
because it seemed, why
Tampering with witnesses.
it seemed like tampering, and it's just, it's just an uncomfortable position to be in, and all of us were kind of worried how the state would react to all of this. But at that point, it's
Did
still.
he interpret that as Miss Willis trying to intimidate him from revealing this affair?
Or Mr. Wade.
Okay.
He took it as intimidation, yes.
Right.
Because
but
what he called
didn't
it as is
testify
the
to that.
second shot across the bow. Those were his words. So he said first shot across the bow was Gabe Banks, second
The
shot
third
across the bow
shot,
was
sexual assault.
calling. So that's how he interpreted it.
And the
But
third
at that
shot
point,
was
I had
sexual
not
assault.
disclosed him as the witness, as the primary source. So nobody knew that, and I was trying to protect him as much as possible, just because I knew he didn't want these calls. It's not something that you want. So they filed some motions to quash, and I had to
Quash what?
To quash all of the subpoenas, pretty much every subpoena that I had issued.
So after you filed this motion to disqualify, I guess a hearing was scheduled?
Yes.
And
Yes.
then you started issuing subpoenas to line up your evidence?
Yes. So-
That's when this witness tampering occurred?
Yes.
After that, to try to intimidate your witnesses from coming to court?
Yes. So, and let me walk through the timeline. So I filed this on the 8th. The next thing that happened was Miss Willis testified. I say testified. She spoke at a church on Martin Luther King Sunday, and was making some statements about why did they single out Mr. Wade. Didn't say anything about that we singled him out because he's the only one she's having an affair with. Did
'cause he's
not
black.
agree to that. Instead said that it was racially
And
motivated.
the other two special prosecutors were white?
Yes.
But they were making significantly less money?
Right. And she even said,
I
to
didn't
the
pay them
church,
any
she even
difference.
said that I'm paying them the same rate, which is not true. Mr. Floyd's contract is for $150 an hour. It's never been $250 an hour. So that, one of my kids was listening to it and, said, come listen to this. And I listened to it and I was like, wait, that's not true. So that was one thing that she said that wasn't true. Also that it was racially motivated. She didn't say anything about, they're singling him out because he's the one I went on all these vacations with and he's the one I'm romantically involved in. Instead, she said that we were singling him out because of race. And then she said that they were all paid the same, which is not true. So I thought at that point, okay, they're not going to admit that they have this relationship. And so I'm texting with Mr. Bradley, oh my gosh, are they going to lie about this? Like, it's on their credit cards. Like, I don't know what's going to happen here. And so then in the divorce proceedings, Ms. Willis had been subpoenaed to testify, and she actually invoked her executive privilege
Yeah, I
as the
remember
DA.
that. She wouldn't testify.
She would not testify. So
Then they settled it.
Right, and then they settled it because because the judge said he was going to have to testify. So they settled it, and he did not have to testify. So at that point, the judge had given us a hearing date, so I was able to issue subpoenas. So my subpoenas started going, and I filed the returns of the subpoenas, and all of a sudden the motions to quash started coming in. Right around that time, the state filed their response where they admitted to this relationship, but they put limits on it. So so their response that they filed, I believe it was the February 2nd, I believe, February 2nd. So on February 2nd, they filed their opposition to our motion. They admit that there was a romantic relationship, but they claim that it started after he was hired.
2022.
And that all of the gifts and
were
travel was
paid back
roughly
in
divided.
cash.
They submit an affidavit from Mr. Wade, and they submitted a receipt from a credit card where she had paid for one plane ticket. So, it was a couple $100s on hers and then thousands of dollars on his. So then
and the
my
affidavit
subpoenas
from California
were filed, and every single one of them was had a motion to quash. And they kept saying, I don't have a good faith basis. I don't have a good faith basis.
Wow.
Kept
Not just that it's not
very
true.
harshly saying that I was making
But
this
that she's
up,
a liar.
and nobody had told me this, and it was, gossip, and I was lying, and I should be sanctioned. So the
Wow.
court held a hearing on their motions to quash, and I was forced to disclose Mr. Bradley as a witness, which I did not want to do because I was worried, because I knew they had called and all of these things, but I had to disclose him as a witness. And so at that point, I was still talking with Mr. Bradley fairly regularly. But that then changed.
Unreal corruption.
So you're waiting on the judge to rule on your motion to disqualify.
Yes, sir.
In summation, the grounds for that are what? That this
Conflict
is
of interest.
improper for a prosecutor to have a relationship
Violation of ethics.
with the special prosecutor?
Yes, it is a conflict of interest.
Okay. And that's because of the financial benefits or just because?
Mainly the
what?
financial benefits. There's a couple different aspects to it. We've also alleged some other misconduct because the prosecutors aren't allowed to publicly condemn an accused prior to trial. And she made a speech at a church and said this was racially motivated, talked extensively about the clients being guilty. She testified at our hearing that our clients were guilty, that my client was, guilty of trying to, I don't even remember, subvert democracy or something.
They're the
But
ones
she's
on
made
trial.
a number of public statements condemning their guilt, which is not allowed.
And
That's inappropriate
impugning
conduct
your
for a
that's-
prosecutor.
Very much so. And there's case law on that. There's bar rules on that. So there were a lot of public
That was called
speeches that were
forensic.
made along the way. And, they're you can kind of follow them through this media monitoring company. But so she makes these, and then she got
Forensic
disqualified
misconduct.
from prosecuting another person she wanted to prosecute.
For making public statements?
It was for a fundraising. She had thrown a fundraiser for his opponent, his political opponent.
That's
So
what-
when that happened, you sort of see her press stuff dwindle a little bit. So she stopped making as many public comments. But then when this motion came about, she made the church speech, as I'd call it, where she, calls me and
Racist and a liar.
client racist, and says it condemns their guilt. And then she also gave interviews to this book. I don't know, the timing was just, it was just nuts. But the book came out right around the time that all this was happening, and it's called Find Me the Votes. And
That came out in 2024, you're saying?
it came out a month ago, if even. And she literally let the authors of this book in when she was deciding how to prosecute this case, who to indict, who not to indict.
Unbelievable.
I mean, their whole thing is that they had unfettered, behind the scenes access to her thought process and stuff. So, and she's talking about all of this,
Prosecuting them.
that they're guilty. But the big thing for the forensic misconduct is she's in the church speech, she's saying, and she says this in the book too, that God has told her to prosecute them. So the theme between these two things is that God told her to do this.
She's Joan of Arc.
And that she is doing the will of God by prosecuting our clients.
Modern day Joan of Arc.
And that is,
That's unethical.
That's unholy.
in my opinion,
All right,
You get
so
struck by lightning for doing
there
things
was,
like that.
I'm trying to recollect what I remember reading in basically the Atlanta newspapers about all this, because this was new to the state Senate as well, because all
Yep.
of this began on January 8th, which was that the day we started, 8th or 10th or something?
It did, and that's-
it was the day session began, and all of a sudden these bombshell allegations come out, and I think that was the motivation for our Senate resolution forming this investigative committee to say, let's find out if this is true, independently of all you guys' legal issues or whatnot. So I remember she wouldn't testify in the divorce case.
Right.
But did you subpoena her to testify in your motion to disqualify?
Yes, and she filed a motion to quash.
She refused to testify, but then she came to court and did testify.
Yes.
Okay.
Before they
And
could
in
even
that-
finish
As they
the
were
debate.
arguing the motion to quash.
Wow.
Okay, so in that testimony, did she deny the start date of this affair?
Yes, she said it started in early of 2022. There was some discrepancy between them, a month or two here and there, whether it started, generally it was around March, is what Mr. Wade
So
and Ms.
what are the
Willis-
consequences for an attorney to give sworn testimony that she did if you're Bradley, what is it, Yerke?
Yerty.
Yerty, your Trackhawk data, your other independent verifications are found to be truthful?
It's a crime. It's a felony. You'd lose your license.
Okay.
It's perjury.
Same for Wade.
Yes.
Wow.
And we have rules that are one of the, outside of privilege and confidentiality, we cannot suborn perjury. So if I have a client who tells me I did it, I can't put them on the stand to say I didn't do it. I would lose my license over that. I cannot do that.
That's why Anna
Yerty
Cross is not there anymore.
Came to court and said, oh yeah, this started in 2019.
Oh, yeah.
She saw them, she saw them together. She testified that she saw them romantically together. And, they were very close.
Yeah. And
This is
you had
intense.
Bradley's text message that showed he confirmed that absolutely.
He knew it
back in
for sure, for
January.
goodness sake.
Yes. And he had a lot of
Before-
details, little details that matched up.
Did you get other details from him by phone?
Yes.
That wasn't in the text? What did he?
A garage door opener that Mr. Wade had.
Oh,
a
there's
garage
another
door opener,
witness
and then
who's
I
claiming-
subsequently learned that he told Mr. Aurora the same thing.
Another
And,
witness is confirming Bradley said that.
Garage door opener to her
to her
place?
place.
To her back door.
Yeah, to her place. There were other things. Just a lot of context. Things about how freely Mr. Wade could go in and out of the office, the DA's office, stuff about that they would sometimes use hotels. One thing that he told me was that Mr. Wade had, before he filed for divorce, had used Mr. Bradley's credit card and then paid him back in cash so that there wouldn't be a record of it.
Okay. All right, so I'm
Dude, how much more could you
a
get?
little puzzled by the legal standard. I'm reading the newspaper
And I'm
articles.
listening to
Explain to us the
Abate.
difference between a conflict of interest
And the appearance.
and an appearance of a conflict or an appearance of impropriety.
This guy knows the difference.
That is the big argument right now. And I'm not the best person to explain that. My husband argued that part. But, appearance of impropriety, it's one of those things like that if it undermines the
in the system.
outcome, undermines the confidence in the outcome. And we spent a lot of time in our brief talking about the constitutional underpinnings of this. Due process, that my client has a right to due process. He has a right to a fair and impartial prosecutor, and we don't think that's happened in this case. And so I think that would be more along the lines of the appearance of impropriety, and then actual impropriety is receiving money, like receiving money and not paying it back. And there was testimony
And-
about that.
and lying
Ms.
under
Willis
oath,
came in
just,
and testified, and
that.
Mr. Wade did, that she paid him back in these sums of cash, but there's no records of any of that or where she got it.
Anything shows him depositing cash?
No.
or
No,
Receiving cash?
no, and we asked her like where you got it. She said that
My life.
First she said she borrowed it from her campaign. So, she said the original
I
large
missed
sum
that
of
in
cash
real
came
time.
from her campaign.
I
She
think
took
all
that
of
out.
us up here that have campaigns know you can't take campaign funds for personal use, right?
I'm not well versed in that area of law, but that is my
It's
understanding.
pretty black and white.
So she testified that she took that the majority of the cash she had on hand was from her campaign, that a loan she had given herself from the campaign. She was very clear about that. And then she also said that when it got low, she would supplement it by getting like $50 back at Publix. But she's giving him $4,000,
$10,000.
$2,500, so large sums of cash. So, and there's no trail. Obviously, there's no.
Because it's a
record of
lie.
that.
In some of the documents you produced to us, there were a couple of IOLTA trust accounts.
Fannie's going
Those were
really
Mr.
down.
Wade's accounts?
Yes.
Okay, so he had more than one trust account in his law firm?
Yes, he did.
And did you find any discrepancy or whether these funds were deposited there?
Yes, and so he testified because we asked him where he deposited the funds.
And these are the funds where his paychecks basically from Fulton DA's office?
Yes.
Okay.
At first, he deposited them to his joint IOLTA that he had with his law partners, and then he started depositing them to his when I say personal, just him IOLTA, an IOLTA that did not have anything to do with Mr. Bradley or Mr. Campbell.
Do you think Mr. Bradley was aware that he was running the money through a separate account,
I think it might have been part of the reason that they dissolved.
that they broke up?
Yes.
Dude, I told you this. He
Do you
burnt
think
Bradley
his
money-wise.
ex-wife knew that this money was being
Hell
held in
no.
a trust account rather than previously it had been going through his own bank account?
His ex-wife didn't have any idea. I mean, you could tell
Any
from
of
the
this.
pleadings that he was even making this much money.
Oh
I
my
mean, he
goodness.
filed some interrogatories and some answers in that divorce case saying that he made a couple $1,000s a month.
What a
I mean, very,
mother
very minimal
effer.
amounts.
We knew he was making up to $35,000 a month under this contract.
Right, and he has a lot of money parked in one of those IOLTAs.
And he was
that's not
and he was still
disclosed in the divorce.
bilking his wife, Jocelyn,
So that's,
of money.
does it look like he was using his law firm trust account or his personal lawyer? IOLTA is a
hide assets
legal
from his
trust
wife.
account, right?
Yes,
The interest from it goes to the state bar to help fund some
Yes.
indigent care or whatever, right?
Yes. As much as I wish we could park money in our IOLTAs that was earned and not pay ourselves, we can't do that. So when you earn money, you can't leave it in your IOLTA. IOLTAs are for client money.
IOLTA, what does that
So
stand
they're
for?
a lawyer trust account, and essentially what they are is like if you settle a divorce case, I'm not a divorce case, I'm sorry, you settle a civil rights case or a
Personal injury case.
personal injury case,
Right.
and you get $100,000, and 60 of that's the clients and 40 of it's the lawyers. It has to go into your IOLTA. It sits
Interest
there
on
until
lawyers'
you
trust
clear the
accounts,
case out. You
IOLTA.
know, you've settled, you finalize the case, you send a settlement letter, you get the amount, and you have to put it in your actual business account, and then the client gets their check for their part. So IOLTAs are very highly regulated by the state bar. They can't commingle funds. It can't be earned money. It's got to be money that's not earned. And the interest does go to the state bar, but once you earn the money, you have to pay it. You have to have it in your account because you have to claim it on your taxes.
Right.
I mean, lawyers wish that they
Oh, I
could keep
now
money in
understand.
IOLTAs and not have to pay taxes on it until it was a year that
They didn't
So
make it
Financially,
sometimes
they wanted to.
attorneys may take
Oh,
a
my
retainer
goodness.
up
Yes.
front and bill against that retainer. Say, you might do that on some of your criminal cases. So, yeah,
Yes.
I'm gonna take the $25,000, I'm gonna put it in my trust, and then I'll submit an itemized statement and pay myself as I earn the money.
That's exactly what they do with retainers that are refundable. So they would ask, $10,000 retainer, and then if this month I billed $1,500, I send you a bill, and then I take the $1,500 and I transfer it to my business account.
Okay.
As soon as it's earned, you have to transfer it.
So these funds, if they in fact came from the contract with Fulton County, should have probably never been put in a trust account at all because they were already earned after he had done the work and within some amount of time after that he sent the bill and he got paid for
Now
work
I
that had
understand
already
it.
been done.
I mean, if they were put in a trust account, they would need to be transferred quickly.
Is that the kind of
I don't do that, but
ethical violation that can get you disbarred?
they
Get you
highly
arrested.
regulate the IOLTAs. Highly regulate. I mean, the state bar, like there's a list of places that we can do banking because they're regulated by the state bar. I have to go in person for most of my IOLTA transfers. They're not something that I can do like online banking. I mean, it's a pain.
Okay.
But yeah, so they're highly regulated, and we know these were deposited in his IOLTAs because the back of the checks for Fulton County show where they were deposited.
And have you asked him about this? Has he given any
They didn't
explanation
talk about
for
that during
why
the trial.
He ran this money through a
They
trust
didn't
account?
ask that,
Is it
actually.
still in there? We don't.
I mean, the last I knew, he didn't give any explanation. I mean, he just said that he pays for everything through his business, and then he basically just said his accountant figures it all out.
Okay. I know you have a court appearance this afternoon. You've been very patient with us.
God, hold on.
I'm going to give Senator Harold Jones an opportunity to ask a few questions
Stretch
under
my
our
legs.
rules. We do allow at least one member of the minority party to participate. And Senator Jones, you're not time limited. You when the buzzer hits and you've got to go to court, you tell us, but I feel like we got at least 15, 20
Oh, you
minutes or
definitely
whatever.
do, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have. My court's at 1:15 in Fulton County, so, you know,
Oh, good.
if I
Okay,
get
at
in
least-
trouble, if you can call the judge, then I'm fine.
You got it.
115.
I just wanted to go back to the issue about the conflict, because I think that's kind of what brought us all here to some extent.
Drop your volume, dude.
On one issue, in your brief, the most recent one that you filed,
The second one?
right,
Okay.
on page 21 of that, you went ahead and acknowledged that the aspect about him not signing, I believe, or being duly authorized to be a prosecutor, that's already been handled in one court, but you're still bringing that issue back up. But it has been decided in the negative. In one court, of course, you are still bringing that issue back up.
Yeah, so you're talking about the oath?
Right.
The oath issue. Yeah, so Manny Aurora was working on this issue early on, and he filed a motion about the oath. At the time, it hadn't been filed. And in and of itself, that's not, you know, that's not filing an oath. That's not going to get rid of a case. That's not going to disqualify in and of itself. Clearly, the judge told us that in an order. But I was trying to paint the entire picture and how I felt that it was relevant, you know, and it definitely is not a ground that I was arguing for disqualification, but I felt that it was relevant because it shows that they were hiding this relationship, and all the evidence indicates that.
Right, now I was just kind of showing why I'm moving on to this next particular point here, which goes to page 24 of your brief, which deals with, I think, the thing that's really out there in the media, which deals with the relationship and aspects of that in some kind of way this creates a conflict of interest.
No, it's just
And,
unethical
of
and
course,
could
the judge is
potentially
going
get
to
him
rule on that, but I still
DQ'd.
think it's important to kind of go through it. And you cite the case of Whitworth versus State. What in that case actually applies to this particular case?
I don't know if I'm looking, you said it was the last one that I filed?
Yeah.
So February 9th,
Yes,
Damn.
page 24.
page 24, you said Woodward?
Whitworth.
I don't see Withward.
At the bottom, Georgia courts have developed their own standard for disqualification of prosecutors.
That's not my page 24. You must be looking at a different, the one that was filed February 9th at 3:47?
We can't hear you.
I'm
You're gonna
so
have to
sorry, I'm
just
so
pull the
sorry.
microphone
Yeah,
just
of
pull it a little
course.
closer to you.
Yes, I want to make sure I'm following the same one. You're talking about the defendant supplemental reply that was filed on February 9th at 3:47?
No, let's go back.
Okay.
Let's use your first one.
Okay.
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 Yeah. One that's a little bit more. Okay. So that one there on the Whitworth case. Tell me
Demeanor
how
is
that
already-
actually
demeanor's
impacts this
annoying.
particular case.
Which page are you referring to?
Page 24.
Page 24.
His demeanor's bothering me and his vocal fry is bothering me. Let me just act like I don't care about what's going on here and get the vocal fry. And now let's argue a point that's totally
So
irrelevant.
the site is Whitworth. The court recognized a conflict of interest as a ground for disqualification. Held to arise where the prosecutor had acquired a personal interest
Yeah,
or
that has
stake
nothing
in
to
the
do with the
defendant's
oath.
conviction.
This guy mixed up oath with conflict.
And I don't, you know, I wish I had that case in front of me. I don't have the case in front of me.
He
but
started by
essentially,
talking about
to
the
answer your
oath.
question, that first of all is physical precedent only. So
Right.
yes, and we
But you did cite it.
and said
Right.
that it's physical
Yeah.
precedent only.
And you're using that as the basis, really, to say it's a conflict. There's no other case law that you actually use in this particular brief to say it's a conflict. other
Guaranteed
than
that that's not
Whitworth
true.
And also amusement sales.
So there's already
which
two.
deals with contingency fee.
Right.
And so in Whitworth, and I have the case if you want to go through it, it actually talks about that there's ways of citing the conflict.
Right.
Number one would be if he had or prosecutor had actually spoken to the defendant. Has that taken place?
No.
Okay. Second, has he represented the defendant?
No, he hasn't. There was a motion early on.
Get in your mic.
It was, I didn't even bring this up here, and I don't think we talked about it in the brief, but there was a motion early on because Mr. Campbell, who's Mr. Wade's law partner, actually sent a mailer out to my client and all of the other
remember that.
defendants. Yeah.
remember that.
So
Oh, yeah.
I don't think anybody called based on that,
Vocal
but they did
fry.
advertise to them
Bullshit
saying, call
incoming.
us to represent you.
And then they came with the third, which says there has to be a personal stake in the defendant's conviction.
Right.
So is that what you're relying on there, that there's a personal stake in his
They've
conviction?
distinguished
No, and the
that.
prosecution also. So and in that
Prosecution,
case,
exactly.
that's, again, that's physical precedent only, and I don't remember the specific facts of that case, but it's not just a
It's not the
conviction.
outcome, it's
And
the
obviously,
prosecution.
The state wants it to be just a conviction. And
They
we
talked
argued
about
this
that.
extensively over 3 hours, I think,
Yep.
in front of the court.
Testified.
But it's also a personal stake in the
In the
prosecution.
prosecution, the process.
And that was an amusement, prosecution. In that case, they That was a contingency fee case. So
That's
that was
correct.
completely different. Yeah.
And so in amusement, it was a contingency fee case. So they had a personal stake actually really in the conviction because they only received the contingency fee when the conviction happened.
Right.
So what you're really saying is that they had a personal stake and just bringing the case.
Yes.
Because he can't have there's no personal stake in the conviction similar to amusement, correct?
Well, so amusement's a little bit different because there is no conviction in a forfeiture action.
Correct. But they're going to get money if they win.
Right, but there's no conviction.
But they're going to get money if they win. That's the
They
key.
get money if they keep the forfeiture. So it's where that was a forfeiture case. I think that was like game slots.
That's correct.
Yes.
Very
But they
smart.
get money if they win.
Right, but
That's
you
the only
would-
way they get money.
Yes.
They don't get money for bringing it.
So I just wanted to make sure it was clear.
Right.
That was not conviction because you can't have a conviction.
But they only get money if they're the victor.
In
He's receiving his funds. Mr. Wade is receiving his funds because he's billing because the case is going on, correct?
Oh, yes.
Not because he wins a case.
Clip
No,
this. This
you
guy
can
doesn't
lose the
realize
case and
he's
still
making a
have
mistake.
Absolutely.
Make a ton of money off of it.
So what you're saying is the actual conflict is just bringing it.
Prosecuting
the actual
it.
conflict is
Prosecuting the
it's-
case.
That's a long answer. The actual conflict is lying on your disclosures about how much money.
I'm
you
talking
got
as far
in
as
gift.
this issue is concerned right here. When you use the with worth, you use amusement sales, and they say that there has to be an actual conflict
In bringing
in
the
amusement
suit.
sales. And let's go back to Whitworth if we can, because in Whitworth, the person was actually told, the prosecutor was actually told by another prosecutor that they want the case to actually resolve in a conviction. Because what had happened was the
Dude,
defense
okay, good,
attorney
you read
came to the
Whitworth.
prosecutor and said, we would like to plead. And the prosecutor basically said, no. He went and got advice from somebody, and that prosecutor said, we would like this case to resolve in a conviction.
Right.
And so the question, and that then was held not to be a conflict. They said that still is not an actual conflict,
answer.
even though someone told that prosecutor. We want to see a conviction. We actually want to see it go to the end. Don't plea him out. And the court said, no, that's not an actual conflict, because what you have to show is there's an actual unfairness to the defendant in the trial.
Right.
Can you point to any unfairness in the trial that's taken place?
Yeah,
It's-
being
it's not in the
subjected to
trial, so
one.
it's not limited just to the trial. But to answer the first part of your question, when you were asking about the conviction of personal stake, Ms. Willis has made numerous public statements about her interest in a conviction. There's some emails that had been admitted as part of it, as part of some of the exhibits in the case. There's a lot of pleadings, so I don't know which one exactly, but talking about her desire for there to be a conviction and jail time. And then in my case, for example, so Mr. Wade offered my client misdemeanor probation. So we were the first people to get an offer. And we said no, we wanted a dismissal because he was not guilty. And that did not happen. So obviously there's an interest in him being convicted of something, because when the plea offer was for him to pay a $5,000 fine and have a misdemeanor.
So in reality, because you said that he wanted to extend the case out, he was actually trying to end your client's case,
With a $5,000.
but it was going to end.
It
He was
would.
be no more,
With a
it would be no
conviction.
more billing on that
Interest-
case. Because
interest in the
earlier you
conviction.
said- But earlier you said that you believe, which was total speculation, that they created this case against your client to do more billing. And what you're just telling me now is that he was willing to stop his billing because he offered your client a misdemeanor.
get a conviction
and you
and sev-
rejected
and
it.
17
You're the one
other-
who's continuing the billing.
I don't bill by the hour.
No, you're the one that's continuing to make him bill. He was willing to cut that off. You said, I believe that they created this case against my client
Right.
so they can continue to bill.
There were
But
17
he
other
basically
defendants.
went out and said, I'm tired of billing. I'm going to offer a misdemeanor.
Okay, let
And
me
you said no.
take a couple notes because you had a couple questions there. I want to make sure I answer all of them. So the billing, so as far as the billing and the offer. So what I was trying to explain, and I'm glad you gave me this opportunity to sort of go into it in a little more detail.
Gotcha, smart.
I tried to explain that there are really three classifications is how I broke the indictment down. There's the folks that are involved at the federal level. You see those people having, they were in D.C. Then you see the electors. Then you see coffee. These cases could have been
Ms.
handled.
Merchant, we can't even hear you.
Oh, I'm
hardly
so
up here.
sorry.
Just pull
I
it
didn't-
up right
sorry.
to you.
And tell the other
Pull
guy
it
to stop
edge of
breathing
desk
into the
if you have
mic.
to, so everybody
Okay,
can hear.
sorry. Okay, so how I was trying to explain it is I separate this down into three different types of cases. And it could have been handled that way. Coffee County could have been prosecuted in Coffee County if it had been chosen to do that. The stuff with the federal could have been handled in federal court if they had chosen to do that. Then the electors would have been the only remaining case that could have been prosecuted in Fulton County. Instead of choosing to do that, and it's not just my client in particular, but that group in the middle, by putting them all three together, it expands the litigation. How it expands it is a couple different ways. It expands it because when you charge a RICO case, you can bring in evidence of everything. So essentially, instead of having a case, a quick case, a case where there's evidence against Michael Roman, only Michael Roman, we litigate that. They expanded it to include these three different classifications. What does that do? That means the trial is going to be a year. They can plead people out. They can plead Michael Roman out, they can plead this person out, they can plead people out, but they're always going to have that large enterprise. And it actually does, even if they pled my client out, the offer was for him to testify. So, for him to testify, even though he would not be on trial, his acts would still allegedly be on trial, which still expands the litigation because he's not gone. The deal's not, you can plea out and you're gone, bye. We're not taking up time with you. It still expands it. So my whole point earlier was that this expands the litigation, because imagine if we just had, like you see in other cases, one defendant. You can limit the information to just that crime and that case. Or you could have three separate indictments. But what we've done here is we've put them all together. You've made it so that it's necessary to try them to have three trials because there's no courtroom that can fit all of those people. So that expands the litigation.
So in the case,
what did you learn?
In the case that you cited, physical or not.
Which one? Whitworth?
Whitworth. It says specifically that when the prosecutor goes up, Morgan, who is the person who's not supposed to, who's talking to him,
This guy
who's the
read one
prosecutor,
decision. He thinks he's master.
Hobbs informs Morgan, who is the prosecutor, that he anticipated the successful criminal prosecution, but that any decision regarding Whitworth's proposal to Morgan was Morgan's to make. Morgan decided to continue to go forward. And they said that was not a conflict, that was the prosecutor's decision to make. And you're saying this is the case you cite.
You cited this case.
In your case, they actually came to you and said, we're willing to give you
Did you
a
not
plea.
hear her answer?
And you said no, which is perfectly fine.
Did you not just
But
hear
then
her
you
answer?
say, well, they want to extend prosecution on my client. They were willing to cut it off.
Did you not just listen
And
to
so
what she
therefore,
just said?
The case that you cite is totally opposite than the situation that you're dealing with.
Look at these guys
How
next
would
to him
you
like,
say
oh my
that
gosh.
you have a conflict in this case? Based on this case, just based on this case. That was your first case that you cited in your brief.
I don't think it was actually the first case, but
The first was actually a federal case, but the first Georgia case you cited was Whitworth
think
on
that's
this
right.
particular issue.
right on this
Sir,
particular
did you not
issue.
hear my
And
answer?
Again, I don't have Whitworth in front of me, and there's a lot of different facts about these cases. I would be happy to review it and let you know. But what I can tell you is that I still, and we still believe that this is to expand the litigation. And even if it's minor, the law says over $100, that's enough to have a personal interest. So what we've got is we've got these financial disclosures where they're not being truthful. Ms. Willis is lying under oath.
Maybe he has COPD.
Which
I
is the
shouldn't
same
make
thing
fun
my
of him.
client is charged with conspiring to do. Lying under oath about receiving a benefit over $100. So you've got those. You've got this concerted effort, which we have seen, unfortunately, drag out over the last couple months, this concerted effort to hide this information from the public, to keep this information
Lie
out.
under oath.
I think that it is very reasonable for a court to think that that is a conflict of interest. And whether or not it's a stake in the conviction, a stake in the prosecution. We definitely have seen a stake in the prosecution. And Whitworth, the problem with Whitworth, and this is...
Who actually brings the case?
The district attorney. Well,
How do they get the case?
well, we know a lot more now because of the book Find Me the Votes. So we know a lot more than we normally would know. So, and that's one of the things that I talk about in my motion. In this case, it was actually Nathan Waite. So he's the one that he presented most of the witnesses,
How is your client charged? How are these clients charged?
My client was charged just in the actual grand jury.
Okay,
Yeah.
so grand jury.
Yes.
Okay, so we had a special grand jury, and then you had a grand jury
Yes.
who made this determination.
Well, yes.
They
And
made
I-
a determination to bring charges, basically, to
yes.
indict, correct?
Yes, and I.
So are they part of all of this?
No. But I've never had the privilege of being inside of a grand jury, but I have heard a lot about what happens inside of a grand jury. It is a witness who comes, and in this case, it was actually the investigator for the DA's office. So just understand this, it is a very low standard of proof. It's probable cause. I have had clients who were dead indicted. I actually had a lawyer that I worked with at the public defender that was indicted along with his client because the DA presented an indictment that actually had the lawyer's name on it by accident. And the grand jury indicted him.
So you're saying the grand jury has flaws?
100%.
Oh, so would you think it'd be better for just the prosecutor to draw the accusations?
No. No,
So the
and
grand jury.
I know you guys have a bill doing that right now.
She is
No,
so
I definitely
smart.
don't think
It's
so. The grand jury is
unbelievable.
better than no oversight.
Correct.
Definitely, but
Right.
it's a continuum. So my point in bringing that up is the grand jury is not perfect. The grand jury is. I'm not allowed to be part of the grand jury. It is not what I would call adversarial. So the grand jury is one-sided. They only hear
Ex
from the
parte.
prosecutor. So, and they hear hearsay. So in this case, using it as an example, the investigator for the DA's office listened to all the January 6th testimony, read all the testimony, went in there and summed it up for the grand jury. They present, the grand jury doesn't draw up the indictment. They actually, the prosecutor brings that indictment, and then they vote, and it's a majority. So all they have to do is a majority vote, and it's by a very low standard. It's a probable cause, which is about 25% proof. So you've got hearsay, you've got a witness who hasn't actually witnessed anything personally, you've got a standard of 25%. I think there should be much more safeguards on the grand jury process personally, but that's for another day.
So you went through special grand jury and they made their recommendations. Then went to a grand jury and they, of course, made their recommendations. And how many persons have actually pled in this particular case?
2 or 3.
2 or 3 already.
And they were lawyer. Well, there was one.
Je-
So the first gentleman who pled, he was a bondsman, and he was not, because of the state law for
His name
bonding agents.
was-
He's not able to actually run his business while he's on bond. So he had a significant financial interest in entering a plea early on because
Excellent
he was
points.
essentially couldn't work if he didn't enter a plea. And I mean, he got probation. You know, it was not what you would imagine in a huge racketeering case. You would not imagine probation and a $5,000 fine.
you got
The
Jenna
other two people who
Ellis.
pled are both lawyers, lawyers at the end of their career, and
Now.
I can imagine when I'm close to retirement and I have my retirement funds, if I would want to spend them on a criminal trial or spend them seeing my grandchildren, I would spend them seeing my grandchildren.
One of the things we've been talking about is Mr. Wade's kind of qualification. So,
yes.
But you did mention early on that he was very instrumental in the special grand jury process. So he's been there. He's been part of this process.
Oh, you can see that by his bills, yes.
Right. So other than just his bills, you said that you recognize that he's been part of the process. So even though he's very, I guess, what everyone's saying is inexperienced, he was able to go to a special grand jury and get their positive recommendations.
They
I
indict
guess,
a ham
from
sandwich, dude.
state
You
side.
know the
He's
expression.
able to go to a grand jury and get indictments, which positive for the state side. And he's actually had some persons actually plead guilty. So this inexperienced former assistant solicitor, I mean, he's not doing too bad, is he?
For a
That would
corrupt
be up for-
RICO.
Up for dispute. I mean, if you want to talk about his qualifications and whether I think he's qualified, I'm happy to talk about
No,
that.
I'm just saying. I mean, when you say that someone's totally unqualified, that's basically what's been going on. It's very surprising he was able to go to a special grand jury. You say he's integral in
that's
that.
not surprising at all.
And he's going into a grand jury, and you say he's integral in that. Then why even say that he's unexperienced? And he's getting people.
'Cause he's
to plead
never tried a
guilty.
felony, you
Basically,
moron.
You're saying those are just lawyers that don't want to do anything anymore, and they just pled their clients guilty. I understand.
No. So the special purpose grand jury, first of all,
Harold
my client
Jones
was
II.
not recommended as far as that.
I understand.
And the special purpose grand jury, I've had the opportunity to read a lot of the transcripts from that. It's direct examination. So you're bringing a witness in and you're talking and you're saying, tell me what happened. So he did that along with Mr. Wooten, and he never did it all by himself. He definitely led it,
Harold
but Mr.
Jones.
Wooten asked a lot of questions, and there were some other prosecutors in and out, but he was always there. But that, I mean, special purpose grand jury is really just to investigate and get testimony.
I understand.
So it's not.
But when a person's trying to insinuate that somebody's basically totally unqualified,
Pretty much.
it is important to realize that they've walked this case to this particular point. Very complicated case, I would imagine.
I mean, that's something that we could debate. If walking someone through the grand jury, the special purpose grand jury is complicated or not. asking questions. And again, there's a team of 10 lawyers. So
So now it's a team of 10 lawyers.
who knows what part he's doing. But the question would be then, why him? Why not all of the public servants
Yeah, a
who
team of
are
10
taking
lawyers, he
government
got
salaries
$650K.
and,
Moron.
restricted in their private law practice? Why do they need him there when there's all these other people? As far as the qualifications, asking questions in a special purpose grand jury in and of itself, I mean, there's no opponent. There's no adversary. There's no judge.
Once it became adversarial, you've had persons start
And-
pleading. And maybe more potentially, correct? Possibly, but we'll find out.
Doesn't seem
But let me ask you this, though, because you were
We'll
talking
find
about
out.
the
Threats.
staff. One of the reasons you may go outside of to outside counsel could be the fact that if you actually put this type of case within the office, just speculating, but to some extent, we all are.
No,
the
we're not.
office
No, we're not.
Would basically shut down. It's a potential that the DA's office had actually basically shut down.
Oh, God, no. If you took the $1 million that he's been paid, you could hire 5 lawyers.
Six
You
lawyers.
could do that, but how long would you be able to keep them? In other words, if you hired 5 new inexperienced ADAs, they're not tackling this case. And also,
Well, the
he-
inexperienced ADAs are not going to make
He's going to-
$200,000. So if you're hiring inexperienced ADAs, you'd probably be able to hire 20. But that's not what
But
they're
the key thing is, that job that you're talking about, that you're going to hire with that, with the $1 million that you'd have paid him,
Yeah.
if that's your theory on it, that's not going to stay. That's not necessarily going to be long-term if you're just saying the money you paid him, you could have done this. Because his is a short-term kind of situation. His is on contract, so it's short-term. It's not a long-term contract. It's not going to last for a person's career. So I understand the back and forth when persons were saying, well, they could have used this money for that. But that money was delegated for him.
It was never
on the
delegated.
Short-term
It was never
project,
delegated
so
to
to
him.
speak. So it's not anything that a person would come in long-term and actually necessarily do. But at the same time, that would be up to the district attorney.
What the hell are you talking
to make
about?
that decision.
No, it wasn't up to
how
her to
she's
make that
doing
decision.
that. I just make the point.
Did this guy
that
listen to
so
anything?
far, from a district attorney's standpoint, I would say that they probably believe that so far the case is successful. And we can argue about what's qualified and what's not, but certainly I think that they would argue at this point the case has gone from a successful pattern for somebody that's been denigrated and said is totally unqualified.
I
wanna
just
go
said a
into
bunch of
these
crap.
trips. How much
thought-
was
wait,
the money? Go
Stop.
ahead. Thank you.
Was that a question? Because I'd like to respond if it is.
Yes.
Okay. I took notes because there were a couple different questions in there. So the first one, you said about how much money. So Ms. Willis had stated that it would be between $3 or $4 million to actually pay Mr. Wade completely to prosecute this case. So you'd be able to hire a number of prosecutors. Some of them do come and go, but most of the prosecutors we've seen on this case have been there since the beginning. So, unfortunately, these cases take time, so people may leave. You also asked me about that this money was delegated for this, and I just wanted to make sure that my testimony was accurate. This money was never delegated for this. The county did not ever delegate this. The county was not involved in that at all. Ms. Willis is the one that decided, and there's no budget. There's no transparency at all on this.
She does the contract with him, and I believe you showed those contracts. So in that sense, is delegated to him because that contract can end at any time. She could say, "Hey, the contract because he works at her pleasure."
Oh, yeah.
So that
He
contract
works
can
at her
end any
pleasure, all right.
time. That
Yes.
would be the point.
Morons.
On the trips, how much total were the trips?
about $20,000.
Ooh, that's a lot.
And I think it was about 17,059. But even if we say 20,000,
Working
what was
at her
the average
pleasure.
cost of each one of those
5,000.
trips?
4,000.
Unfortunately, they did not provide all of the records, so I can't tell you exactly. All I can tell you is what Mr. Wade charged on his credit cards. I can't tell you. Most of it was paid in cash, so there's no record. So I wish I could tell you, but
I can't.
Going by your slide, one was 3,335, one was 4,453.
which one? Hold on, I want to make sure I'm clear.
Working at her
on each.
pleasure.
6 trips.
Okay, but which trip are you talking? Well, you said one is 3,000 something. I want to make sure I'm clear.
Yeah, put it back up for me, please.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
So the first one, Royal Caribbean,
Vocal fry is
3,335. Aruba,
very annoying.
4,453. And then we see the next one, and then the next two. How would that compare? I mean, what is that so unusual on price points as far as trips are concerned?
No, I mean, I don't think so.
He
The
didn't
Royal
say- he didn't
Caribbean, so I
say
can
she
tell you 'cause I know these
overpaid.
records really well. I mean, Royal Caribbean, I specifically kept out the money that he spent on his mom's cabin. So they had 2 cabins. His mom had a cabin. They had an oceanfront balcony.
Cabin?
For the Bahamas.
Did he ever
I
stay in a
think
cabin?
Oceanfront balcony's probably, upper middle, but I don't know that it matters. Flew, comfort class. not unnormal for a lawyer. I mean,
You know what maybe the average American spends on vacation?
not this much.
You don't think?
No.
Have you looked?
Huh? No, I haven't, but I would imagine most of the Fulton County
This
taxpayers
idiot thinks
would love to go on any of these trips.
$20,000.
Well, you know, if you, since you speculate a lot, I could speculate and say that you did look, and that's why you didn't put it in your brief.
I did
Because
not.
Forbes actually says that the average is about $3,700 that a person spends on a vacation.
Not
For a
4
single
in a
person
year.
or a family?
Family of 4. Well, at that time, they were taking 2 and 3 at the time.
That makes
so
sense.
that makes, that's about
no,
normal.
hold on. I want to make sure that's clear. You said they were taking 2 or 3 at a time. All of these, I made very certain that my numbers only included the 2 of them. So the one trip that they took
But
his
it's
mother on,
2 adults.
2 adults, yes.
It's nothing extraordinary.
So you said 3,700 for a family of 4.
Right.
That does not surprise me. For families that can afford to go on vacations, does not surprise me.
So it's basically what the average American would do.
No, the average American who
that's-
can afford
Yes.
to go.
This is half of that for 2 people. So you said 3,700 for a family of 4. This is for 2 people,
Right, it's just 2 people.
right? So
Yes.
that,
Double it.
yes.
So it wouldn't necessarily be habit, it's 2 adults. Bottom line is, it's not extravagant, it's not lavish, is it?
The law
Can you
only said
imagine these
$100.
arrogant,
But
pompous
it's not lavish.
Democrat
And that's one of the reasons I didn't
fuckers?
include all the Ubers. I quite frankly didn't want to do the math. But there were a ton of Ubers on each of these trips. There was a hotel at the beginning of the Royal Bahamas. I didn't include that. I didn't want to do the math, and I also did not want to.
And how much does Ms. Willis make?
200 and something thousand a year.
And so your
in my brief.
argument is that a person who makes $200,000 a year
Mm-hmm.
is actually setting up prosecutions to go on a trip that costs $3,500.
It was $20,000 worth.
No, not in isolation. I mean, you're talking about in isolation.
No,
That
I'm
in
not talking about isolation. I'm talking about what's in briefs. I don't know what else you may be speculating about. I'm just talking about what's
Speculating,
in
it's
briefs
the word of
that
the day,
says
people.
This is the benefit that she got, and all I'm saying is that I got a person who's making $200,000, and the benefit that you're putting into the briefs, not what you may say that you may find elsewhere, but the benefit in the briefs is I go on a trip with $3,300, $4,400.
These guys can't believe.
And they have made up all these
How-
prosecutions
these guys
to
are,
go on
like,
a 3-day
can't believe what
cruise
they're listening
for
to.
$3,300. I mean, that's your argument. That's your argument, that's your argument.
That's not.
That's in the brief.
That's not our argument. So, we did
What else
argue
is
for
in the
about
brief?
3 hours.
What else is in the brief?
What else is in the
Lying
brief?
under oath,
A lot of
perjury.
facts, a lot of law.
No, as far as actual financial benefit.
So the financial benefit that I put in the brief was what I could prove. I did not want to have any, as you call it, speculation. I did not want to speculate about anything else. So I did not know if Mr. Wade paid for an Uber that Miss Willis was literally sitting in at the same time. You can kind of assume, because it's from the airport to the hotel, but I did not want to speculate to that. So I didn't include those in the numbers. So the hard numbers in here are all of these numbers that are
That's
on
what's in the
trips.
brief.
Yes, the ones that I actually had hard numbers that I knew that she had. Yes, that's in the brief.
In our business, we deal with proof, and so that's the proof that we
shut up.
have.
That's what I
That
did.
person
Yes.
is doing all of this for that.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I
And
understand.
so what I included was what I had the actual hard proof of. And then
shut
some of
his
it's attached
mouth
to the brief.
already.
Some of it I got by subpoena. So some of it is actually exhibits that were admitted. I think I submitted to you all the certified business records from a couple different travel agencies. Those are actually admitted.
They were
And
taking
there were a
2
lot of other
trips a
receipts that I
year.
had that I did not know for sure if they were joined. And so I didn't include those. And I haven't
And
talked
you
about it
shouldn't,
today.
correct?
Exactly.
That's correct.
I 100% agree.
So this is what we're dealing with.
Yes,
They
we're
took
dealing
2
with
trips
hard
a year.
proof.
The average
Correct.
American
That. So my next question then becomes,
then becomes. How do
on
I?
the conflict as far as his salary is concerned, just curious. Is it the amount of salary that you really creates the conflict? I mean,
They tried to argue
'cause we
this already
get
in
stuck
court.
on money a lot. So is the amount of salary that is creating this conflict in your mind?
No,
Or
it's
is
the
just the
fact that
fact that
they're-
he gets any salary at all?
No, it has nothing to do with that. I did not make any allegations against Mr. Floyd or Ms. Cross. It's the fact that they were sleeping together and he was paying for trips for them to go on, and they were hiding
we
it from the
discussed,
taxpayers.
Which we just discussed that.
That's why.
So if there's not a trip, then you don't believe there's a conflict?
Oh, I do, because of the Fulton County laws. The laws say that they
I
can.
don't understand the county codes, but I'm talking about as far as like
I don't want to talk about that.
what the case law says, which is
Oh, yeah.
what the judge is actually going to. If there's no,
What judge argue in court? You're doing worse than Abate.
if you're not, hiding that or against the Fulton County ordinances.
They were hiding it, though.
Do you believe that there's a conflict? If they brought it out and said, hey, we're dating, is it a conflict in your mind?
They only brought it out once I alleged it, and they called me a liar multiple times.
What I'm saying is that they brought it out, would it be a conflict in your mind?
If
Is it a
they-
conflict?
Here in a
And what would be the conflict?
So in a perfect world, what you're asking is if Miss Willis had gone to the Board of County Commissioners and said, I'm having an affair with this man, but he is brilliant and he would be an amazing prosecutor on this election interference case. Can I have an appropriations of $3 million and I will get it done? And she had said, and I'm going to go on vacations with him and we're going to date and we're actually going to go home to the safe house that Fulton County's paying for and he's going to be here for 4 hours at night. If she had said all that and they had given what they gave in Exhibit J,
Clip this.
knowing that, Exhibit J, we wouldn't be here.
Clip it. Shut up now. You got any
So
more
then your
questions,
client
dummy?
actually has no conflict, because that would still exist. Your client has no hard conflict then.
Oh, he's got
There's
a hard
no actual conflict. It doesn't matter.
Your
if you
client's
disclose-
got the conflict.
If you disclose the conflict, it still exists. If you
If disclose it, it's not a conflict, you
one of the
moron.
cases that you cited. If a person says, I got a conflict, but I'm still going to testify against you. I know I represented you, and I have a conflict, and I'm going to go testify against you. Conflict is now over. Absolutely not. If you have an actual conflict where your client is harmed, just because they disclose it doesn't end that conflict.
The
So what you're
harm is
describing
in not
a
disclosing
conflict
it.
at all. You're just saying, I caught somebody,
Oh my
so therefore
God.
I'm going to create something and call it a conflict. You cannot waive a conflict like that. You
No,
just could.
so-
If your client is, you could not do
Can
that
you-
for your
can you be
client.
quiet now?
If your client is actually suffering harm, as far as how the prosecution is taking place, because that's what a conflict is. Just because she says, oh, I'm doing these things, you're not going to go to your client and say, you actually have actual harm, but she said it, so we're going to still go
Holy
forward.
shit.
That makes absolutely no sense.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question to me.
Look at the guy behind
You
him.
don't have a conflict if you're saying if she disclosed it, it would go away. Then there is no conflict.
No. I did not say that. I said we would not be here if that had happened.
Right,
That's
because
what I
you
said.
wouldn't claim there's a conflict.
No, because
They would have disclosed
we
it.
wouldn't be here because it violates so many of the Fulton County statutes and ordinances and the state statutes that we wouldn't be here because it wouldn't have been approved.
This guy's worse than the
But
bot.
if she disclosed it, not the way you said it,
If
but if
she
it was
disclosed the
disclosed,
facts- hold
it's
on.
disclosed
If
now.
she
What is the
disclosed
conflict?
The undisputed facts, the facts that we all, your side and my side.
How is your
whoever's
client
side-
harmed? That's my question.
Hold on, I'm trying to answer your first question now. So if all the undisputed facts, if those had been in front of the Board of County Commissioners, we wouldn't be here because there would not have been a contract, because it's in contravention
Of the laws.
So we would not be here. I would not be bringing a motion because who knows if my client would have been indicted. Now, I wish we could go back in time and undo that and see, but we can't. And so Mr. Wade was in the grand jury. He should not have been there. He should not have been appointed. Had the Board of County Commissioners known all of the facts of the case, he would never have been appointed to this case. So we can't now speculate as to what
And what,
could have happened.
what case law do you point to prove that?
Oh, the statutes. It's
No, it's not a stat, not Fulton County statute. I'm asking
Oh.
the Georgia Court of Appeals, Georgia Supreme Court. Is there any case that says
This
that?
guy sounds
And
like
it's
Ian
not.
No, and
Copeland.
it's really not surprising, honestly, because can you imagine this happening? I mean, honestly,
happens.
in December, would you have imagined this happening? I think most people would.
Oh, I
All
don't
sorts of
want the
conflicts that
statutes.
Are taken up by the Court of Appeals.
I
and
can
don't want
tell
the
you, I have
statutes.
found some cases in other jurisdictions, but I have never found a case in Georgia where, and mind you, this only happens in Fulton County. So we're talking about Fulton County cases where there would be a special prosecutor appointed, because it's the only place that this happens. So otherwise, maybe the AG. So you're talking about a prosecutor sleeping with the person that she is appointing to do this work, paying exorbitant amount of money, not getting county approval, not filing.
Is she paying him, or is he earning the money because he's actually billing hours because
Oh,
he's
he's
prosecuting
billing
the case?
hours.
I mean, I don't.
He's
I wasn't
billing
there.
hours because
Oh,
he's
he's
prosecuting the
billing
case,
hours.
right?
I
A case that a
would assume- I
grand
would
jury
hope.
indicted.
I would hope that he's billing based on work that he's doing. I don't know because I don't have proof of that, and the billing is very irregular. But I don't know, so I don't.
But I
want to
mean, words
speculate.
do matter when we say that she's not paying him in that sense. He's earning money for a case that he is in charge of prosecuting, that a grand jury indicted, and that's where we are.
You're
That's-
correct. She is not paying him. The Fulton County taxpayers are.
As they pay every prosecutor, as they pay every public defender and every government official that actually exists.
Employees,
100%. And that he is part of that process. And he is prosecuting a case that you're involved in, correct? He's prosecuting. And he's been integral in that prosecution.
Does this guy not
And you said
understand
that.
how stupid
I
he
mean,
sounds?
he has been very involved. Integral to me means that he is necessary.
Senator Jones, are you getting close?
Yes, sir.
Are you getting
I
close
just
to
have one last
anything
question, and that was,
of
in the
a
case
rational
that you
thought?
cited, it clearly says,
Which case? I'm sorry.
in Witten,
Witten?
Whitworth versus State, it clearly says, the prosecutor should see no unfair advantage in taking advantage of the accused.
Grandstanding is
That
all he
creates
can
the
do.
conflict. What unfair advantage has he done in this case?
You've asked me a lot
$700,000.
of questions about Whitworth. I would love a chance to read it if you have a few minutes, just so I can actually respond. I don't have it in front of me, and there's a lot of cases out there, and I want to make sure I respond accurately.
Sure, I have it.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm one of those people, I'm visual. I like to see it. Do you mind? Thank you.
Oh my goodness. What's the actual conflict? The $650,000, $700,000
While
he got
she's
paid.
looking at this.
But he did work.
We're going to wrap
Oh.
up here in a few minutes.
Yep.
I wanted to let the public know how you can get information to us.
Ooh, call
Each
to the
senator on the
public.
committee has a separate email address for committee business, and it's simply the last name of the senator. In my case, it would be calcert.inv@senate.ga.gov. INV,
breaths.
obviously, for Investigative Committee. So each senator, their last name,
I'm just gonna
.inv@senate.ga.gov. And David Cook is sitting over here in the corner as the Secretary of the Senate. He is going to be the safekeeper of any documents or evidence that we accumulate. His email address for this purpose will be cook.inv.
Look at the way the guy there, is Harold is
senate.ga.gov.
sitting down.
I've had a number of citizens that have reached out and wanted to provide information or be heard.
Including the
or,
waiter?
you know, testify possibly in front of this committee.
Oh
And,
yeah, bring it.
we are encouraging anybody that has input or information that might be helpful to us to provide it to a committee member, ideally to cook.inv@senate.ga.gov, because Secretary Cook will provide it to all committee members. We don't have a next meeting scheduled yet, but it will be no more than a couple of weeks away. Ms. Merchant, you may not be able to have completed your testimony today, and we may have to call you back for
Good.
additional questioning after today, but I'm not rushing you. Take your time, read that.
Can it not be the first week of April?
Yeah,
Cobb County spring break, please.
that'd be fine.
Thank you.
So I'm going to cough again.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm so glad. So this is Morgan. When you said Morgan, it should have, J-Tom, it should have struck with me. I remember this now. So this case,
She's gonna destroy him.
J-Tom was actually the district attorney when he first took this case, and he was not.
Don't talk, wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot the microphone.
Look at the way this jackass is sitting there with.
He took employment later on. So the employment, so it's different than our case because he took employment later on. He wasn't actually paid hourly. He was a member of Prosecuting Attorneys Council. And I'm glad you brought that up because that was one thing that I didn't really go into earlier. The other way that counsel is usually appointed in these cases is the Prosecuting Attorneys Council actually appoints it. And that's what happened in that case. But they sometimes will pay an hourly rate if it's something that is needed. But in that case, he was actually the district attorney in another county. And that's what I've experienced before. So the 2 times I've had special counsel, it's been because it's somebody from outside in another jurisdiction that's brought in. So that's what happened in this case. But then he took a job later. The other big difference with that case, and this came up in our oral arguments with the judge, that's a post-conviction case. The standard of review is very different post-trial than it is pre-trial. We're in a pre-trial posture. And we talked about that because the judge asked us a similar question about how to distinguish
Guy's not
that.
listening to a damn
That's
word
the
she's
big
saying.
issue. And the judge pointed that out. That is post-trial. Post-trial, we have harmless error review. it's not a great review. So, it's just like ineffective assistance of counsel. If you stop the harm before it happens, it's a different review than if you fix the harm after it's already done. It's really hard to overturn a conviction once the conviction happens, and that's what you have there.
But in this case, they never got to the harmless error review because they said that no conflict existed. I understand what you're talking about by the harmless error, but they never discussed that because no conflict existed. And you're right, it is post-conviction, but bottom line is you really did not address the aspects that I was talking about when they say is a conflict. And it's not me putting this case in, talking about a conflict. It's a case that you guys actually did cite. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield.
Well, can I at least answer that question?
Sure you can.
We definitely cite it because we have, both myself and my husband have a very strong policy of citing everything. We don't hide cases. So if there's something that's adverse to our position, we're going to cite it and we're going to explain it. We don't hide behind it.
Bam!
We cite adverse authority all the time.
Adverse authority, but that's fine.
He has to get the last
The
word.
oral arguments that we did, that was how the oral arguments started, so.
All right, so that line of question deals specifically with the legal principles involved in your motion to disqualify. As I understand it, you're not really claiming a conflict of interest between defendants, et cetera. It's the conduct of the prosecutor.
Absolutely.
Yes.
That
Yeah, there's
is
no
improper
conflict.
conduct.
Yeah, we're not talking about the conflict between defendants.
We're talking about the fact that
Improper
the
conduct.
DA's office failed to follow state law and give approval, failed to follow county policies to get approval of her budget and this contract, that he was not eligible to have been hired had he been disclosed because of, you referred to it as nepotism, but it's relationships with, and your complaints are of she's receiving a financial benefit of gifts of more than $100, which violate county policies.
Yes, county and state. So and we attached that to one of the briefs, her return where she filed it under oath that says, I mean, it specifically says if you've got something over $100, you have to disclose it.
And
Here it is. It's so it's called the Fulton County Income and Financial Disclosure Report, and that says, and it says pursuant to Section 2-79 of the Fulton County Code of Ethics, that anytime you've got each gift or favor from a single prohibited source in the aggregate amount of $100 or more. And then it says, for purposes of this section, gift and favors means anything of value given by or received from a prohibited source. Prohibited source means any person, business, or entity that the involved officer, so Ms. Willis, knows or should know is seeking official action or seeking to do or doing business with the county. So obviously that would apply.
Okay. And failing to respond to your open records request and potentially giving false testimony under oath.
Potentially.
If your version of facts is proven to be true.
Yes.
Okay. Keep us posted. I guess we'll keep reading the press
you'll find
as
out
to how your case progresses, I guess there. I'm troubled about this Find the Votes book. Are you saying that the prosecutor has been
giving interviews while prosecuting.
discussing an ongoing prosecution and her prosecutorial strategy and indictment strategy
While doing it.
to authors of a book during the course of the prosecution?
Yes.
Yes.
And
yes.
that book is now come out?
It is. It's.
And
I don't think I brought it with me. No, I have a copy. We admitted a copy at the hearing.
Yep.
No, it's out there. It was published.
Shocking.
Is that a violation of ethical
I think so.
obligations in some way to be publicly discussing, just like the public statements you made about the guilt of a defendant, et cetera?
Yep.
Yes, definitely. And we alleged that and argued that as far as forensic misconduct. It's very surprising, shocking, and I don't know that there's a ton of cases on it. But
no one's ever done it before.
Also, we talked about it somewhat in our hearing because it goes into a lot of details about the financial troubles that Ms. Willis had prior to becoming DA.
She had
And
tens
so,
of thousands of dollars
it
lying
talks
around the
about
house.
That a lot.
Okay. Is she getting a financial benefit from that book?
I don't know.
Is she getting a royalty or payment for having been a contributor to it?
I have no idea.
Okay.
But I know her
Probably
dad
is not.
testified that he was interviewed for it. He came to the district attorney's office and was interviewed for it as well. And I think that was when her dad first learned that she had dated Mr. Wade, I think. But I may be wrong. Or maybe that's the first time they met, something like that.
All right. Well, thank you for your willingness
This was
to
amazing.
testify before us, and the documents you provided. We'll need some time to analyze and review those. And again, all committee members have access to those at David Cook's
Look at the
office.
way
He's
the
got
guy
them
there,
literally
Harold,
locked up
Harold,
in
what's
a-
his name?
In a room.
Harold is sitting.
We are not making copies or disseminating those. I will review the documents in more detail, and I'll confer with you, Senator Jones, if you're able to. We might can agree on what should be kept confidential there. I noticed some bank records and things that if it were me being investigated, I probably wouldn't want it divulged to the public. I don't think that's necessary for us to do our job here. I do appreciate everybody's attendance, and thank you all for making time to be here on our committee
Thank you for
day.
doing this,
We'll
Senator.
Keep you posted for the meetings. The meeting is adjourned.
Hear ye, hear ye. Well, we're not going to get any hot mic. Let's see if we see any hot action on the live cam. Here we can see Senator Jones. Oh, they cut it. I want to bring up something that they didn't bring up. Oh, yeah, just, the average American just goes out and, $4,000 for a vacation. I mean, you can't, there's no way Ashleigh, maybe someone could have come up with it in real time. Hold on, remove. They were taking 2 of these trips yearly. Is it here? Yeah, I just have to go freeze frame here. They were taking 2 of the trips yearly. Oh, they took 3 trips. They took 3 trips. Oh, yeah, so this is below what this guy, the Forbes made an article that the average American spends this. No, the average American who can afford to go on vacation can do 1 of those a year, and they have to save up for it, and they might have to put it on credit, not pay cash. They took 3. October, November, December. Oh my God, they took 3? For a 3-day trip, 3,000? Another 3-day trip, 3,000? Geez, we're planning our spring break next week. And then she got 2 more, 2023. Bam, March, April, May. My goodness, they taken vacation. Look at this. So October, November, December. Then they had to skip January, February, March, April, May. They took 5 trips within. What's my problem here? They took 5 trips, May, June, July, August, September, October. They took 5 trips in 7 months. Am I missing something here? October, November, October to November, December, January, February, March, April, May. 7 months. They took 5 trips. And that arrogant, pompous, detached, elitist, pompous prick comes out and says that's totally normal. Every American can just take trips like that. Holy hell. Sorry, am I screaming? Fani is effing cooked. And you knew damn well, first of all, this was an amazing, productive hearing because in 3 hours of hearing, we basically got the entire Fani Willis trial summarized. We got the entire trial summarized for those who didn't have the time to sit through that. And then there's going to be some who are not going to have the time to sit through this. So this afternoon after let me hit send on my email notes. Just so you hear everybody. This is, I'll share it over at Locals, my notes from today's hearing in the chat. But is it going to be able to get sent? It might be please enter at least 1 character. Dude, I entered an entire thing. Oh, there it is. Okay, here we go. I think it might be too big. It's going to be too big. I'll put it in the comments section here. There we go. Don't anybody steal my notes there. But in vivabarneslaw.locals.com. Notes with links. Is it going to let me hit send here? Ah wait, non. Laisse-moi poster mon Christ thing here. Come on, leave a comment. I can't seem to send it. Doesn't matter. That was fantastically, wonderfully useful. Not useless. Fani Willis is going down. Ashleigh Merchant is phenomenal. She actually, it's fun to see this. This was more argumentative, especially with Harold Jones II. Thinks on her feet and knows her shiat. And those are 2 very, very good things. All right, everybody who's got a duck out, I can totally understand. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. What I'm doing before I go anywhere is I'm going to go through the Rumble rants, people. Then the super chats. Hold on, I got to get rid of this. My mouth is so loud. Sorry, that might be screaming a little too much. I don't need to scream quite that much. Okay, that was amazing. Let's go to Rumble and deal with the Rumble rants. Deal with, as in have the privilege of going through 5 trips. But remember, Fani said she didn't even have time to leave the office for lunch. Yep, and she didn't have time to see her dad. 5 trips over 7 months, but only saw her dad 13 times in 2 years. And hid her relationship. Maybe she wasn't seeing her dad because she had to discreetly hide her relationship with Nathan Wade. And oh my goodness. JER 7 of 9. Juror 7 of 9 says $100 Rumble rant. Thank you very much. Thank you, Viva, for showing us this political chessboard. Ashleigh Merchant for SCOTUS. She's amazing. The minority senator was providing sound bites for corporate media who will play his statements and not Miss Merchant's response other than when she didn't have the full Wentworth case in front of her. Mitznave, you're right. I'll go snip up and clip up that guy's testimony. You're right. That's how it works. It's just now you understand. They just get the sound bite out. Oh, you didn't read the decision? No, sit down when you're reading it. You don't come. Arrogant prick. We got going back down. Mitznave. Okay, we got Denise Antu. Damn, is she good? He's throwing crap at the wall, hoping the heck that something sticks. Sammy says, didn't we just learn from Tish James that there doesn't have to be a harm party for a conviction? No one is above the law, lols. Wimplo says, this man is extremely stupid and corrupt. And I don't know about the corrupt part, but I'm going to agree with the stupid part. Metal Minister says, this guy is either or slept with Fani. V6 Neon says the Democrat isn't there to make sense. He is there to confuse, smoke, and mirrors. He will conflate and confuse while running out the clock, preventing her to correct anything. Sammy says about the trips, yeah, it was over $100. So exactly. Shut your mouth, Mr. Harold. Oh yeah, everyone takes one trip here. They took 5 trips in 7 months. Griztang. A family of 4 includes 2 adults, dumbass. And a family 4 once a year, not 5 times in 7 months, while their relationship lasted. Sunbeam Valley. This is what telling the truth sounds like. No pauses, no I don't recall answers. She knows dates, times, and places. Her recall is epic, and she brought the receipts. Absolutely. Edgework says, Merchant, I would love to explain this in the way even you can understand, but I had the crayon surgically removed from my brain already. CSFL, which stands for comically safe for life. Typical Democrat, ask and don't allow answers, attempt to confuse when you don't have a hope. I've seen enough of it to know that this, as far as congressional hearings go, is the MO for the Democrats. Standard read, him. I like my biscuits with mustard. No Man says, 1904, thanks for showing this, Viva. Thank you all for being here. We were I think, the number top 10 live streams in the world at this hour. I'm going to go double check the tweet from Rumble. And that's only on Rumble. That didn't include, I love it because, hold on, everybody. I'm going to give everybody the link. Share, copy. Get this out of here. Just go back here one more time. Come on over for the after party on Rumble, peeps. Rumble, come. What did I just do here? Come over to Rumble. I will read these super chats afterwards as well. But come over to Rumble, and it's the good place. Where was I? I'm over here. No, I'm over here. Stop telling Merchant what she is saying, dude. Ask for clarification. Stop fishing for gotcha. Good on Merchant for not allowing the reframes. Edgework. I thought you were talking to me for a second. Finboy Slick in the house. I just spat on my table. You think they're going to come to Barnes for help when the IRS gets a whiff of this? Dude, I don't think Barnes would. Barnes doesn't take liars as clients. CSFL says, it is possible that this cash was from a loan she made to her own campaign. This can take back and use for her own purposes. This wasn't made clear. Do you have info on this? No, I think bottom line, she probably admitted to having broken the law. Mitznave, corporate media spin will be that this was a one-sided hearing without the ability of Willis Wade to rebut. Well, we got that guy in the end, Harold. He did his best. CX Max 76. Viva, does that rule, prosecutors can't publicly state guilt of their accused before trial, apply to litigious James in New York? It's a good question about making public statements condemning the guilt during the trial. I don't understand how Leticia did not face bar sanctions for that. But like Barnes said, who's going to go after her? They're all in bed on the same team there. What Leticia James was doing, in my limited understanding of what's possible, permissible, ethical under prosecutorial misconduct or ethics, it never made sense how she was doing it and how she was doing it with impunity. But I agree, but I don't know. Brain Dead dropped out. Bird Brain dropped out. Who will be Trump's VP? Oh, Bird Brain is in Nikki Haley. Sorry, I thought I misunderstood that. King of Biltong. I got to go to the post office today. Good morning from Anton's in Roanoke, Texas. Free shipping for your biltong. Biltong is like wet beef jerky from what I understand, but I'm going to taste it today. With code VIVA on biltongusa.com or antonusa.com. Eat biltong whilst you watch Fani get exposed. Gross. Happy hump day. That's Wednesday. And if you're Fani Willis and Nathan Wade, it might also just be every day. I'd pay good money to see Willis and Wade's real-time reaction to this testimony. Me too. And that was from Alex417F1. Mitznave says, but Fani testified under oath that cell data is not reliable. They've basically gone and given grounds of appeal to a number of convicted criminals convicts, I should say, in Georgia. What an awesome compliment. Way to go, Ashleigh. Cooper True, she was amazing. Trump 2024. Is she? Well, Millick, I was going to say she'll have an attorney general for Trump, but now that we've seen they just go after everybody who's in Trump's orbit, even senior campaign officials like her client, Roman. That's why they went after him. He was a politically valuable target. I think I wrote that in my notes. This is so... I hope to God Ashleigh has protection. Rustport one. She's too big for that now. This is so clearly bad that Fani and media coverage will have to lean heavily on the racial angle for damage control. E.g., white officials do the same thing but only come after the black ones. Why do I want to mention Al Capone as an income tax evader and to quote Bette Midler's First Wives Club's wake up and smell the audit? V6 Neon. Potato soup. Taint Team Gorilla Grip. Viva the story that keeps on giving. Oh. Avalanche, this looks like the yeet cannon needed to yeet Fani. Okay, these I got to earlier. Okay, and then there were a few more that came to the top. Donald Trump's VP, Ashleigh Merchant. That would be amazing. I can't afford vacations in this economy, but when I do, I manage to go somewhere. It's to visit my family, Denise Ann too. It's just the detached audacity. Great show, Viva. Has Merchant accepted your X request? Let me just go check. I don't think she has, but I might be a liability. I appreciate that I might be a liability to some people. Ashleigh Merchant. It still says pending. Maybe I'm at the wrong account. It says I'm a criminal defense attorney in Georgia. I love my job. And then it links to Merchant firm, joined in 2010. But it's Merchant, her handle is Ashleigh Merchant, but without the T. Maybe I'm waiting on the wrong account. Anyhow, I don't take it personally whatsoever. I can't wait for Barnes' take on this absolutely 5 trips, but remember, Fani said she did it. Okay, so now we've done that there, so we can come out there. I will do the tips as well. How do I do this? Stop screen. And now we go up to the starred ones. Here, scroll all the way down. Just going to go through all of these if we can. We can. An instigating factor in the fall of Big Fani is classic Sun Tzu. If your adversary is of bad temper, irritate him. Very good. This is, and also, the old one, Napoleon Bonaparte. If you're never interrupt your adversary when they're making a mistake. What's the other one? If you want someone to hang themselves, just give them enough rope. Dana White. Can't you compare how many trips they took in previous years to prove if it's normal? Well, you couldn't because you wouldn't be able to get that without a subpoena. Took me a few times to figure out how to send a super chat. Well, Dana White. Oh, Dave White, not Dana. Thought Dana White was in the house. Oh, you're from Canada. Well, thank you very much. It's good to see you. But yeah, that would require, basically subpoenaing prior financial records to get that info. Whether or not you'd get it is up for grabs. I suspect they wouldn't have. Noticed that from October 28 is one trip. They then they separate November. To me counts as one trip, 7,000, or it just counts as 2 freaking trips within 1 month. The fudge, man. I know every American does that. It's amazing. Dave White. Oh, I see what happened. You didn't get to put your well, thank you very much for that, Dave. I hope you didn't send 2 by accident. Viva, what exactly was this jury for? This was not a jury. This is a state. Stretch my butt out a little bit. Straight. This was a state committee investigating Fani Willis. Now, they're not cloaking it as. I believe they probably have to have some legislative purpose for the investigation, which they clearly do, and they outlined. But they broadcast this on purpose because they want everybody to hear this because they're taking down Fani. The state is taking down Fani now. She's out. She's gone. She's out of this file, and I believe she's going to be disbarred. And I believe she is going to face some sort of criminal or ethical sanction. I know everyone says, Dems are above the law. This is for the world to see. They broadcast this hearing for a reason. and it was to make the announcement public. She is handling him like a boss, says M. Moore. She absolutely was. Get him, Ashleigh. Get him. Fire, says TLCG. WG, the fact that the minority party could have anyone to participate in this committee and the best person for the job was this clown. Some people have dignity and will not go out there and embarrass themselves. It seems that Anna Cross either has dignity or has been yeeted from the file for blowing it open with the unnecessary. This all happened because of Terrence Bradley being destroyed on the stand by Anna Cross. All of this. I mean, this was in the works from before, but whew, this guy is Dumber Sina Hawk Johnson. Who is that? I don't know who that is or what that is, but yeah, he was an embarrassing Billy Madison type answer. I hope you see what he is doing. Well, now I'm curious, Scott George. What was he doing? How many deep breaths have we all taken now? This guy is stooping Fani as well. So I had my theory that maybe Nathan Bradley had the affair with not Fani Willis, Jocelyn Wade back in 2015. That was the affair. But there's no way that Nathan Wade would have known that and then still hired on Terrence Bradley. So unless Nathan Wade knew that she had an affair but didn't know with whom, and it was Terrence Bradley, and Terrence Bradley didn't like seeing the way scumbag McGee Nathan Wade was treating his former lover and screwing her out of money and disrespecting her, then I think the more plausible answer is that Terrence Bradley was angry with Nathan Wade because he made him lie on court documents that now bore his signature. Facial expression of this guy on the right is killing me. Yeah, the two guys sitting next to Harold Jr. were laughing their heads off. Let's see this guy's text messages with Fani. Just kidding. Ashleigh was meant to do this. There is no shaking her. Absolutely. I'm thinking this guy is a DEI appointed senator. This clown is merely trying to hold her up for getting to court. Well, he was trying to re-argue what Abate blew it on in the closing arguments. And apparently, Fani Willis was unhinged on Adam Abate for his shitty, absolutely humiliating, embarrassing closing arguments. This clown is merely trying... Oh, I got that already. Sorry about that. The two guys next to him realizing how dumb he is. Yeah, we all saw that in real time. Queening Mina says, why do we always try to justify negligence? I know you living the black code, but this is embarrassing for us who comprehend just fine. The throwing in the race card to all of this is just on there. It makes it even worse. Like, nobody went after Nathan Wade or Fani Willis because they're black, period. It's because they're corrupt. And anybody who then throws in the race card almost seems to tacitly be trying to join those two things together. They're the bad ones. This guy was an attorney, so probably he was coached by Fanny's camp. Well, he did terribly. Fanny's dad is behind her? I don't think so. Well, Fani wasn't there. He growls like a Tasmanian devil. I'm a few minutes behind this listening to IALTA account bits. I think we know why Miss Fani likes cash now. No, the idea that they would keep it in their interest account for lawyers? Interest account, lawyer, whatever. Yeah, so they could just, divvy it out to themselves in a low-income year so they don't have to pay too much in tax. I got that in my notes. I find this guy's line of question partisan and dishonest. No shit, Sherlock. I mean, the guy's a partisan hack, liar. As a rep for your citizens' interests, you seek the truth, not litigate your politics. They were trying to relitigate Adam Abate's failed closing arguments. Ashleigh Merchant is my new celebrity crush. Keep your schmeckle in your pants, Florida. That I know you do. And you will. That's a beautiful picture, by the way. Yeah, those are some big-ass mountains behind you. But yeah, she's definitely impressive in intellect. That John Clifford Floyd 3 sitting behind her, I don't know who that is. How about Fani launching a fundraising website after she launched her case? Problem. I am catching up, but significant other, SOX, significant violation immediately comes to mind for how invoice payments are being done. SO, standard operating? This is bad. This was the law from Enron crimes. I am shocked right now, says Julie O. You'd think Wade would love Grease and Pulp Fiction, but he's not a fan of Joint Iolta, John Travolta. Okay, I get it. Any criminal defendant in Fulton County that had cell site data used to prove they are dirty is doing a happy dance right now. Cases dismissed, says Dave Hardy. Don Frank, let's have some Nathan's hot dogs. No, thank you, sir. Keep your schmeckle in your pants and your hot dogs. Nathan hot dogs are the famous New York Nathans where they have the Kobayashi hot dog eating competition up at... what's that playground, the fun park, the theme park? The chat's going to get it. When will meeting with Kamala House be brought since prior to Trump charges? That's the big one. White House behind the subpoena. Dude, they got to that during that hearing. Stu's Music Box says, man, I wish I had this woman right now doing research and phone mining against the sovereign citizen who used her phone to get commit fraud on my gramps. Just wow, this woman is good at what she does. Absolutely. Lunchetta reminded me that it's time for breakfast and or lunch. She is awesome. Book deal movie and should run for DA and governor. She's amazing. Wise Cross American downloading Cell Hawk right now. I think I pulled that one up as a joke. Fang Fang ruins Chartswell. Fan Fan ruined a wild cabinet. Look at the dates on the trips. When were they working? People save up just to do one of those trips. Absolutely. Caribbean Islands, offshore accounts, probably not. Jeff DeSantis is a Dem operative. I've heard this. Screen grab that. And then this is the most curious part. Why did Bradley talk to Ashleigh? So I flagged it. We now hypothesize why. He might have had the affair with Nathan Wade's wife. Didn't like the way she was being treated. I think more likely he got pissed at Nathan Wade when he found out that Wade was lying on court documents that he was just asking Bradley to sign off on. And then Bradley's like, holy shit, I'm going to get in trouble with the bar now because I signed off on perjured statements, basically. Viva without an oath. Would that invalidate the indictment? That's the operating theory, but some people say it might not be so black and white, but that's what some people say. This lady is extraordinarily intelligent. Kat, thank you. Bam, bada bing, bada boom. How's she getting paid for all this extra work? She loves what she does. Fani was recently seen in Argentina buying a condo through Adolf Eichmann reality. Oh, that's Merrick. The Elephant Man, John Hurt. I see the same thing every time I see that avatar. I would love to see how he bills private clients. Not the same, guarantee you. I don't think he has private clients. There's a United Flight. Okay, so these I all got to. These I got to all. Let me see here. In our vivabarneslaw.locals.com community. Okay, let me refresh this and we're going to get to the tips here. Oh, my. See, why isn't it letting me leave the comment? What is this bullcaca? I can't seem to leave the comment. Oh, well, let me see if I can go do this in a separate post. Hold on, I actually want to screen grab this so I can show how smart I am. Okay, I'm going to screen grab that. And now I'm going to go to vivabarneslaw.locals.com. Post my notes from Fani. Oh, now I can't even do that because I got to go clip it. Everybody, I'm going to get to the tips in our locals community. Copy, but I'm going to post my notes in our local. vivabarneslaw.locals.com. It looks like it's publishing. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh, Barnes is going to be on Mel K show. What time? Okay, cool. All right, let's get to the tipped questions here. He's pumping out the hours for sure, says Carl Meadows, and I think there might be a sexy joke in there. Oh my goodness, we got Bill Brown showing us pictures of Templeton the hog. Okay, view tipped. Here we go. Patched Rebel asks, Viva flees Canada and its legal system because he believes it to be corrupt and reliable, only to arrive in the U.S., where he finds its legal system to be corrupt and unreliable. No, it's predictably corrupt, but at least, okay, Florida, there's a little bit more state sovereignty, and the taxes are better. At least if I'm going to pay, if I'm going to have to fund a corrupt government, it should not be with 50% of my income, but maybe 37% of my income. That was from Patched Rebel. MP Schaefer, $5 says, I'll give Viva a tip. Keep up the great work, sir. You don't even need to give me that tip. I would be doing this regardless. It's just the blessing that it happens to have turned into what a wonderful community we have. Dude, we had 38,000 people between YouTube. Oh, no. Yeah, I think we had 40,000 people between YouTube, Rumble, and Locals. That's 40,000 people witnessing in real time to go talk to 3 other people. That's 120,000. Those 3 people talk to 3 other people. We are spreading. Not the truth. This is not revelatory information. This is just condensing, spreading, sharing. People know, and they have a place to go to get the information. In as much as, walking the streets of Ottawa provided an unfiltered, what did they say? There was no filter between what we witness and reality. That was what W5 faulted me for. We are getting real-time, unfiltered information with intelligent interpretation and analysis, and the aggregate knowledge of our communities allows us to figure out questions, information, problems real time. It's wild and it's beautiful. So he's pumping out the hours for sure, says Carol Meadows. Then we got Carol Meadows. Could Wade have been billing for Teams meetings with employees covering his law practice? Double billing, county and personal practice. He was billing for sex. I mean, I'll take that bet. He was billing for sexy time with Fani Willis. Guaranteed. In my humble opinion, hashtag not a guarantee. Ms. LaRue says, Viva, when is your new internet bestie going to get you an interview with Ashleigh? Thanks for all you do. I don't push. I don't like asking for favors. Everyone's busy. Everyone's got their stuff and everyone's got their issues and everyone's working on their own stuff. So there's no expectations. There's no hard feelings. It will happen when the stars align. Mighty Pe says, Viva, you keep saying Fanny's in big trouble. What do you think the consequences, punishment will really be? This is Mighty Pe. I think she's getting disqualified. She's going to be investigated. I think she's going to be disbarred. I know it's a much less likely outcome given politics and corruption. She has to. Everybody has seen this now. She's undermined her own prosecutions. She's undermined her own convictions. She's undermined the district attorney's office in Georgia. It's going to become an issue of politics. Someone's going to run and saying, I'm going to defeat Fanny, and I'm going to file ethics. I mean, I don't think you can run on that. I think she's going to IRS tax problems, very likely. I really think this is going to be exponentially worse than just getting disqualified from the file. That's what I think. I may be wrong because I've been accused of being too optimistic. Then we got M.L. Wiles says, Viva Frei, who is Stephen Willis? The name was above Fanny on the wave form from the White House. I don't know. Geez, I have so many screen grabs now. I haven't cleaned up the screen of my computer in a while. Freddie York says, Wade finessed his way into the job by promising to leave his wife. At least he keeps his promise. Bada bing, bada boom. Viva and Robert are my favorite podcasters. R. Hack. And then we got Bill Brown at the top. Okay, so now I think we've done everything, people. Keep up the great work. MP Schaefer. I just want to read that one again because thank you. So I think what I've got to do now, I've got to see if there's any more tips, any more rumble rants. Then I've got to get up and stretch my butt and not in the fanny. I've got to stretch my ass, but not in the, sorry, that's too much. That's crass even for free Viva. But let me see what I got more in the super chats. The superstar. Off topic, if you're interested in talking about a Canadian healthcare. My wife fought cancer for 4 years. She lost the battle in September. I tried to talk to you back then. Dave White. I'm going to see if I can find you on Twitter or check my my things are open. I think my DMs are open, but it goes into a folder that I don't check all the time, and it's obviously spamified and overloaded, and I don't see everything. So I'll do my best to look for that, Dana. I'm very, very sorry to hear about that. I know. Way Up North says, how much cash does Fanny have at the house today? All of it. No, Fanny's dad came in and sat behind Ashleigh. No way. Hold up. Viva Frei. When did they come in? This is Viva Frei Inception. Okay, hold on. Get past the ad here. What are we looking at? I didn't notice that. Was that towards the end? Okay, so let's do this. Get ready for some Viva Inception. Okay, here, just because it's easier to toggle right now. Here. Okay, so the hearing was here. Okay. Okay, so I'm not, is that Fani Willis's dad behind it? That doesn't strike me as me remembering what. Okay, so the seats are empty. See there. Okay, so we got that one guy. Okay, still empty. Ah, there we go. So now, but somewhere between there. Okay, there. Okay, there.
There's a list of places that we can do banking because they're regulated by the state
so
law.
now I see me.
I have to go in person
that
for
was
most
me
of my
an hour ago.
transfers. They're not something that I can do like online banking. I mean, it's a pain.
Okay.
But yeah, so they're highly regulated, and we know these were deposited.
Are we saying that that's Fani Willis?
The back of the.
I don't want to get accused of anything.
County.
I did not remember that that's what Fani Willis's dad looked like. Okay, he's still there now.
affair with this man, but he is brilliant and he would.
Okay, if that's Fani Willis's dad, put it on pause here. Let me just go see Fani Willis dad. Fani Willis dad. Images. I don't think that was him. I'll double check, but that would have been funny anyhow. Tell you who wasn't there. Anna Cross. Tell you who wasn't there. Nathan Wade. Tell you who wasn't there. Terrence Bradley. My point was, it was twice the average price that dope Democrat quoted. Great stream, sir. Thank you very much. And then what we got here. Hank Jansen, Senator, Island of Guam is capsizing. I remember that. Like, there's brain farts, and then there's brain sharts, and then there's like brain explosive diarrheas. Has everybody seen that? Oh, no. If anybody hasn't seen that, we're going to play that right now. Guam capsize video. It actually happened, where the person was asking a question and thinking that they were the smartest person on earth for asking the question. Here. Oh, Brickhouse Nutrition? Okay, fine. Okay.
This is a island that at its
This happened, by the way, people.
widest level is, 12 miles from shore to shore?
This actually
And
happened.
at its smallest level, or smallest location, it's 7 miles between one shore and the other. Is that correct?
I don't have the exact dimensions, but to your point, sir, I think Guam is a small island.
Very
relatively.
small island, and about 24 miles, if I recall, long. So
This guy did his
24
research.
miles long, about 7 miles wide at the least widest place on the island, and about 12 miles
This
wide,
actually happened in real life. This is not a Saturday Night Live skit.
on the widest part of the island.
Yes, it's a small island.
And I don't know how many square miles that is. Do you happen to know?
I don't have that figure
24
with
by
me,
7.
sir. I can certainly supply it
150.
to you if you'd like.
Yeah, my fear is that the whole island will become so overly populated that it will tip over and capsize.
We don't anticipate that. The Guam population, I think, currently about 175,000, and again, with 8,000 Marines and their families, it's an addition of about 25,000 more into the population.
So that actually
The
happened.
whole island will become so overly populated that it will tip over and capsize.
Can't tell if it was a joke, by the way, but my quick math, because that's how good I am, it's 212 square miles. I said 240, but that's probably just because the dimensions were off there a little bit. So yeah, that was fantastic, something that actually happened in real life. What about the threats to Wade's wife? I hadn't heard about those. From who is that from? Pelican? Cirque du Soleil, no, Champ du Soleil. An instigating factor in the fall of Big Fani is, so we got here, we did it. All right. If Fani flees to Argentina, President Javier Milei will greet at the airport screaming, Fani Willis, afuera! Yeah, that's that funny. That was his famous video. Kamala charges. Off topic, if you're interested. Okay, thank you. I got that one too. Now let me go back because we probably have a few more on the Rumble side, and then we're going to wrap it up so I can eat something, go to the post office, and then go fishing. If you notice, I was playing with a little, check this out here. Playing with a little worm because I'm going to go fishing. This one I believe I've used. Either way, it's actually fun toy to play with. Okay, present. Knocked it off here. Ashleigh Merchant. Here we go. Leave it up to the one. Okay, I don't want to get accused of racial anything. I'll read the comment. Leave it up to the one black guy in the room to take issue with her saying Wade is unqualified. LOL. Dude, Fani Willis got up in front of a church, alleged that the only reason they were accusing Wade of anything was because he was black, not disclosing her relationship to him, and lying about the fact that he was being paid the same amount as Floyd, the RICO expert. If I was Bradley's, I'd be mad at being squeezed out of the firm where I'd get a third of a $650,000 contract. Absolutely. And then who the hell knows how they had to squeeze him out? Squeeze him out with a fake accusation of sexual assault, where in addition to squeezing him out of the profits, they screw him out of $20,000 in escrow. Man, oh God, I would have Bradley on in a heartbeat. If anybody knows Bradley, Terrence Bradley, if you're watching, please come on for a podcast. We'll do it in person. I'll drive up to Georgia. Not so sure I would actually drive up to Georgia for this one. Maybe you come down to Florida. We'll meet at the Rumble office up on the Gulf Coast. Beautiful office. I can stay there for the weekend. Take the family. Great show as usual, Viva. Have a great day. Jokel or Joke UHL, thank you very much. If I was Bradley, I'd be pissed. Yep. Amongstbook.com wanted to contribute more, but with inflation can only afford pi. 3.141592653589733. That's as far as I go. Fanny's racist father must be very proud of Fanny that her education of law was a waste. LOLs, that's from under PSI 49. Blues Warrior, thanks for this, Viva. This more entertaining and riveting than a crime drama. 1,000%. Miss Nate says, I'm wondering if Anna Cross did what she did on purpose, throwing the grenade on her way out the door. She definitely did it on purpose. The only question is, did she think it would be strategically advantageous? Did she only do it because Fani Willis said, you're gonna execute that guy politically, judicially, reputationally, because he collaborated with Ashleigh Merchant, and we don't forget. Like Hedda Broccoli says, au revoir, chouchou. You're out of here. Have a good day. I here worry about the SCOTUS decision on presidential immunity. If judges have judicial immunity, how could they rule against presidential immunity without jeopardizing their own immunity to do their jobs? I don't think they can. And the issue is that even in cases where judges have been found to have exceeded their judicial immunity, it's really when they are not acting in the capacity of judge. So really when they're not acting in the capacity of judge, like doing their own investigations, like locking people up and extorting them for their own reasons, like taking bribes to send people to jail. You don't get judicial immunity for that. So the only way SCOTUS gets out of it is to say Trump was so patently not acting in capacity as president when he did these things, which is a load of shit, by the way. Just like say it straight up. So we got our Mel Gibson spammer back in the house. You're gone. Okay. So that's what I think. Great show, Viva. I think we got that. Great show. Okay. It was fantastic, if I do say so myself. So I'll congratulate me as well. I've got to pee. Did I pee during the stream? I did pee. I peed once when I snuck out. And let me see. And the dog has not pooped this stream. So we're going to end the stream with a little pee-pee poo-poo talk to end the Fanny. Everybody. Oh, let me see if I can confirm something for tomorrow. Let me stick around. Did I get anything more? Locals, you got the notes exclusively there, so enjoy that. And I'm going to go do my summary video, maybe while fishing. You will not see me hugging an opossum, USA now. There's a man holding an opossum. They're disgusting giant rats. I mean, I know they're friendly and cute and they're useful. They look like the rodents of unusual size. Just so everybody knows what I'm looking at here. Stop screen, share screen. This is from our Viva Barnes Law, .locals.com community. My two hobbies are smoking marijuana and rescuing stray cats. I get the joke. The thing literally looked like the ROUS out of Princess Bride, the rodents of unusual size, except it was just a smaller version. It was a rodent of an unusual size, but it's a marsupial. So there's that. What was I just in the process of saying? Oh yeah, I got distracted myself. Hold on. Twitter. DMs. Let me see if I can say it. Can I confirm it? Perfect. Perfect can start earlier if that gives a bigger buffer. See you tomorrow. You know who we got for tomorrow? Steve Baker, people. Steve Baker, the journalist, the Blaze journalist that was just arrested. Yes. Noon tomorrow, Steve Baker. He says we got 45 minutes. So either we do 12 to 12:45 and I'll continue with the stream afterwards, or if he's got more time earlier, boom, shakalaka. Oh, dude, we're going to make a difference in this world. So Steve Baker is the Blaze journalist who was arrested for his journalizing on January 6th. I did a video about it. Let's get some stupid jackasses telling me, well, he wasn't a credentialed journalist. So when the New York Times journalist goes through a broken window, that's fine because they're credentialed. I don't want to swear too much. Kiss my fanny. That's what I'll have to say about that. Anybody who makes that bogus argument. So tomorrow's going to be amazing. Oh, is the Mel Gibson back again? Oh, I'm going to read some chat here. That is not Fanny's dad. Her dad is much slimmer and has a whole beard. That's what I thought. I mean, it's Mel Gibson, Clara TV. Attention, Mel Gibson. You go banned now. Hold on, I just lost it. Ah, crap, I lost it right here. Boom. Get out forever. My point was maybe Anna Cross wanted all this to unfold. Dude, if that's the level of the revealing of the corruption, then my goodness, they're going down. Okay, so tomorrow it's going to be an amazing stream. What day is this day? It's Wednesday. I don't think I've got anything scheduled for the rest of this day. So post office, pee-pee, food, fish, in that order. Maybe not in that order. Seriously, everybody, thank you all for being here. Locals, are there any more, any new tips that I've missed there? I don't have Twitter. I did join Locals months ago. I really don't know how to get a hold of you, David White. Well, this is much easier now because I can get your email address from Locals. I'll do it right now. Forgot the tip, says Devil Dog Mom. Thank you very much. I'll have to go back and watch since I'm in HST. That sounds, I don't know what standard time that is. It's not quite 8 a.m. here, 5 hours early. So you're in the UK, Devil Dog Mom? Have you checked X chair? Pricey, but it's good. Yeah, I've been meaning, I want to get a new chair. I need to because it really hurts my butt, this one. MP Schaefer says, I'll give a tip. Keep up the great work. Okay, we're good. David White. And this is what I'm going to do. Okay, I got it. I'll email you right now. Sorry about that. It's not an excuse. It's just like every location for effective communication becomes inundated and not effective at some point in time. So, all right, people, we're doing it. We're done. We're going to end the stream. 4.5 hours. That's one hell of a stream. Tomorrow, it'll definitely be noon at lunch. The only question is if it might be 11:30, but Steve Baker tomorrow. Booyah. And, I'm sweating. It's so embarrassing. Ending the stream. Thank you all for being here. Enjoy the day, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace out, peeps. Booyah.